Chapter 51 Muyu's shortcoming is that he is too nice. Muyu asked everyone to draw lots to decide the players according to the rules of the practical test, and then gave comments after each group of battles. The timing of the transformation technique is wrong, it did not play the role it should have, the physical technique is sparse, and the punching speed is too slow. How can such a bright clone confuse the enemy? Your boxing skills are not good, your kicks are weak, your steps are loose, and your reaction is slow. How can such physical skills defeat the enemy? Muyu did not hold back, and could even be said to be strict. But Muyu didn't talk nonsense. What he said were all real problems. The students who were pointed out by Muyu all lowered their heads in shame. I know you have done very well in the monthly exam. Both the theoretical and practical scores are higher than other classes, but you can't slack off in your practice because of this. My comments may be a bit harsh. I apologize to you first. But I am actually doing this for your own good. Both physical skills and ninjutsu are very important. If you don't practice physical skills well now, you will regret it when you fight the enemy in the future. Muyu sighed after commenting on everyone. Teacher Muyu, I really didn't slack off. I spent the same amount of time on physical skills as ninjutsu, but the physical skills teacher didn't teach as well as you did, so this is the case. Hongdu said a little aggrieved. Yes, I am also studying hard, but the physical skills teacher is so difficult to understand. Gang Zisha also complained. When Muyu commented on them at first, Gang Zisha was a little unhappy. He felt that Muyu was too strict. They were only in the first grade. After listening to Muyu's apology, Gang Zisha felt that he was really a nobody. How could he think that Muyu was wrong when she was thinking about them so well? Gang Zisha had never heard of a teacher apologizing to a student, not to mention that Muyu did nothing to them. It was the teacher's duty. Gang Zisha and Hongdu's words resonated with the students in Class 1, Grade 1, and they all started to complain. Teacher Muyu, can you replace the physical training teacher? He really can't teach. The class is boring and difficult to understand. Yes, with a physical training teacher like this, I feel like I can be a physical training teacher. Isn't it just telling people to run on the playground? Who can't do that? How can you say that about teacher Tanamura? He has been your teacher for 2 months. As a teacher, doesn't he want you to be stronger? Muyu began to speak for the physical training teacher. The physical training teacher in their class is called Tanamura Ninhiro. Unlike Muyu, the newcomer, Tanamura Ninhiro has been teaching at the ninja school for 3 years. Although he has been teaching for 3 years, it is hard to describe the teaching level of Tanamura Toshihiro. As a teacher of the same class, Muyu has certainly come into contact with Tanamura Toshihiro. It can only be said that he is a poor teacher among the Chunin teachers. And as students of Class 1, the teacher they come into contact with the most is Muyu. Comparing Muyu with Tanamura Toshihiro is even more defeated in all aspects. Teacher Muyu, we don't think there is a problem with his teaching attitude, we just think he is not capable enough. Shenyu Izumo explained. Yes, the class next door is saying that we are good at learning ninjutsu, but no one has ever said that we are good at taijutsu. Someone gave an example. Usually, I didn't think there was a big problem, but I just felt that the taijutsu teacher taught a little bit poorly and boringly. But when they gathered together to discuss, the students of Class 1 felt a little bad. This is not a boring problem, but it is related to the foundation of ninja's strength. In actual combat assessments, students will not fight desperately, and teachers will take action if accidents occur, but they will not hold back when they encounter enemies on missions and battlefields. This. Muyu looked embarrassed, and finally sighed and said. Don't say these things in front of Mr. Tanamura, and practice more physical skills on weekdays. If you really don't understand, find time to ask me. The students' dissatisfaction with Tanamura Toshihiro's teaching level is like a pile of gunpowder, and he only needs to act as a fuse. Seeing that Mu was still speaking for the physical skills teacher, the students in class 1 felt sorry for Mu, and they felt that Mu had a very good temper. We are all colleagues, and teacher Mu doesn't want teacher Tanamura to be embarrassed. Shisui's shadow clone thought to himself after seeing this scene. Shisui also felt that the physical skills teacher's level was very poor, far worse than Uchiha's enlightenment teacher, let alone Mu. After class, before leaving, Mu reminded the students again, asking them not to say bad things about the physical skills teacher in person, and to be more considerate. The students all nodded and said yes, and after Mu left, Hongdo led the whole class to discuss how to change a physical skills teacher. Didn't they say that if the grades are bad, the teacher will be replaced? Why don't we do badly on purpose? A student suggested. But there is no separate physical exam. Do we have to do badly on purpose in the practical exam? Then the teacher Mu who teaches ninjutsu will also be affected. Gang Zisha shook his head and said. That won't work. Teacher Mu is so good. I want him to teach me until I graduate. Hearing that it would be bad for Mu, Hongdo directly this proposal was completely rejected. Hongdo's words were recognized by everyone. Then let's all tell the fact that he is not good at teaching and let him go by himself. Many people have broad ideas, and soon another one made a suggestion. This is not good. Didn't teacher Mu tell us not to do this? This is good for teacher Mu. Why not do it? Teacher Mu is our class teacher. He will have face only if we are strong. Gang Zisha felt that this was feasible. If the physical training teacher is changed, they will be stronger, which is also good for Mu. I think the proposal is okay. If we force the teacher to leave, it will be our problem. It will not affect teacher Mu. Shen Chuyun also nodded. And if he insists on not leaving, I have another good idea. Shen Chuyun thought of a clever plan. There is only more than a month left before the final exam. We will show the learning results of ninjutsu and physical training in a more exaggerated way in the practical test, so that the school knows that the physical training teacher is really not good at teaching. But the overall results must be good, so that the school can pay attention to us. Shen Chuyun reminded. Gang Zisha hugged Shen Chuyun's shoulders and smiled. It has to be you, Chuyun. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that they should practice harder in the future, get good grades in the final exam, and change a physical training teacher. After lunch, Mu did not return to his office, but went to the office next door, which was where Tanamura Toshihiro was. Teacher Hanyu. As soon as Mu entered the office, many teachers greeted him. Mu smiled and responded one by one, then walked to Tanamura Toshihiro, called Tanamura Toshihiro out and took him to a deserted place on the pretext of something. Teacher Tanamura, I'm sorry. Mu apologized to Tanamura Toshihiro. Teacher Hanyu, did something happen? Why is it like this suddenly? Tanamura Toshihiro was a little confused and didn't understand what happened. Chapter 52. There are also differences between teachers. It's like this. Today, I had a practical test in the class during the morning class. Mu told Tanamura Toshihiro what happened in class. However, Mu slightly embellished the students' complaints, otherwise they would be too aggressive. I just wanted to motivate them and make them practice more seriously. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I'm really sorry. Mu said with an apologetic look. It's my fault for being too harsh. I should be more tolerant of them. Mu put all the blame on herself. Although it was Tanamura Toshihiro's poor teaching level that led to so many dissatisfaction among students, Mu just ignited it. But Mu didn't want his character to be flawed, so he chose to tell Tanamura Toshihiro everything directly, and admitted his mistakes to Tanamura Toshihiro, saying that he accidentally did something bad with good intentions. In this way, even if he sorted out the whole story, Mu would not be considered a person with ulterior motives. After all, he told Tanamura Toshihiro everything as soon as the incident happened. How could he, who cares so much about his colleagues, have any bad intentions? This. Tanamura Toshihiro didn't know what to say for a while. He knew in his heart that what the students said was right. His teaching level was indeed not as good as Muyu's, and was average. But no one in the ninja school can compare with Muyu. A new teacher, he became famous in the whole school after teaching for 1 or 2 months, and was recognized by all the teachers and students in the school. He was also summoned and praised by the 3rd generation. It would be uncomfortable for an ordinary teacher like him to compare with Muyu. I have asked them not to criticize you, but they are children after all. They may agree on the surface, but it is hard to say what they will do in reality. Muyu sighed, looking at Tanamura Toshihiro with an apologetic look. It's okay, I won't care. After all, they are all 6-year-old children. Tanamura Toshihiro said with a smile. Even if he was complained by the students in person, Tanamura Toshihiro would not give up the position of physical training teacher of the 1st grade class. Because the practical performance of the 1st grade class is very good, not only the practical performance of the grade is the top 2, but the average score of the class practical performance is also the 1st grade. Although he knows that such results have nothing to do with his teaching, this is a real result, and there is no need to worry about performance, and the bonus will only be more. Teacher Hanyu, I know you. You must be thinking about the students. Tanamura Toshihiro said that he knew Muyu's good intentions. Although such an accident happened, Tanamura Toshihiro still felt that Muyu was a good colleague who came to inform and apologize as soon as something happened. Originally, Tanamura Toshihiro's physical training class was in the morning, but he had something to do in the morning, so he switched with Muyu in the afternoon class. Muyu agreed immediately at that time. He had also heard about Muyu substituting for other teachers. It would be difficult for him to do so. Once or twice is fine, but who can stand it if there are teachers looking for him every week? With a high level of teaching, the class he led leads the whole grade, praised by the 3rd generation, handsome and good-tempered. Tanamura Toshihiro can only say that those female teachers in the office discuss Muyu every day for a reason. He knows his own business. Tanamura Toshihiro knows that the fundamental reason for this matter is that his teaching is indeed average, and he has been like this for so many years. But it is impossible for Tanamura Toshihiro to give up the position of physical training teacher of the 1st grade class. Isn't teaching in the ninja school just to make money without danger? This is an opportunity to get a lot of bonuses without doing anything. Teacher Tanamura, I feel relieved when you think so. Muyu seemed to be much more relaxed and showed a gentle smile. Haha, let's go to the izakaya to drink together when we have time. Tanamura Toshihirohong also said with a smile. Muyu smiled and nodded, and chatted with Tanamura Toshihiro about some meaningless topics, and then found an excuse to leave. After Tanamura Toshihiro returned to the office, the female teacher next to him asked curiously. Tanamura teacher, what does Hanyu teacher want to talk to you about? Nothing, some small things between students, but Hanyu teacher is really amazing. Tanamura Toshihiro sat down and said. He was naturally embarrassed to say that his teaching level was not good and was criticized by students, but it was good to use Muyu to find a topic with the female teacher. After the bell rang, Tanamura Toshihiro walked towards the 1st grade class. Walking into the classroom, Tanamura Toshihiro didn't feel any different from before. According to the convention, he first talked about some theoretical knowledge of physical skills, and then took people out for a run. After running, Tanamura Toshihiro began to teach physical skills routines, and after teaching once, he began to let students practice freely. Tanamura teacher, can you teach a few more times? I didn't quite understand it just now. Hongdu asked. These are the most basic. You don't understand because you haven't practiced enough. Just practice more. Tanamura Toshihiro said. But Muyu teacher always demonstrates many times every time he teaches us, and breaks it down very finely. Hongdu retorted. How can ninjutsu and taijutsu be the same? Tanamura Toshihiro explained. But taijutsu also has many practical skills and details. Shouldn't these be explained in detail? Gang Zisha asked. Tanamura Toshihiro was speechless. He was a bad Chunin teacher, so where would he get so many practical details and skills? He just perfunctorily said something. Then a large number of students asked various questions and made various suggestions. Stop, stop, stop. You train first and ask again in the next class. Tanamura Toshihiro felt that his head was about to explode when he was asked questions by dozens of people at the same time. Tanamura teacher, why don't we all take a step back? We won't ask any more, and you won't teach us any more. Shenyu Izumo suggested. Tanamura Toshihiro had a question mark on his face, thinking that the students were so stubborn now, so he just asked the teacher to stop teaching. But there are more aggressive ones to come. Teacher Tanamura, I think you should retire early. I have learned shuriken throwing from you, but I have never hit the bullseye. Teacher Tanamura, since we took your taijutsu class, the whole grade has praised our class for learning ninjutsu well. Tanamura Nianhong was stunned by the students' aggressive language. He had been teaching for more than 3 years, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. He thought that the classes he taught before didn't like him very much, but they didn't go to this extent. Tanamura Nianhong was glad that Mu reminded him in advance, otherwise he would be confused and didn't know what was going on. Ahem, everyone be quiet, I will demonstrate it a few more times. Tanamura Nianhong coughed twice and said helplessly. Then Tanamura Nianhong found an interesting thing. The students were dissatisfied with him, but the training did not stop, and even felt more serious than before. He was a little confused. Logically speaking, how could they practice so actively if they hated him so much? Tanamura Toshihiro felt that Mu's words worked, causing the students to not slack off in their practice even though they were dissatisfied with him. Tanamura Toshihiro was somewhat relieved and also envied Mu's control over the class. Let's just get through this year. Tanamura Toshihiro didn't want to give up the position of the first class's physical training teacher. Maybe he could find an excellent teacher. If this was an ordinary class, and the students spoke to him like this, he would educate a few students on the spot and let them know what the strength of a Chunin is. But this is the first grade, the best class in the school. The more Tanamura Toshihiro taught, the more the students found that this teacher's level was really not good, and they strengthened their determination to change teachers. I felt a little dizzy when writing this chapter. If you have any questions, please raise them and I will correct them tomorrow. Chapter 53 There should be give and take between friends. At noon on Thursday, Tanamura Toshihiro found Mu. Teacher Hanyu, the students in the first grade are really outrageous. They are simply interfering with me and I can't go to class normally. Tanamura Toshihiro complained. He admitted that he underestimated the students in the first grade class when he said he didn't care. Yesterday, he was so tired after an afternoon of classes that he just wanted to finish school early. He didn't have a first grade class on Thursday, but he did on Friday morning. In order to prevent the tragic experience on Wednesday afternoon from happening again on Friday, Tanamura Toshihiro found Mu in advance, hoping to use Mu's influence among the students to help him. Alas, these kids obviously promised me. Mu sighed and stood up for Tanamura Toshihiro. Teacher Tanamura, don't worry. I will definitely talk to them this afternoon and tell them not to go against you. Hearing Mu's words, Tanamura Toshihiro was slightly relieved, but still a little worried and said. Teacher Hanyu, can you come over when I teach on Friday? I'm afraid they won't listen to you again. If the classes in the first grade class for the next year are as torturous as on Wednesday, he doesn't know if he can hold on until the bonus is paid. I could pretend I didn't hear 1 or 2 students denying me, but it was really hard to bear the whole class denying me. No problem. Mu nodded and agreed. I feel relieved with your guarantee, Mr. Hanyu. Tanamura Toshihiro, he laughed excitedly. After the matter was said, Tanamura Toshihiro turned around and returned to his office. Mu looked at Tanamura Toshihiro's back as he left, thinking that Tanamura Toshihiro had taught for 3 years in vain, because he really couldn't grasp the psychology of students at all. If he asked Mu to suppress students by force, students would not hate Mu, but would hate Tanamura Toshihiro even more. Because from the student's perspective, Mu was helping a rookie colleague, which was fine and could even be said to be very kind. But Tanamura Toshihiro was a rookie who didn't know he was a rookie, and he had no self-awareness at all, and he tried to use the class teacher to suppress them. Mu thought about it carefully and found that he might have wronged Tanamura Toshihiro. Because this is a ninja school, the situation is different from his previous life. If it weren't for the good grades of Class 1, Grade 1, Tanamura Toshihiro would not have fallen to this point. Shaking his head, Mu stopped thinking about these insignificant things and walked towards his office. Since it was Tanamura Toshihiro who asked, what else could he do? Would he refuse and be called stingy? No, of course he would agree and do it. After all, he was the recognized perfect colleague Hanyu Mu. Mu returned to the office and continued to practice calligraphy. Hey, Mu teacher, you changed your pen. Ueda Aya noticed that the pen Mu was holding was not the same one as before. Yes, it was given by a student. Mu nodded with a smile. That's great. I haven't received any gifts from students in the years I've been teaching. Ueda Aya said enviously. Ichia Yang heard what Ueda Aya said, thinking that he finally found an opportunity to attack, and said. Ueda, don't you think about what Mu teacher's teaching level is, how popular he is among students, and how much you don't know yourself when compared to him. Ueda Aya was speechless for a while. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. Seeing Ueda Aya's depressed look, Ichia Yang felt refreshed instantly. It should be that Ueda teacher's students are more introverted, want to give gifts but dare not. Mu said. Teacher Mu is still good at talking. Ueda Aya smiled. Although she knew it was a comforting word, who doesn't like good words? Kimura Shanran looked at this scene and felt that it was not unreasonable for Ikumi Yang to be single. When it was almost time for class, Mu left the office and arrived at the classroom. He did not rush to class, but first solved the things that Tanamura Toshihiro told him. Didn't I say that you should not say bad things about Tanamura teacher in person, and you must not disturb Tanamura teacher during class? Mu said with a sad face. Teacher Mu, did the physical training teacher come to you to complain? Gang Zisha was a little speechless. It was the first time he heard that the teacher complained about the students, and he exaggerated and said it. We didn't disturb him when he was teaching. We persuaded him after he stopped. Shen Yuchuyun felt that they were wronged. How could they disturb the class? Although the teaching was indeed not good, no one criticized Tanamura Toshihiro when he taught. They all watched and studied seriously, and completed the training seriously. Everyone wants to get a good grade in the final practical test, so they will definitely not resist training. You must not interfere with Mr. Tanamura's class, and don't say bad things about him. Mu warned, without directly answering Gang Zisha's question. The effect he wanted to achieve was that he didn't say that it was Tanamura Toshihiro who complained, but everyone knew that it was Tanamura Toshihiro who caused Mu to preach. We know. The students nodded one after another, but they didn't know what to do at that time. Mu nodded, smiled, and then began to teach. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Earth Escape Earth Dragon Bullet. After school, Mu trained his disciples as usual, and returned to his home in the main city in the evening. This time it was not Mu who was being ate for free, it was Mu's turn to eat at Minato's house. We have eaten at your house so many times, it's embarrassing. Today Mu, you can take a day off and taste our cooking skills. Minato said so, and then took Miyu to his house. Minato and Kushina worked together, each of them made 2 dishes. Minato and Kushina asked Miyu to taste it first. Miyu wanted to say that everyone would eat together, but seeing the expectant eyes of the 2, he knew what to do next. Miyu first tasted the grilled fish made by Minato. To be honest, this grilled fish is not the same as the grilled fish in Miyu's impression. It is not even a whole fish. It is just a palm-sized fish meat that is marinated and grilled directly with some salt. It preserves the original taste of the food very well, and it is very delicious. Miyu praised. However, Miyu did not only praise but also point out some shortcomings, such as not keeping a good grasp of the time when grilling. Miyu gave similar comments on the next 4 dishes, but some dishes were praised more and criticized less, while some dishes were criticized more and praised less. Hehe, our dishes are not bad, right? Kushina said with a happy smile. Kushina was very happy that the dishes she made by herself were recognized by a cooking master like Miyu. Minato and I are already practicing making braised pork belly. Miyu, you must come and try it. Kushina said. Miyu smiled and nodded, jokingly saying that she must try it to check the learning results of their 2 students. Then they ate and chatted. Minato also told Miyu that he had heard about Miyu from other jonins recently, saying that the children complained that he was not as good as the school's chunin teachers. Speaking of this topic, Kushina affirmed Miyu's teaching level, although she had not seen what Miyu looked like when she was in class at the ninja school, but she had seen Miyu explain how to cook. At this stage, Miyu was not overly modest, but praised Minato and Kushina, saying that if Minato became a teacher, he would definitely be a popular and good teacher, and Kushina would also. In such a good atmosphere, everyone spent the dinner session happily and achieved their respective goals. Book recommendation: Magnetic Field Rotation but Naruto. The crazy version of Naruto, a little crazy, you can take a look if you are interested. Chapter 54 Taijutsu must be practiced well. Friday morning, Class 1, Grade 1, Ninja School. The students were discussing how to take the Taijutsu class later. Should we do the same as last time? A student asked. Not today, according to what teacher Miyu said yesterday. The Taijutsu teacher must have exaggerated our actions in the Taijutsu class to teacher Miyu. Shenyu Izumo inferred. Given Miyu's personality, she might help others to the end and come to inspect during the physical training class. I also admire the physical training teacher. This is the first time I heard that the teacher reported the students. Gang Zisha complained. It's okay to report, but it's even more speechless to bring private goods. Today, everyone should give face to Miyu teacher and don't persuade them to quit. Shen Yuchiyun said. The students felt that Shen Yuchiyun's words made sense and decided to treat the physical training class as Miyu's class. This physical training teacher is really annoying. Hongdu said with a depressed face. She was criticized by Miyu for not teaching physical training well, and she had to report to Miyu to say bad things about her. The students in Class 1 nodded in agreement. Tanamura Toshihiro's operation successfully made them feel bad about Tanamura Toshihiro. After the bell rang, Tanamura Toshihiro came to the classroom. Seeing that the students were sitting quietly in their seats without talking, Tanamura Toshihiro was relieved. But he did not relax his vigilance, because the students did not show such strong aggression at the beginning of the last class. Let's go to the playground and run 3 laps to warm up. Tanamura Toshihiro said with a low cough. The students followed Tanamura Toshihiro's instructions and went downstairs to the playground and started running. No one discussed Tanamura Toshihiro. After running, Tanamura Toshihiro began to teach the physical training routines. After teaching it twice, he let the students practice freely. During the period, no student said anything bad about Tanamura Toshihiro. The calmness made Tanamura Toshihiro feel that this class was not the same as the last class. I really have to treat Mr. Hanyu to a drink. Tanamura Toshihiro thanked Miyu in his heart. He knew what all these changes were. It must be Miyu who took action, otherwise the students' performance would not be so different before and after. Just then, Miyu passed by the playground according to Tanamura Toshihiro's request. Miyu greeted Tanamura Toshihiro and stayed in the playground for a while. When the class was over, Izumo Kamatsuki said proudly, "I was right, wasn't I? Teacher Miyu will definitely come. Then you won't take action anymore." Some students said unwillingly. The more Miyu helped Tanamura Toshihiro, the more they annoyed Tanamura Toshihiro. "Of course not, Teacher Miyu is not so free every day, we can continue to take action in the next class," Izumo Kamatsuki said. In Class 2, Grade 4, Nohara Rin looked at Obito who was scratching his head and doing his homework and asked worriedly. "Obito, what's wrong with you recently? You seem so diligent. You study every day when you have time." Although it is a good thing to study so hard, Obito suddenly loves theory so much that Nohara Rin is a little worried. Hearing what Nohara Rin said, Obito's pen stopped, and he had the urge to cry. Is this because he loves to study hard? No, this is the result of not practicing physical skills well. There is a price to pay for doing the questions in installments. For example, if there were originally 10 questions, it might become 11 questions after the installment. This means that although Obito does not need to do a lot in one day, he needs to do the questions every day. What's more terrible is that there are training every day, which means that he accumulates new questions every day and keeps doing them in installments. But he can't finish them all at once. It feels very painful and will affect his training. Because everyone's grades are improving, I can't fall behind, Obito said with a stiff smile on his face. He would definitely not say such a shameful reason as being punished to do questions because of his poor physical skills. It's great that you have such an idea. I feel that I have grown a lot all of a sudden. Nohara Rin smiled with relief. From the beginning when he was late for school, Nohara Rin has always taken care of Obito as his own brother. Seeing that Obito is now in the top of the grade in actual combat and has passed the theory, Nohara Rin is really very happy. Haha, is that so? Obito's stiff smile soon became natural again when he heard Nohara Rin's praise, just like the withered grass and trees being moistened by water. With Nohara Rin's praise, Obito's speed of doing the questions increased a bit, and he even felt that he could pay tomorrow's installment in advance. It's a holiday again, Obito, what are you going to do on the weekend? Nohara Rin asked. Wait, is it Friday already? Obito's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had lost his sense of time due to physical training and various questions these days. Yes, after class, I will. It's a holiday, aren't you happy, Obito? Nohara Rin asked with a smile. After getting Nohara Rin's affirmative answer, Obito couldn't help but feel his eyes dark. From Monday to Friday, they only need to practice from the afternoon after school until the sun sets. But it's different on weekends. Weekends are practiced from morning to sunset. A lot of practice time means more battles with Might Guy, and more battles mean more questions. Obito seemed to see questions and test papers coming towards him, drowning him. What's wrong with you, Obito? Your face seems a little ugly. Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? Nohara Rin asked when she saw Obito's ugly expression. It's okay, I'm just too happy to have a holiday. Obito forced a smile and said. Yes, I'm very happy. I've practiced for so long during the holiday, and my strength has greatly improved. By then, I will be the first in the school and receive Rin's admiration. Obito has begun to hypnotize himself in his heart. Promise me, Rin, you must practice physical skills well. Obito couldn't help but say. Well, I know, physical skills are very important. Nohara Rin nodded, not realizing the pain in Obito's words. After school, Obito went to the training ground in the southern forest. Might Guy got there before Obito and had already started training. The two looked at each other and saw the desire to win in each other's eyes. The two knew very well what the weekend meant to them. This is no joke. If you are not careful, you will face countless questions. If I had the Sharingan, I would definitely be able to do it. For the first time, Obito was so eager to open the blood limit of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan has a strong dynamic vision that can easily see through the enemy's movements. He had a hunch that after this weekend, the questions to be done could be directly divided into installments until the end of the semester. This must not happen. Obito punched the wooden man fiercely. On the other side, Might Guy was also silently holding a boulder and doing squats to exercise his thigh muscles. Not only did he not want to do the questions in installments, he also wanted to get the first place in the grade. Yu saw that both of them were very motivated to exercise and showed a satisfied smile. If they continue to train in this state, after a month, Hyuga Kamen will not be their opponent. Book recommendation. Book title: I Became Light in American Comics. Telekinesis pushes back tsunamis, light detonates planets, and can travel through the stars at super light speed, a miraculous giant of light. Superman, he is an enterprising concept and a radiance that illuminates the darkness. Wonder Woman, he is a glorious warrior. Batman did not speak, and silently created a new Ultraman rampage plan. Steppenwolf, climbing back to Apocalypse with difficulty. No, Ultraman is too strong. Shen Yu, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm just an ordinary scientist in the Kingdom of Light, and I don't have the power they have. Yu shouted. As soon as Yu finished speaking, Might Guy rushed out and quickly kicked an extremely fast whirlwind kick towards Obito. Obito quickly distanced himself, wanting to be hit as little as possible. After standing for a while, Shisui sat down, watching Obito and Might Guy fighting so seriously, and couldn't help but sigh. It's great, we get along happily at ordinary times, and we go all out to make progress together when we compete. Shisui felt that this kind of friendship between friends was really good. Obito almost stumbled and fell to the ground after hearing this. If he didn't go all out, he would have to run wildly on the road of doing questions alone and make crazy progress. If he couldn't beat him, Obito really wanted to ask Yu to let Shisui join such training. Although he didn't fall, Obito was successfully hit by Might Guy, and the question was increased by 1. After this, Obito temporarily corrected his distracted habit and concentrated on dealing with Might Guy's attack. 5 minutes later, Yu next to him announced the result of the battle. Obito has 35 questions, and Kai has 15 questions. 35 questions. Obito looked bitter. There were 5 more questions than his bottom line. If he did so many questions, he would be dizzy. How could he play with no Hara-rin? Might Guy's expression was also a little uncomfortable. Being beaten every day, Obito made great progress. He could no longer reduce the questions to 10 as before. It's okay. If you can't finish it today, you can do it in installments. You can do it in a week. You only need to do 5 questions a day. If the interest is calculated, it will be 4 questions. Yu said with a smile. If Obito does too many questions in one day, he may not be able to remember them. It's equivalent to doing them in vain. Obito doesn't want to do it in installments, because there were originally only 35 questions, and one installment will become 39. But if we don't divide it into installments, it will be very tiring to finish it in a short time, and we will not have the energy to play with no Hara-rin. Then divide it into 7 days. Obito replied weakly. Although the total amount of the installment examination has increased, he can't give it up anymore. It's really much easier this way. Yu nodded and wrote down Obito's latest installment questions. Do today's things today. Might Guy is not going to divide it into installments. He wants to finish the questions today. Yu also nodded when Might Guy didn't plan to divide it into installments, because doing questions itself is a means of motivation, and by the way, it improves the theoretical scores of both of them. Mu thinks this method is good. The questions don't even need to be limited to the knowledge of the ninja school. Doing questions can help the two increase their knowledge. After resting, Shisui continued to practice. Currently, his focus of practice is on the instant body technique and illusion technique. These two types of techniques are the first time he has come into contact with, but he learns very quickly, even faster than when he learned fire escape. Under your guidance, the disciple Uchiha Shisui has practiced hard and gained a certain amount of strength. He is awarded the reward, Shave, Proficient Level. When Mu saw this reward, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember a move called Shave in Naruto, but the pirates next door did. When a lot of memories about Shave's practice appeared in his mind, Mu instantly understood what was going on. This was the Shave, one of the 6 styles in his impression, but it was transformed into the Naruto version by the system. It was a physical skill and also a body flicking technique, which required the use of chakra. Mu nodded with satisfaction. If it was the Shave in the pirates, he might not be able to use it with his small body. The bodies of those monsters in the pirates were too strong. Mu compared the body flicking technique he knew with Shave, and decided to use Shave for the body flicking technique in the future. He felt that the most common body flicking technique he mastered was completely defeated by Shave. Shisui, I've seen your recent efforts. Compared to 2 months ago, your strength has improved a lot. Keep practicing. I'll teach you a stronger instant body technique in a while. Mu praised with a smile. The big gold mine has produced good things again, and Mu is in a good mood. Stronger instant body technique. Shisui's eyes lit up. He is very interested in instant body technique and feels that this type of ninjutsu is very suitable for him. Well, you have to pay attention to the training of your physique. That instant body technique belongs to physical technique. If the body is not strong enough, it will cause great pressure on the legs. Mu nodded and said. After all, it is a transformation of physical technique in the pirate world. Although chakra is used, it also requires a certain physical strength. Don't mention Shisui, Mu himself has to strengthen his physical training. His ninjutsu configuration is already very luxurious in the early stage, and the arrival of Shave just enhances his mobility. Teacher Mu, I think I have made great progress. Can you teach me too? Obito scratched his head and laughed. He really wanted to learn the instant body technique, not because of fighting, but because he felt that the instant body technique was very cool. If he also knew the instant body technique during the junior ninjutsu competition, he would not have to walk up, and he could also appear on the stage like Kakashi. Of course. Mu nodded. That's great, Mu teacher, you are the best teacher in the ninja world. Obito was very happy to see Mu agree directly, and immediately cheered. Teacher Mu, I have made great progress. Might Guy also wanted to learn new physical skills. Learn, I can learn. Mu smiled kindly. As long as you get the first place in the grade in the final exam, you can learn this instant body technique from me. Mu stated the prerequisite. But Guy and I are both in the 4th grade, so doesn't it mean that one of us must not be able to learn it? Obito was puzzled. Then get the first place in the next exam, or complete the physical challenge I set, and you can also learn it if you complete it. Mu replied. Is the challenge difficult? Obito asked tentatively. You should not be able to hold on now. Mu said bluntly. Obito was silent. In this case, he could only study after getting the first place in the grade. Obito felt that he had one more reason to get the first place in the grade at the end of the term. He looked at Might Guy, who showed a bright smile and gave him a thumbs up. You will never give up the first place, right? It just so happens that the practical exam does not prohibit the use of ninjutsu. Obito felt that he was about to burn. First, solve Might Guy, then defeat Kakashi, and then he will be the genius Uchiha Obito. This is the question you have to do, remember to do it well. Miyu handed the test paper to Obito. The flames on Obito's body were extinguished instantly. Looking at the questions waiting for him to do one after another, he suddenly had a big head. And yours, Akai? Miyu smiled and handed Might Guy's share over. Looking at the black and white test paper, the smile on Might Guy's face gradually disappeared, and the thumb that was originally erected straight bent down. Even a strong man can't bear this kind of suffering. P.S. Please read, recommend, vote, and all kinds of data. Recently, we are at a critical moment, please try to read, especially on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. There will be more updates after it is released. If you see any bad comments, you can tell me in the latest chapter, or directly at me in the comment area, I will read more in my chapter. I hope everyone can still discuss harmoniously and try not to quarrel. Anti-sky comments call me to delete directly. Recently, I've been stuck, so the update time is late. If you have any interesting ideas, please let me know. Chapter 56 The Uchiha's Alien. Do you want to go back together? Shisui asked Obito, who was putting out the test papers. Shisui, are you going back early today? Obito asked with some confusion. He and Shisui are both from the Uchiha clan, and their homes are not far away, but they rarely go back together because Shisui often goes back later than them. Obito is not unwilling to practice more, but he is worried that his grandmother will worry about him if he goes back too late. Well, Teacher Miyu said to go back early today to get enough rest and prepare for tomorrow's practice. Shisui nodded and said. The reason why he goes back late every day is because there is no one at home, it's the same no matter where he is. Then Shisui, you really need to rest well, tomorrow's practice must be very tiring. Obito reminded, looking at Shisui with a trace of pity. After all, Miyu said so, and the practice that Shisui will face tomorrow will definitely not be simple. Miyu didn't remind him to take a good rest for this level of training. I guessed a little bit. I should strengthen my physical training. Shisui said. Miyu has already said that the new instant body technique will put more pressure on the legs, so physical training is definitely necessary. Maybe I will join your battle. I will also go all out at that time. Shisui joked. I hope not. Obito put his hands together and prayed silently to the six-path sage. When he was doing the questions, he saw Shisui practicing the instant body technique. The speed was too fast. He would definitely not be able to react in a battle. If the opponent was replaced by Shisui, I'm afraid he would have to do twice as many questions in a battle. It shouldn't be. If that's the case, Teacher Miyu would definitely have told him in advance. Shisui couldn't help laughing when he saw Obito praying devoutly. To be honest, neither Obito nor Might Guy can give him any pressure now, so Miyu will not arrange for them to train together. Unless Miyu's purpose is to put pressure on Obito and the others. As they were walking, Obito suddenly stopped, and Shisui looked at Obito behind him with some confusion. Shisui, wait a minute, there's an old lady over there who seems to need help. Obito pointed to an old man who was hunched over with a big bag on his back and said. Shisui looked in the direction Obito pointed, and there was indeed an old man who seemed to be struggling to move forward on the street. Is Obito's observation so strong? Shisui was a little surprised, he didn't notice it just now. After Obito asked the old man what difficulties he had, he immediately helped to carry the luggage and sent the old man to the destination. Grandma, I'm fine. Don't look at me as a child. I can become a ninja next year and I have great strength. Obito patted his chest and smiled. After that, Obito performed a set of physical skills, which really scared the old lady, and finally handed the luggage to Obito. Obito walked in front, and the old lady followed. Shisui, who was walking at the back, showed a thoughtful expression. After helping the old man, the two walked back home. After walking for a while, Obito stopped again and helped an old lady with a cane to go home. Shisui finally understood why Obito was called an alien. The first principle that Uchiha children learn is not to respect teachers or respect the elderly and love the young, but to respect the strong and to respect the power of ninjutsu. Nothing is more important than strengthening your strength. As long as you are strong enough, nothing is a problem. Shisui is not very old, but his talent and strength are here. Even children who are several years older than him have to follow him. Obito is different. He is not very enthusiastic about training that can enhance his strength. Instead, he is very interested in helping the elderly. Shisui thought that this might be the reason why Obito noticed the need to help the elderly. Shisui. After entering the Uchiha clan, you can gradually meet acquaintances of the same age. Uchiha Taihuo greeted Shisui after seeing him, but he was a little confused when he saw Obito standing next to Shisui. Taihuo. Shisui also greeted. Then I'll go home first. Obito was in a hurry to go back to see his grandmother, so he said goodbye to Shisui and went back. He didn't say hello to Uchiha Tetsuka, because the two of them were not familiar with each other yet. Shisui nodded and said, "Shisui, why are you with him?" Uchiha Tetsuka asked curiously. Before this exam, Obito had always been a weird Uchiha in his eyes. He didn't know how to make progress despite his poor grades. He looked silly and his behavior was not like that of an Uchiha at all. After the exam, there were no more labels, but he still thought that Obito was a strange Uchiha. This was not his own idea, but it was recognized by Uchiha of the same age as him. "What's wrong?" Shisui asked. "Well, I just feel a little surprised. After all, he is that Uchiha Obito." Uchiha Tetsuka thought for a while and said, "In fact, after getting to know him, you will find that Obito is a very good person," Shisui said. Shisui didn't explain too much and went back home after a few words. Could it be that Obito's strength has improved because Shisui taught him some training secrets? Uchiha Taihuo thought as he watched Shisui leave. He was a little unwilling to be defeated by Obito, and he has been working hard to practice recently, just to save face in the final exam. In the morning, Shisui and Obito got up early and went to the training place in the South Forest. As Shisui thought, Miyu arranged a lot of physical training for him. Push-ups and squats are the basics, and he also has to swim and run around Konoha. The amount of training is beyond Shisui's imagination. Is it a bit excessive for me to do such training at my age? Shisui couldn't help asking. Although some people say that the ninja body has unlimited potential, in fact, excessive training will leave hidden injuries to the body. After hearing Shisui say this, Obito came over curiously to take a look, and was stunned by what he saw, and suddenly felt that his training was very easy. Of course, it is impossible to train so much normally, but I have a special secret medicine that can relieve fatigue after exercise and treat the body, Miyu said. Shisui didn't know that this was actually a reward from Miyu for giving him a good reward. Because the secret medicine provided by the system is limited, Miyu has to keep 2 for future research, and the rest will be 1 less. Among Miyu's 3 disciples, only Might Guy can only go the way of physical training, and he originally left all to Might Guy. However, seeing that Shisui performed so well, he decided to take out 2 pills for Shisui to strengthen his training. Shisui has the highest potential among the current disciples. Miyu hopes that Shisui will enter the explosive growth period as soon as possible, so that the chakra provided by the apprentice will be considerable. Secret medicine. Shisui was a little surprised. If it was a secret medicine with special effects, it would be reasonable. Based on Miyu's usual training plan, he is not a teacher who will stack the training volume without reason. Teacher Miyu, how much is this secret medicine? My family left me a lot of money, Shisui asked. Although his grandparents and parents are gone, all the assets are left to him. You don't have to worry about this. Your serious completion of training is the best reward for me, Miyu said with a smile. Looking at Muyu's sincere expression, Shisui was very moved. He could feel that this was Muyu's words from the heart. To be honest, Muyu brought him more warmth than his uncle. Requesting various data. Chapter 57. The real exam started before entering the examination room. The physical training was much harder than Shisui wanted. Before this, he usually only exercised by running, and rarely ran to exhaustion. But today was different. Shisui almost did all the exercises for every part of his body. After doing 800 push-ups, Shisui felt that his arms no longer belonged to him. After 800 squats, his legs felt as heavy as lead. After 800 sit-ups, his abdomen was swollen and painful. After completing all these basic exercises, Shisui, who was sitting against the tree, felt that he had lost control of his body. Usually, he didn't feel anything when he watched Might Guy train hard, but when he went up himself, he knew how uncomfortable it was. In the end, he was almost relying on his will to hold on. His body's perception was already very vague, and he was only relying on his will to complete mechanical repetitive movements. Shisui almost couldn't help wanting to use chakra to assist in the exercise. It was too tiring. Imagine that the sweat that keeps flowing blurs your eyes, and the salt in it makes your eyes a little uncomfortable. Every movement of your heavy limbs is a test of your will and strength, but you can't stop yet, because you haven't reached the training goal yet. 412, 413. Looking at Might Guy, who was still doing frog jump training not far away, Shisui couldn't help but admire him. He and Might Guy started training almost at the same time. Might Guy's movements are more difficult to complete than his. He only does push-ups, while Might Guy puts a stone on his back with weights when doing push-ups. Even so, Might Guy still does more than him in the same period of time, and after he is exhausted, Might Guy still has spare energy to continue exercising. In fact, even if it is a pure physical battle, Shisui will not lose to Might Guy, and he is even better than Might Guy, but if it is just a comparison of physical strength, he is much worse than Might Guy. When Might Guy was resting, Shisui couldn't help asking, "Akai, you must have trained often before. You can complete such a large amount of training." Might Guy nodded and replied, "I started before I went to the ninja school. My father took me to train together." Hearing Might Guy's words, Shisui felt a little melancholy and envious, because he had lost his parents at that age. Shisui believed that if his parents were still alive at that time, they would have taught him ninja knowledge. "Shisui, do you feel too tired to complete it? I have a training secret here. Do you want to hear it?" Might Guy decided to give Shisui the training method passed down to him by his father. Without the same clan relationship as Obito and Shisui, he did not have much contact with Shisui, but they often trained and ate together. Might Guy already thought that Shisui was a trustworthy companion. What secret? Shisui became interested. Practice self-discipline and treat these completed trainings as a challenge. If you fail to complete the challenge, you must accept the punishment. For example, if you fail to complete 3000 push-ups on time, you can punish yourself by doing 500 more. Might Guy said. Putting shackles on yourself to force yourself is indeed a very good way to exercise. Shisui thought for a while and said. He felt that Might Guy's method was similar to Muyu's combat exercises. Shisui didn't expect that Might Guy, who looked careless, could think of this method to motivate himself. Very good, this is what my father taught me. Every time I encounter a challenge that is difficult to complete, I must exercise self-discipline. Might Guy scratched his head and smiled. Then your father must be a very powerful jonin. Shisui praised. He felt that Might Guy's father could not be bad to raise a son like Might Guy. Haha, just a genin, but I think my father is very powerful. Might Guy laughed. Although he is only a genin of 10,000 years, this does not prevent Might Guy from believing in his father's strength. Genin. Shisui looked a little surprised, and became more curious about Might Guy's father. According to Might Guy's age, his father must be over 28, and over 30 is normal. It is rare for him to be a genin at this age. I have a chakra application technique for physical skills here, let's discuss it. Shisui said in return. Ninja school, in the classroom of the first grade. The first course of ninjutsu theory is over here. There are still 2 weeks before the final exam. Next, we should review and prepare for the final exam. Miyu said. Originally, it was supposed to be finished a week ago, but Miyu spoke faster, so 2 weeks of review time were left. Teacher Miyu, don't forget my dumplings. Hongdu said. As long as you do well in the exam, you will get dumplings. Miyu said with a smile. Teacher Miyu, I want to eat snacks. Gang Zisha raised his hand and said. You should prepare for the exam well, and you will get rewards. Miyu sorted out the lesson plan and said. Ring, ring, the bell for the end of get out of class rang soon, and along with the bell for the end of get out of class, there was also a message from the system. Lecture completed. Evaluation, A. Reward, Fire Escapee Phoenix Claw Red. Miyu picked up the lesson plan and nodded secretly in his heart. This can be regarded as a more practical fire escape ninjutsu. I have to review for 2 weeks. I feel tired just thinking about it. Gang Zisha complained. Then don't review. Anyway, you're not listening in class. Shen Yu Chuyun suggested. Because Gang Zisha is unreliable, Shen Yu Chuyun feels that he has to rely on himself to find a girlfriend. He has already found out that the girl from the neighbor's house is also in the ninja school, in the 6th class of the first year. He plans to get the first place in the theoretical exam, and then approach as the first. Although Gang Zisha scored a few points lower than him in the last exam, he was almost the same as him in the recent mock exam. Shen Yu Chuyun felt that Gang Zisha was a strong rival for the first place, so he wanted Gang Zisha to give up the idea of reviewing. Don't review. This sounds good. I heard from my senior cousin that sometimes you don't review for the exam and face the exam with a more relaxed attitude, and you will do better in the exam. Gang Zisha nodded and said. In fact, Gang Zisha's first complaint was to pave the way for this sentence. He wanted Shinayu Izumo to give up the idea of reviewing, and then he would win the first place. Because he had already boasted in front of Mai Huai that he could get the first place in theory, and Shinayu Izumo was his rival for the first place. Hey, is that really the case? Hongdu was a little moved. She felt that reviewing for 2 weeks was very tiring. Gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo nodded in approval. Shisui, do you review for exams normally? Hongdu asked Shisui behind him. Shisui shook his head. He remembered everything in class. Seeing Shisui, who got the first place in theory in the last exam, say this, Hongdu's eyes lit up instantly. She felt that she really didn't need to review. Then let's go out and play together this weekend. Hongdu invited the 2 good brothers. No, I have something to do at home this weekend. Gang Zisha shook his head and refused. He didn't want to go out and play. He just wanted to study and review to get the first place. What about you, Izumo? Hongdu looked at Shinayu Izumo. Kamatsuki Izumo also shook his head and said, my family has a lot of things going on lately, so I can't go. After finally convincing him not to review, he would of course study hard at home. Is that so? Then I'll find someone else to play with. Hongdu didn't doubt what the 2 said. The real exam had already begun outside the venue, and Hongdu had been eliminated. Chapter 58 Don't Hurt Each Other. Finally finished. Obito, who finally finished the last question, couldn't help but cheer. After more than 10 days of hard work, he finally finished the questions in installments. From today on, he no longer has to do questions every day. What's finished? Uchiha Obito, what are you yelling about? Get up and answer the question. Iketani Yang, who was frightened by Obito, said unhappily. But to his surprise, Obito got the answer right, so Iketani had to nod and let Obito sit down and listen to the class carefully. Rin, let's go out to play tonight. Obito, who sat down, laughed. Tonight? Tomorrow is Saturday. How about going out to play tomorrow? Nohara Rin said. Ah? Is it the weekend again? Obito asked with wide eyes and a look of shock. He had just finished the questions for the installment. How come it was the weekend again? Obito, you have been confused recently. Today is already Friday. Nohara Rin said jokingly. She saw Obito's recent efforts. He was really different from before. Finally, it's the weekend. I feel, the class time passed very slowly, and the weekend passed in the blink of an eye. Yes, those long holidays during the semester didn't feel as long as the 5 days of school. Obito. The joys and sorrows of humans are not shared, he just thinks they are noisy. He felt that his time from Monday to Friday was stolen. Every time he was conscious, it was Friday and school was about to end, and then it was an extremely long weekend. Rin, let's do it tonight. I have to practice during the day tomorrow, and I may not have much energy at night. Obito said weakly. As the final exams are approaching, weekend training is even more difficult than before. When he was fighting with Might Guy before, he could still pull through the terrain of the forest, but later he was arranged to the large flat ground, and he could only rely on speed and body skills. So Obito decided to go out with Nohara Rin tonight, and Friday's training was relatively easy. Is that so? Let's do it today. I'll find you after school and dinner, and then we'll go find Kakashi together. Nohara Rin nodded and said. Obito wanted to ask why Kakashi was there, but he opened his mouth and didn't ask in the end. Maybe he felt that no one wanted to play with Kakashi, so he brought him along. Obito thought to himself. After school, Obito went to the training ground as usual, and he was still the last to arrive. It was still the same as before, first doing various physical exercises, push UPS, pull UPS, squats, etc. After a certain period of exercise, it was time to fight. Today I will change the rules of the battle. Miyu called Might Guy Obito together and said. Every time you hit the opponent will add 2 questions and you will reduce 1 question. The battle time is 7 minutes. Add 2 questions for each hit, and it will take another 7 minutes. Obito seemed to see a mountain of questions rushing towards him. Before, he only had to answer 1 question for each hit, and the battle only took 5 minutes, but this time it was doubled. The only advantage is that hitting the opponent can reduce 1 question, as long as the number of hits is enough, no questions need to be answered. The problem is that he has been at a disadvantage in the previous battles. He was glad that he had foresight and asked Nohara Rin to play tonight. According to this intensity, he will be exhausted by the weekend and it will take several days to recover. Sharingan Sharingan. Obito kept muttering, eager to open the Uchiha blood limit. Mr. Miyu, what about the 50 questions I have when I start the battle? Might Guy looked at Miyu expectantly. Reduce to 40. Miyu replied. For the sake of balance, it cannot be removed directly for the time being, because Might Guy's physical skills are much stronger than Obito's. Although it was not directly cancelled, at least there were 10 fewer questions, and Might Guy was still very happy. And you can use exercise to offset the questions, up to 60% of the questions can be offset. 300 push UPS can offset 1 question, and other sports can also be offset. Miyu added. 1 hit will become 2 questions, which will make the number of questions swell all of a sudden. Miyu decided to use exercise to offset questions to recover the swollen questions. After all, the original intention of doing questions is to improve the learning of the 2 and master more knowledge, rather than a pure punishment mechanism. He has to talk about those questions, not just do them. Offset 60%. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he felt stressed when he heard that there was only one question after 300 push UPS. 300 for one question? Ha ha ha. Might Guy burst out laughing, so he must have maxed out 60%. Looking at the laughing Might Guy, Obito, who was about to show a face full of tears, was inspired and said calmly. Teacher Miyu, this is not right. The exercise offset questions should be intended to give us better exercise. This should be based on the individual's training progress. How can a specific number be fixed? He didn't want to do a bunch of questions alone. Obito, what you said makes sense. Then, Akai, let's do 1000 to offset one question. Miyu thought about it and felt it was okay. Might Guy looked at Obito with a question mark on his face, and the smile on his face froze. Akai, I know, you must want to get better exercise, right? No need to thank me. Obito smiled and gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Well, Obito, you must also be eager for an all-out battle. Might Guy began to stretch his legs to warm up, ready to fight with 120% of his effort. The battle ended 7 minutes later. Obito has 100 questions, and Kai has 20. Miyu announced the result of the battle. I know Obito, you want more questions to study, right? No need to thank me. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Obito suddenly wanted to slap himself 7 minutes ago. What did you want? Now, both of us are hurt. There are too many questions, and it is definitely impossible to finish them in one day. I can only offset some of them with training and some of them in installments. Since Nohara-rin said that she wanted to go to play with Kakashi together, Obito simply asked Might Guy if he wanted to go together. Anyway, it was no longer a date between him and Nohara-rin, and Might Guy and Kakashi had a good relationship. What Obito didn't expect was that Might Guy refused, saying that he had made an appointment with Shisui to run at night to exercise today. However, they still met in the evening. When they were playing, they ran into Shisui and Might Guy who were running. Shisui, trust me, try my tights next time, it is very suitable for exercise. Might Guy tried to sell his green tights. Shisui looked at Might Guy who was posing, and imagined himself wearing this green tights, and shook his head and refused. It was too weird. Who is next to Guy? Kakashi asked, looking at the figure next to Might Guy that he had never seen before. Our Uchiha genius, a person who is more talented than you. Obito said deliberately. Hehe, then what are you, the last one in Uchiha? Kakashi said lightly. Chapter 59 Somewhat redundant Nohara-rin. I am not the last one in Uchiha. I ranked 3rd in the actual combat of the grade last time. Seeing that Kakashi's impression of him was still stuck in the time before he studied with Miyu, Obito directly revealed his last test results. If the 3rd is also considered the last one, then there are only 2 people in the grade who are not the last one, and I was careless last time, and I will definitely be the first next time. Obito said unconvinced. Kakashi was slightly stunned. Of course, the 3rd in the grade was not the last one. Thinking about Obito's performance in the youth ninjutsu competition, he felt that the 3rd place was quite normal. However, Kakashi couldn't stand Obito's arrogance, so he said. I really don't know if 3rd place is the last one, because I have always been first. I don't know what it feels like to be 3rd. Obito opened his mouth and found that he couldn't refute it, because this was the fact. When Kakashi was in school, he had absolute dominance in the school and was always first. By the way, did you rank 3rd in the theory exam? I also ranked 1st in the theory exam. Kakashi added. Obito felt like an arrow shot in the heart. Theory was his eternal pain. Not to mention 3rd place, he barely passed because of Miyu's tutoring. Although his theoretical results were really bad, Obito would not admit it to Kakashi, so he said stubbornly. I didn't sleep well the day before the last theoretical exam, so I did a little worse than the actual test, but this time it must be different. How much worse is a little worse? I won't even pass it. Kakashi, who knew Obito very well, said deliberately. As he expected, Obito exploded immediately. No, I just passed. Obito retorted. This was his first time passing. Just passing means I'm a little short of the third place. You're a little too much. Kakashi couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Obito was silent. If he could become Hokage, he would definitely issue an order to abolish the theoretical exams in the ninja school. It was too torturous. Obito has been working hard recently. I see he's studying every day. His final exam results may improve dramatically. Nohara Rin spoke for Obito. Obito, who was a little depressed, instantly recovered and felt that the world was so beautiful. Looking at the backs of Might Guy and Shisui who were gradually going away, they both felt a little cute. No, Kai and Shisui are exercising, and I'm wasting time bickering with Kakashi. Obito suddenly thought of a question. As one grows stronger, the other loses. Might Guy will definitely become stronger than him. By then, he will have more questions to do and no time to play with Nohara Rin. If you play with Lin, you will have to do more questions. If you do more questions, you will have no time to play with Lin. Therefore, if you play with Lin, you will have no time to play with Linear. Obito came up with such a strange logical chain in his mind. Obito didn't understand why Might Guy and Shisui would exercise together at night. One of them was from the same clan as him, and the other was his classmate. Why did he feel like an outsider? Obito recalled and found that he seemed to be called, but he wanted to play with Lin, so he refused. Obito was very entangled at this time, thinking about how to solve this problem. Then he saw Kakashi and an idea came to his mind. No matter how much he denied it or how hard he said, Obito had to be sure in his heart that Kakashi was really amazing. Graduating at the age of 5 and becoming a chunin at the age of 6, when they were still in the second grade of the ninja school, Kakashi had already been promoted to chunin, the same level as the school teacher. If he could learn something from Kakashi, he might be able to gain an advantage in the battle with Might Guy. Kakashi, if your opponent is faster and stronger than you, how should you deal with it? Obito asked Kakashi. Keep your distance and use ninjutsu. Kakashi replied. Only use taijutsu. Obito added a condition. Why don't I use ninjutsu if I know it? Kakashi refused to answer. Obito scratched his scalp and yelled at the damn Kakashi in his heart. Because at that time, my chakra was almost gone and I couldn't use ninjutsu. Obito thought for a while and said. Then fight him head on. Why? We are at a disadvantage in both strength and speed. How can we win by fighting head on? Obito was very confused. This way you can die more heroically. Do you think taijutsu doesn't need chakra? Kakashi replied unceremoniously. Obito was a little crazy. This damn Kakashi didn't play by the rules at all. Feeling that the joke was enough, Kakashi said. Since your physical strength and speed are not as good as the enemy, you must focus on your body movements and skills. The so-called battle is nothing more than how I can hit the enemy and how to prevent the enemy from hitting me. Body movements can allow you to avoid the enemy's attacks and avoid injuries, and stronger skills can be used when attacking. To make up for the lack of strength. Obito felt that what Kakashi said made sense, but it seemed that he didn't say anything. Thinking carefully, he had heard similar words from Miyu. Are you going to participate in a competition where only physical skills can be used? Is there anyone stronger than you? Kakashi speculated. It's not a competition, it's a practical test. Both of my rivals are good at physical skills. Obito didn't tell Kakashi the truth. He felt that if Kakashi knew that it was a combat punishment, he might not help him and just watch him do the questions with a smile. If you really want to improve your physical skills, I don't mind helping you, but I'm afraid you can't bear the hardship. Kakashi said. I, Uchiha Obito, am least afraid of suffering. Obito smiled when he heard Kakashi's words. What kind of suffering can be more painful than doing 100 questions in one battle? My suffering is greater than yours, Kakashi. Then Kakashi took the two to a nearby training ground. Next, I will fight you without using ninjutsu, but I will not hold back. Are you sure you want me to help you train? Kakashi asked at last. Just use your full strength. Obito said indifferently. He just wanted to test Kakashi's strength. There is no doubt that Kakashi is better at ninjutsu, so Obito thinks that the gap should not be too big in a pure physical duel. Okay, then I'll start. Seeing that Obito said so, Kakashi decided to fulfill Obito's wish. The next moment, Kakashi appeared in front of Obito with the instant body technique, and kicked Obito, who had not yet reacted, away. Obito, who was still chatting with Nohara-rin just now, was a little confused. He patted the dust on his body and said, I was careless and didn't dodge. Continue. A minute later, Obito's body was covered with dust and several shoe prints. Because Nohara-rin was watching, even if he fell several times in a minute, Obito could still pretend to be relaxed and stand up and shout to continue. Nohara-rin looked at the two people who had already entered the state, and she seemed to be a little redundant here. P.S. Please read and vote for the monthly ticket, and ask for various data. Don't keep reading on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, it's a life and death moment, please. Recommend a friend's Bleach fanfiction. Title, Bleach, Sunny and Cheerful Big Boy. Chapter 60 Learning the Sealing Technique. After finishing the disciple training on Sunday afternoon, Miyu went to the main city. Instead of going home, he went directly to Minato's house. When eating at Miyu's place last night, Kushina and Minato told Miyu that they had practiced the braised pork almost to the point and were going to start making it officially tomorrow afternoon. Miyu could go over and have a look when she was free. When Miyu arrived, the two had just finished cooking the pork belly and were preparing to color it with soy sauce. When Miyu was about to step forward to help, she was stopped by Kushina. Miyu, just watch. If there is anything wrong with the steps, you can tell me. No need to help. Kushina said. Every night at Miyu's house, Kushina was embarrassed to ask Miyu for help. Minato took a fruit plate and poured a glass of water for Miyu and smiled gently. Miyu, you don't need to help today, be the invigilator for once. Minato and Kushina had the same idea and thought that they should do it themselves this time. Then I'm going to be lazy. Miyu said with a smile. You can use a skewer to poke some small holes in the skin and then pour soy sauce. This way, the braised pork will be more flavorful and will be more fluffy when fried later. Miyu reminded. Kushina and Minato realized that they had forgotten such a small detail. With Miyu's reminder, Kushina and Minato completed each step in an orderly manner, frying and slicing, seasoning, steaming. When the two were done, it was already dark. Although this braised pork tastes good, it is really troublesome to make. Miyu, you should be very hungry. Kushina asked. Compared to some of the home-cooked dishes she usually makes, braised pork is much more troublesome. It is obviously a dish, but it has to go through 3 procedures of boiling, frying and steaming. It's okay, after all, I'm just watching from the side. Miyu replied. While the two were talking, Minato brought up the braised pork. Next, please ask Teacher Miyu to give the score. Minato joked. You've been busy for so long, why don't you taste the fruits of your labor first? Miyu didn't rush to taste it, but chose to let Minato Kushina eat first. Then let's eat together. Kushina, who was already very hungry, decided not to do so much nonsense. The 3 of them quickly served the rice and said, I'm starting, and started eating directly. Yes, it's this kind of fat but not greasy feeling. Picking up a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth, and then taking a mouthful of rice with chopsticks, Kushina showed an excited expression on her face, full of a sense of accomplishment. She felt that her time was not wasted, and she successfully learned a delicious dish. Although she felt that Muyu's cooking was still more delicious, Kushina felt that there was no one in the world who cooked better than Muyu, and it was normal to be a little worse than the world's best. When Jiraiya comes back, I must make it for him to taste, Minato said while eating. Minato was also very satisfied with this dish of braised pork, so he wanted to share it with Jiraiya. Well, it's very well done, without any major flaws. Muyu also praised it after tasting it. It's not that he was just trying to win favor, but this dish was originally a simple home-cooked dish, and with him giving instructions, the finished product would naturally not be bad. But soon an awkward situation occurred. The awkward scene was that the braised pork was quickly eaten, and the three of them stared at each other. Sorry, I forgot to cook other dishes. Looking at the empty plate, Minato came to his senses. I was too focused and forgot about it. Kushina smiled embarrassedly. Let me cook 2 dishes. Muyu stood up and said. This is not good. You are a guest. How can you let the guests cook? Kushina was a little tempted, but felt that this was not good. Then do you want me to go home and cook and bring it over? Muyu asked with a smile. I'll wash the vegetables. Minato stood up silently. Kushina thought about the taste of Muyu's cooking, and finally nodded uncontrollably. Muyu, aren't you interested in sealing techniques? What sealing techniques have you been learning recently? I can teach you some sealing techniques. Kushina, who was sitting at the dining table and doing nothing, couldn't help asking. Kushina was really embarrassed to eat at her home, and wanted to repay Muyu. I'm still reading various theoretical books. Do you have any recommended sealing techniques? It's best if they are available in the library. Muyu thought for a while and said. If you haven't started learning yet, how about I teach you an introductory sealing technique of our Uzumaki clan? I can also test your talent for sealing techniques. If you learn it within a day, you are a genius in sealing techniques. If you learn it within a week, you have the talent for sealing techniques. If it takes more than a month, it is not recommended to waste time on sealing techniques. Kushina said. Then how long did it take you to learn it, Kushina? Muyu asked while simmering oil in a pan. 1 day. Kushina answered proudly, and she waited for Muyu to ask. Then you are a genius in sealing techniques. Muyu praised. Generally, I have learned most of the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan. Kushina said generally, and the smile on the corner of her mouth could no longer be controlled. After dinner, Kushina handed Muyu a scroll, and then went to wash the dishes, and Minato explained it to Muyu. Muyu listened very seriously, more seriously than ever before. This sealing technique is called one-finger speed seal, which can create a seal that seals chakra very quickly, but the binding force is not strong and it is easy to break through. It is not very practical and is generally only used for entry-level training. Minato explained. I don't know if Minato's sealing technique is good at teaching or Muyu has a talent for sealing techniques. He feels that this one-finger seal seems quite simple. Muyu did not show this aspect, but just asked questions from time to time. On Monday, Gang Zisha went to the ninja school early. Seeing that Shenyu Izumo had not come yet, he nodded with satisfaction. He put a novel on the table and started reading. When he felt that Shenyu Izumo was about to come, Gang Zisha put away the textbook and only left the novel on it. Zisha, didn't you say you don't need to review? Why are you here to read so early? Shenyu Izumo, who studied until 1 o'clock in the morning last night, asked in surprise. Gang Zisha raised the novel in his hand and said, How can I review? This is a new ninja novel that has been published recently. It's very interesting. Kamizuki Izumo looked at the cover pattern and the title of the book and then he felt relieved and said with a smile. Reading novels to relax is indeed a good choice. It turns out that Zisha likes to read novels. I will buy him a best-selling novel tomorrow and let him read it for 2 weeks. Shinayu Izumo thought to himself. He felt that the first place was getting more and more stable. Izumo, why do you look listless? You didn't stay up late to study, did you? This is not good for your health and not conducive to the exam. Gang Zisha asked with concern. No, I forgot the time when I was playing games with my cousins last night and went to bed very late. Shinayu Izumo said naturally. Playing games to relax is not bad. Gang Zisha smiled and felt that the first place was getting more and more stable. It's good to like playing games. He decided to ask more about various games after school and try to let Shinayu Izumo play various games every day for 2 weeks. What novel or game? Hongdu, who entered the classroom, became interested. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday are really important, please read on. Chapter 61 Sealing Technique Talent. Seal. In the forest of the southern border on Monday afternoon, Miyu was practicing the one-finger seal taught by Kushina. Since it was a sealing technique used to seal chakra, Miyu used his shadow clone to experiment. I can't condense chakra, it's successful. The shadow clone responded. But I feel that I can break through it with full strength. The shadow clone added. Miyu nodded. No wonder Minato said that this sealing technique has no practical value. Although he just learned it, it can be instantly broken by the shadow clone with only half of his chakra. This restraint strength is also unparalleled. But it can be considered learned. Do I have a talent for sealing techniques? Miyu thought in his heart. The sealing technique was given by Kushina last night, and he practiced it today. According to Kushina, he is a genius in sealing techniques. Strictly speaking, he had only practiced for less than half a day. He practiced for a while last night and a short time this afternoon. Many speculations flashed through Miyu's mind, whether it was the original owner's own talent, his own talent, or a combination of the two. The result. It doesn't matter what the reason is, because this is absolutely good news. Even if he doesn't look to the future to learn those powerful sealing techniques, and is limited to the present, he can see the dawn of breaking the root curse. After reading books related to sealing techniques and curses, and learning another sealing technique, Miyu already knows that curses are actually a small category of sealing techniques. The seal of the root of tongue disaster is essentially a sealing technique, which is a more special sealing technique. Sealing techniques can generally be solved in 2 ways. The first is to break through directly through the strong chakra, and the second is to remove the seal with the corresponding seal breaking technique. Miyu thinks that it is unreliable to break the seal by chakra, because the level of the seal of the root of tongue disaster is not low. If he can break through it by force, it may not be difficult to kill Danzo. So Miyu is ready to learn more sealing techniques, and then study his own seal of the root of tongue disaster, and finally develop the seal breaking technique of the seal of the root of tongue disaster. He deliberately left a ninjutsu proficiency scroll unused just to prepare for the sealing technique. The system rewards him with a certain amount of corresponding property change knowledge for the chakra attribute ninjutsu he has not mastered, so Miyu speculates that if he directly upgrades a certain sealing technique to the proficient level, he can also gain some sealing technique knowledge. Miyu is not going to use the proficiency scroll on the one-finger seal. He feels that this sealing technique should be equivalent to the 3-body technique in the sealing technique. It is really a bit of a loss to use the proficiency scroll on this sealing technique. After finishing the disciples' training, Miyu went directly to the main city. Since Kushina and Minato invited him to dinner yesterday, Miyu naturally called the two to his home for dinner. Today, Miyu made pepper fried eggs, tempura, and potato stew. Miyu's personal favorite is pepper fried eggs, which is a dish his mother often made for him in his previous life. Miyu can be said to like eating eggs very much. He can accept steaming, boiling, frying, and frying. In addition, he also likes spicy food, so there are few chive fried eggs in his family, basically pepper fried eggs. First, beat the eggs in a bowl, quickly beat the foam with chopsticks, then pour the chili directly into the egg liquid and stir, then pour it into the pot. Although he has surpassed his master with the chef's skills, every time he makes this dish, he will recall the relevant memories of his previous life. Muyu, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid of being spicy by the food you cook? Kushina joked when she saw Muyu picking up the chili fried egg and not eating it. It's amazing, chili and eggs can be so delicious when fried like this. Minato praised. If he were to cook, he would definitely not be able to combine chili and eggs together, let alone fry them so roughly. Yes, chili fried eggs are delicious. Muyu stopped recalling, smiled gently, and then put a piece of chili fried eggs into his mouth. Yeah, delicious. The three chatted while eating, and finally talked about the sealing technique that Muyu was learning. Muyu, can you perform that one-finger seal now? Kushina asked. Muyu shook his head and said, every time I rehearse in my mind, it goes smoothly, but I just can't use it smoothly. I feel like something is missing. Muyu didn't plan to tell what he learned in half a day, which was a bit shocking, because Kushina said that she learned it in one day. Where Kushina is, there must be surveillance by the Anbu, and he didn't want to be too exaggerated. He planned to pretend that he had practiced it in 7 days, so that he would not be too talented, and it would also show that he had a talent for sealing. This is normal. Few people can learn it in one day. Your situation is normal. Minato comforted. He was worried that Muyu would be affected by Kushina's previous words, causing problems with his mentality. Yes, as long as you can learn it within a month, there will be no problem. Kushina added. If you don't understand, just ask us, you're welcome. Kushina said while eating. Minato also nodded, indicating that there was no problem. I hope you don't mind the trouble. Muyu said with a smile. Thursday afternoon, Konoha South Forest. Obito has 85 questions, Might Guy has 30 questions. Muyu announced the results of this afternoon's battle. Only 85 questions. Obito couldn't help showing excitement on his face. He felt that the beating he received from Kakashi was not in vain. This was the time with the least questions after the battle rules were changed, which showed that he had improved, being beaten less and hitting more. Obito was going to use training to offset 40%, doing 10% on the day, and the remaining 50% in installments. After the distribution, he even felt that there were not many questions. There are actually 30 questions. Might Guy clenched his fists in disbelief. This was the most questions after the rules were changed. Even if the ratio of questions to training was maximized, he still had to do 12 questions. Not bad, you have all made great progress. If you want to do the questions in installments today, you can waive the interest. Muyu said with a smile. Obito's eyes lit up instantly, and he felt that he could do more in installments. Might Guy thought about it and thought that there was no interest in installments. Isn't this a free gift? If you don't share it, you won't share it. So he also applied for installments with Muyu. After the training, Might Guy found Shisui, hoping that he could help him with some intensive training. Obito's progress gave him a strong sense of crisis. Although he still had a great advantage, Obito was not allowed to use ninjutsu during the battle, and he didn't even have half of his strength. Might Guy remembered what Muyu had said before, that fighting is also an important part of improving strength, not a training type fight like with Obito, but a real fight with all one's strength. All strength? Shisui asked. Might Guy nodded to confirm. Then I'm going to attack. Shisui informed him in advance. Might Guy also tightened his muscles, ready to burst out with physical skills at any time. But the next moment after Shisui finished speaking, a big tree drilled out of the ground and tied up Might Guy. While Might Guy was still wondering what ninjutsu Shisui used, the big tree that tied him up suddenly disappeared, and Shisui had already put a kunai on his neck, and the battle was over. Might Guy understood what had just happened. He was hit by Shisui's illusion. The road to the strongest is still long. Might Guy, who was killed in one blow, thought. Please, Come again. Although the road is long, Might Guy will not admit defeat. Book recommendation: something is wrong with this Hyuga in Konoha. Traveled through time and space to become a branch of the Hyuga clan, hated by Sarutobi at the beginning, and has a close friend from Uchiha, a beginning full of buffs. Let's see how the protagonist changes his fate. Chapter 62 Forever Friday. Obito, have you encountered any good things recently? You seem to be in a good mood. Nohara-rin saw that Obito was particularly happy today, so she asked curiously. Of course it's because good days are coming. Obito said with a smile. Although the questions seem to increase after the battle rules are changed, they are offset by training. There are also installment questions, and the number of questions done every day has not changed much. Now that he is getting stronger, there are fewer and fewer questions, and there are offsets and installments. It doesn't mean that good days are coming. Obito, you finally remembered the date. Do you want to go out and play together tomorrow? Nohara-rin thought that the good day Obito was talking about was the weekend, so she invited him. Date: play together tomorrow. Obito looked a little confused, and then thought of a terrible possibility. Today is Friday again. Obito asked Nohara-rin. Yes, isn't the good day you mentioned Obito the weekend? Nohara-rin nodded and asked. Obito was silent. He felt that yesterday was still Sunday. How come today is Friday again? In a trance, Obito remembered that he had experienced this scene several times. Am I trapped in a world with only Fridays and weekends? Obito held his head and couldn't accept the fact. What's wrong with you, Obito? You look very distressed. Nohara-rin was a little confused. How could a student show a painful expression when the weekend comes? Isn't it good to have a holiday? Because I love school and study too much, I feel very uncomfortable when I think about not being able to go to school. Obito forcefully explained. Obito would not tell Nohara-rin for fear of accumulating a lot of questions on the weekend and not being able to finish such a shameful thing. So Obito, you love studying so much? Nohara-rin was a little surprised, feeling that this might be related to Obito's progress this semester. Then are you going to play tomorrow? Nohara-rin asked. Let's go tonight. Obito replied. After the rule change, he really didn't have the energy to play on the weekend. He practiced and did exercises almost all day during the day, and he didn't want to move at night. Every time he thought of Might Guy practicing by himself after training, Obito felt his scalp tingling. What kind of body and will is this? Won't Kai get tired? Obito looked at Might Guy who was doing exercises with his head down and wondered in his heart. I hope there will be interest-free installments on weekends. Obito thought of yesterday, and then silently prayed to the kind-hearted Miyu immortal in his heart. After school, Obito went to the training place as usual. He was the last one to arrive. Miyu called the three together and arranged the tasks. Kai, kick that tree with all your strength. Miyu casually pointed to a lush tree and said. Might Guy nodded, walked to the tree and directly kicked out a whirlwind kick with a burst of chakra. Pata! The tree fell down, and was kicked off by Might Guy. My strength is strong enough to break a tree. Might Guy was a little surprised. At that time, he thought it was very cool to see Miyu kicking the tree off quickly, but he didn't expect that he could do it so quickly. Then Miyu used ninjutsu to create a big pit, and then filled the pit with water escape, and said to Obito. Obito, use the fireball to attack the pit with all your strength. Obito began to make hand seals as Miyu said, and then spit out a huge fireball, which instantly evaporated all the water in the pit, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. This is the power of the fire escape I released. Obito's eyes widened. This is a puddle several meters wide. 3 months ago, his small fireball couldn't evaporate a half-meter puddle. Then Miyu took them to review a series of training projects such as climbing trees and stepping on water. Obito suddenly found that he had really become much stronger. The water stepping training that once made him extremely embarrassed, he could now run around on it without being knocked over by the waves. He could walk up any tree, no matter how high it was. He could melt ice blocks as big as 2 heads at will, and could use both the Great Fireball and the Great Dragon Fire at will. Finally, Miyu gave Obito and Might Guy a mock test. 60 points, this is my score. Obito looked more dazed when he saw the score on the test paper than when he saw the water evaporated by the fire escape technique. The pit was still surprised. The last time I took the exam, I got 30 points, which was the first time. This 60 points is an unprecedented high score. 54 points. Might Guy shed tears of emotion while holding the test paper. He felt the same as Obito, that is, it was too high, so high that it was a little unreal. Obito couldn't help asking, "Teacher Miyu, you are not really the 6-path sage, right? The hard work for so long was not in vain, everything was rewarded." In terms of nature change, ninjutsu, physical skills, chakra control and even theoretical results, Obito felt that he had become stronger in all aspects, and he became much stronger. At this time, Obito felt that it didn't matter if he did questions every day and trained all day on weekends, because he gained too much. If he continued like this, he might really become the Hokage of Konoha. "You are so nice, do you want to be exempted from interest today?" Miyu asked with a smile. "Hehe, it would be best if it could be exempted tomorrow." Obito smiled. "Although it feels that doing questions is nothing now, it is better to do less." "You're so nice. The special benefit is only for yesterday." Miyu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. "The reason why I suddenly made such a training summary is to let the disciples see their progress, so that they will be more motivated to practice. Timely positive feedback is very important. Miyu plans to make such a training summary every once in a while." The disciples' emotions were raised, and Miyu did not waste it. He directly gave the calligraphy he usually wrote to the 3 disciples. "You gave the disciple Uchiha Obito's handwritten calligraphy." Because the disciple was very grateful for the reward, he got the ninjutsu Earth Style, Earth Spear, proficient level. A lot of experience in practicing Earth Style, Earth Spear appeared in Miyu's mind, and he instantly realized the various uses of this ninjutsu in actual combat. Miyu nodded secretly in his heart, feeling that this reward was good. This is a very practical Earth-style ninjutsu, which can harden any part of the body. It can be said to be an attack and defense in one, and it is extremely practical. Whether it is for defense when being close to the face, or for hardening the attacking part when attacking, it is very useful. Don't forget your original intention. Obito thought for a while, but he didn't think of any special meaning in the end, so he chose not to think about it. God rewards hard work. Might Guy scratched his head and vaguely felt the meaning, and smiled. Even if he didn't count this training summary, he was still full of motivation. The righteous have many helpers, the unrighteous have few helpers. Shisui also didn't understand what Miyu's calligraphy wanted to express. What is the righteous and what is the unrighteous? P.S. Please read and vote for the monthly ticket, and ask for various data. Don't keep reading on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. It's a life and death moment, please. Book recommendation, People in Konoha, Subverting the Ninja World from the Anbu. Hinata Mochizuki woke up from the dungeon and found himself in a situation where he was doomed to die. He just wanted to protect himself but tore off the bright and beautiful veil of Konoha. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. The dragon-slaying boy will eventually become a dragon. He wore a cat-faced mask and an Anbu cape, and stood on the Hokage rock overlooking the village. His dark figure was stretched out by the sunlight, and he whispered to himself, "Use the darkness of Konoha to subvert the ninja world." Chapter 63 Good Brothers. On Sunday evening, Miyu told him about his practice of one-finger seal while preparing dinner. "Have you mastered it?" "Let me count, it's just 7 days." Kushina counted on her fingers and found that Miyu had learned it in just 7 days. You learned it in 7 days, which shows that Miyu has a very good talent for sealing. Kushina said with a smile, happy for Miyu. With such a talent for sealing, if you continue to learn, it will not be difficult to be promoted to a special jonin by sealing. I think I can learn it so quickly, mainly because teacher Kushina and teacher Minato taught well. Miyu said with a smile as she brought the dishes to the table. This can be considered a give and take. Before, Minato and Kushina also jokingly called him Miyu teacher. Hehe, that's right, Minato's sealing technique was taught by me. Kushina said proudly. After getting along well with Minato, Kushina hoped that Minato would become stronger, so she often took Minato to practice sealing techniques together. Under her careful teaching, Minato has become a master of sealing techniques and has mastered many advanced sealing techniques. Maybe I am suitable to be a teacher. Kushina felt that she might have a talent for teaching. She has taught Minato and Miyu sealing techniques in total. Minato has become a master of sealing techniques, and Miyu has also learned one-finger sealing in a week. Teacher Kushina, stop talking and prepare to eat. Minato helped Kushina serve the meal and teased. Student Minato, who told you to talk to the teacher like this? I punish you to pick up food for the teacher. Kushina said, imitating the tone of the teacher in the previous ninja school. Okay. Minato showed a helpless smile and cooperated with Kushina's performance, helping Kushina pick up the dishes. Miyu next to him was in a subtle mood. He was in his home, but he wanted to take the bowl out to eat. If you keep going like this, I'll finish all the dishes. Miyu directly turned on the dry rice mode and ate the rice quickly. He picked up the dishes quickly and put them into his mouth together with the rice, and then repeated this operation. Hey! Seeing that the dishes on the plate were gradually reduced, Kushina and Minato had no time to continue playing role-playing, and began to eat immersively. Soon the three of them finished all the dishes on the table, and then Kushina and Minato went to wash the dishes. Since they ate for free too often, they usually helped Miyu with other tasks, such as washing dishes and vegetables, and Miyu would help when she went to eat with them. After washing the dishes, Kushina asked Miyu to familiarize herself with the one-finger seal and the knowledge of the seal technique on the scroll. In a few days, she would teach Miyu the three-finger seal. The three-finger seal is an advanced version of the one-finger seal. With your talent, you should be able to learn it in a month. Kushina said. Are there 4-finger seals and 5-finger seals above? Miyu felt that the name was a bit sloppy. There is no 4-finger seal, only 5-finger seals. Kushina replied. There really is. If you can master the 5-finger seal, it is not difficult to learn most of the seal techniques, and the 5-finger seal itself is also part of a certain advanced seal technique. Kushina explained. Kushina said this, and Miyu understood the significance of the existence of the one-finger seal and the 3-finger seal. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll prepare the ingredients in advance. Miyu said. Although everyone is already familiar with each other, he has to show some appreciation for Kushina and Minato's teaching of the seal. Braised pork. Kushina replied immediately. Fried mushrooms. Minato thought for a while and replied. Kushina's answer was within his expectations. As for Minato, Miyu felt that he had to remind him that the mushrooms must be cooked, and that he should leave a flying thunder god mark in the Konoha hospital. On Monday, Gang Zisha went to school early. He skillfully placed the novel on the table and began to read. This was the last week. The final exam would be held directly on Monday next week, and he would have a holiday after 3 days of exams. When Shenyu Chuyun was about to come, Gang Zisha put away the book and opened the novel. Zisha, good morning. Shenyu Chuyun smiled and greeted Gang Zisha. Are you reading a novel again? Shenyu Chuyun looked at the book in front of Gang Zisha, and heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that it was a novel. Yes, there is only 1 week before the exam. There is no point in studying at this time. It will only make you anxious. It is better to relax yourself. Gang Zisha replied with a smile. By the way, Chuiyun, I found a good game recently. Come and see if you like it. Gang Zisha said and took out a square iron box from his bag. He learned about the popular game backgammon from many sources. It is said that it is very addictive. After playing one game, you will want to play it again. Shinayu Chuiyun likes to play games. Such an excellent game must be played for a week. Backgammon, I played it once at my relative's house. It was fun. Zisha, you are so loyal. Shinayu Chuiyun was very moved. I didn't expect that the lie he told to cover up his study was remembered by Gang Zisha, which made Shinayu Chuiyun feel a little guilty. How could he? I've bought a lot of good ninja novels recently, and I can't finish them all. I'll give you 3. Shinayu Izumo smiled and took out the novels and handed them to Gang Zisha. Although brotherhood is good, he wants to win the heart of his neighbor's sister more. Since he likes to read novels, he will read novels for a week. Anyway, Gang Zisha said he would relax for a week. These are the hot-selling novels recently, Izumo, you. Looking at the novels handed over by Shinayu Izumo with a smile, Gang Zisha was very moved. His usual disguise was actually taken seriously by Shinayu Izumo, and he even gave him a gift with such a poor excuse. How can you never finish reading novels? The more you read good novels, the less you feel. I have collected various games recently, Izumo, you take it. Gang Zisha was worried that one backgammon board was not enough to play, so he handed a piece of paper to Shinayu Izumo. There were more than a dozen games written on the paper, both indoors and outdoors, and the main feature was a complete range. I'm sorry, Izumo, for my Hawaii. Gang Zisha apologized in his heart. Shisui, do you want to take a novel to relax? I see you are tired from studying every day, and I can't finish all the books in a short time. Gang Zisha asked Shisui behind him. You can also share my games here. Shinayu Izumo also said quickly. But to their regret, Shisui shook his head and declined. Are you two still good brothers? You ask Shisui instead of me, right? Hongdu put her hands on her hips and glared at the two of them. Gang Zisha, Shinayu Izumo. They were afraid that Hongdu would continue like this and her grades would not be as good as last time. Hongdu, maybe you should review. Gang Zisha couldn't help saying. Hongdu was not a threat to him. He was more worried that Hongdu would do too badly in the exam. Why review? Isn't it better not to review? Have you reviewed? Hongdu asked doubtfully. Gang Zisha naturally didn't dare to admit it and shook his head directly. Did you review, Izumo? Hongdu asked again. No. Shinayu Izumo also shook his head. That's it. Hongdu nodded with satisfaction. Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zitai looked at each other, and finally shared the novel and game with Hongdu as Hongdu wished. Good brothers should be like this. Hongdu patted the shoulders of the two and smiled happily. Book recommendation, Heroic Spirit Summoning. I have one more talent. Traveling through time, arriving at the Yuling world, Yeming discovered that he could not only evolve the history of the heroic spirits, but also exchange for key relics. Chapter 64, The Reason Why You Must Get the First Place. Next, you have to do 25 questions every day for 10 consecutive days to pay off all the installments. On the way to the South Forest, Obito was calculating the questions he was carrying. I can't finish them even when I'm on vacation. Obito scratched his hair, feeling a little stressed. Not only are there a lot of old debts, but new debts are also acquired every day, which is very difficult to bear. Obito felt that he would have to do questions every day in his life, if he continued like this. After Obito arrived, Miyu called Might Guy and Obito together and said, "Next week is the final exam, I will change my training plan." Change the training plan? There is only 1 week left, there is no need. Obito was a little nervous. The last time he changed directly from more than 30 questions in one battle to hundreds of questions in one battle, Obito was really a little scared. Temporarily cancel the physical combat and train on your own. Miyu explained the specific changes and then smiled at Obito. Are you sure there is no need to change? I think it is necessary. Obito answered with a serious face. The battle is not important, and the questions are not important, but it is very important for him not to have a battle and not to add new questions. Mr. Miyu, your decision is great. It is simply a stroke of genius and extraordinary planning. Obito used all his life's learning to flatter him, and he didn't know what he was saying at the end. You are exaggerating too much. Miyu knocked Obito's head. There is one more thing. Although we are not fighting now, the previous installment questions must be completed on time. Obito covered the place where he was just knocked and laughed. I promise to complete the task. If being knocked once can reduce the number of questions, he would rather be knocked all over his head than do so many questions for so long. What do you think, Kai? Miyu asked. Obito looked at Might Guy nervously, fearing that Might Guy would say something bad. I think it's good too. Might Guy answered quickly, fearing that Miyu would misunderstand his meaning. Might Guy didn't say anything because he saw that Obito had already said it. Which good person likes to do questions? Obito breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Might Guy nodded, also smiled, and gave a thumbs up. They have reached an agreement. Practice hard, I won't interfere with you this week, you can train according to your own ideas, practice as you want, and leave whenever you want. Miyu said with a smile. So good. Obito felt that Miyu's body was glowing. Shisui, come here. Miyu called Shisui who was practicing over. Shisui stopped practicing and walked over to Miyu. After a month of intensive training, your body has become much stronger, and you can start practicing the new instant body technique. Miyu said. This month, Shisui temporarily put aside other training and spent the whole month training his body. The effect of the huge amount of training is also very obvious. Shisui's body is much stronger than before. Because there is a system secret medicine to repair the body and remove hidden injuries, Miyu can be said to let Shisui challenge his own limits every day. In addition, Shisui is indeed talented in the instant body technique. Miyu thinks that he can pass the shave to Shisui. Hearing that it is the instant body technique that Miyu mentioned before, Obito and Might Guy can't help but start to pay attention to Miyu. Didn't you say that you have to be the first in the actual combat grade? Obito asked. Shisui was rewarded before, and do you think Shisui can't get the first in the grade? Miyu replied with a smile. Obito thought about it and it was true. If he was put in the first grade, he could kill randomly, not to mention Shisui who was stronger than him. With Shisui, the results of the first year practical exam were out before it started, without any suspense. Miyu grabbed Shisui with his hand and shaved him directly to appear more than 10 meters away. Obito couldn't help showing a longing expression when he saw Shave's performance as if he was teleporting in an instant. If he could do such a body flicking technique, how cool would he be in normal times? When others saw him walking into the classroom, he instantly appeared in his seat. When the teacher asked him to go to the podium to answer questions, he could also disappear and appear on the podium in an instant to scare the teacher. Helping grandmas and grandpas walk faster can also make them feel like the wind. I must win the first place in actual combat, let Lin know that I have become very strong, and let the hateful Kakashi not dare to underestimate me again. Obito swore secretly in his heart. He has been ridiculed by Kakashi too many times, and this time he must prove himself. What a fast speed! If I can master this body flicking technique, maybe I can have a chance to defeat Kakashi. Might Guy thought to himself as he watched Miyu disappear in an instant and then appear in the distance. His speed is very fast for Obito, but it is not enough to face Kakashi. Might Guy thinks that if he learns this body flicking technique, he can catch Kakashi off guard with his speed. Even if he can't defeat Kakashi, he won't be as embarrassed as last time. In order to defeat Kakashi, we must obtain this instant body technique and take first place in this practical test. Might Guy's blood was boiling, and he wished he could skip this week, skip the theoretical test, and take the practical test right away. Yu, who was watching Obito and Might Guy with his peripheral vision, nodded secretly in his heart. This was exactly what he the desired effect. Sometimes it is better to let the students take initiative than to set a certain amount of training content. With the reward of the instant body technique as bait, there is no need to worry about lack of motivation. In addition, with Might Guy, an extremely self-conscious training maniac, there is no need to worry that Obito will just give up without his supervision. Watching Might Guy, his classmate's rival, training hard, can Obito leave with peace of mind? This instant body technique is called shave. The main difficulty lies in the multiple bursts of chakra in a short period of time to strengthen the body and achieve high-speed movement. Yu began to concentrate on teaching Shisui the instant body technique. In one piece, shave relies on the reaction force of stomping on the ground dozens of times in a row to move at high speed. When Yu first watched the anime, she felt it was a bit far-fetched, but after thinking about it carefully, with the physique of the pirate world, it is not really possible. The ninja version of shave modified by the system is very ninja. Yu feels that it is a local physical technique with a different name. The ninja version of shave does not rely on the reaction force of stepping on the ground, but uses special chakra techniques to strengthen the legs several times when stepping on the ground quickly, so as to burst out super high speed. It can be seen that the core of the ninja version of shave is the special chakra technique, which is very ninja. Several strengthenings in a short period of time. Shisui was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard of this technique. No wonder Yu asked him to train his body for a month. The instant body technique he learned before was only strengthened once, and he would get tired if he used it too much. This shave is much more advanced than the previous instant body technique. He is very much looking forward to the next practice. If this instant body technique is mastered, the speed will definitely be much faster. Everyone, don't keep reading. The recent life and death moment, after it ends, the good day of bursting will come. Chapter 65. Who is serious about reviewing? On Monday, because it was the day of the exam, Gang Zisha did not go to the ninja school too early. He has been reviewing for 2 weeks, so there is no need to fight for the 10 or 20 minutes in the morning. On the way, Gang Zisha met Shenyu Chuyun, who was also going to school. Chuyun, good morning. Gang Zisha greeted with a bright smile. Good morning, Zisha. Shenyu Chuyun responded with a smile when he saw his good brother. How was your weekend? Or did you review your lessons for 2 days? Gang Zisha asked with a friendly face. Review? Review shit. Shenyu Chuyun said with a big laugh. Shenyu Chuyun asked, are you reviewing? I'm not reviewing. Gang Zisha shook his head and said, who would review before the exam? Can the results of the last-minute review be true ability? Shenyu Chuyun nodded in agreement. The two looked at each other and laughed. Backgammon is so fun. Zisha, you must try it after the exam. Shenyu Chuyun said with the look of a heavy game enthusiast. But in his heart, he thought that this must be stable. Gang Zisha should really not review. His only enemy is Shisui. I'll try it when I have time. The novels I read recently are really good. You can read them when you have time, Izumo. Gang Zisha smiled and recommended novels to Shinayu Izumo, as if he had really read those novels. It should be stable. Izumo really didn't review and was always playing games. My opponent in this exam is only Shisui. Gang Zisha thought to himself. Haha, I will definitely read it when I have time. Shinayu Izumo responded with a smile, feeling very good. What are you two talking about so happily? Hongdu appeared from behind and patted the shoulders of the two. We are talking about how to play on the weekend. Gang Zisha explained with a smile. Play? Didn't you review at all? Hongdu asked. Of course, Hongdu, have you been reviewing these 2 days? Shinayu Azumo asked with a surprised look. No, I just reviewed for a day yesterday. Hongdu thought for a while and said. Actually, she only read for half an hour on Sunday night, but Shinayu Chuyun asked her that she had reviewed for 2 days. Hongdu felt embarrassed to say half an hour, so she lied and said 1 day. Oh, you reviewed for 1 day, that's good. Gang Zisha said with a smile. It was just 1 day, which was totally in no way a threat to him who had reviewed for half a month. Gang Zisha even thought that Hongdu had reviewed less and should have reviewed for the last 2 days. Don't forget your brothers when you get a good test and get a reward from your family. Shinayu Chuyun said with a smile. Hehe, it's not impossible for you to review for your games and novels. Hongdu was in a good mood. Then the 3 of them walked to the ninja school together, talking and laughing, and entered the classroom to wait for the exam to begin. Soon, Muyu and Ueda Aya walked into class 1 of the first year. This time, Muyu was selected to supervise her class. Teacher Muyu. The students in the class greeted Muyu one after another, and Muyu responded with a smile. Are you here to supervise this time, Teacher Muyu? Gang Zisha asked. Muyu nodded in affirmation. Teacher Muyu, can I ask you questions later if I don't understand them? Hongdu asked knowingly. Tap. Muyu tapped Hongdu's head with 2 fingers together and said, You can ask, but the answer is only this. It hurts. Hongdu covered the place where he was tapped and became obedient immediately. Everyone check it out. Check if you have brought the test tools, the test will start in 10 minutes. Muyu reminded. Some cautious students began to check after hearing Muyu's reminder. Teacher Muyu, you are so popular among students. Ueda Aya exclaimed. Just now she noticed that almost all students greeted Muyu. This is a rare situation. After all, there are always some introverted or quiet students in a class of 40. And some people think that so many people are greeting me, and they won't notice me or speak even if I say hello. After all, I am their homeroom teacher. Muyu replied. 10 minutes later, Muyu announced the start of the theoretical exam, and then handed out the test papers with Ueda Aya. The students in Class 1, Grade 1 also gave Muyu face. No one spoke during the entire exam, and they were all doing the questions quietly. Muyu and Ueda Aya took turns to patrol. While patrolling, Ueda Aya curiously glanced at the students who were doing the questions. This quiet atmosphere was still rare. Probably because it was a ninja school, the students were more lively. After watching, Ueda Aya was a little surprised. She looked at a few people casually and felt that the questions were all correct at a glance. Teacher Muyu, the average score of your class in this exam is estimated to lead the whole grade again. Ueda Aya whispered to Muyu what she had just seen. It's hard to say before the test results come out. Maybe the results of other classes are also very good. Muyu responded softly. Although it is true that the grades are good, Muyu thinks it is better to be low-key. When the exam was over and the test papers were collected, the atmosphere in Class 1 was different. It's finally over. Gang Zisha showed a liberated smile. He was also very tired of studying hard every day and trying to make Shenyu Chuyun stop studying. Yes, after the practical exam, there will be a long vacation. Shenyu Chuyun also said with a relaxed smile. After the theory exam, he finally didn't have to act every day to make Gang Zisha stop reviewing. Zisha, Chuyun, how do you feel about the exam? Hongdu asked. It's normal. This exam feels quite difficult. Gang Zisha sighed and said. Yes, there are many questions that I don't have ideas for. I just wrote them casually. I don't know how many points I can get. Shenyu Chuyun showed a worried look on his face. Ah? Is it difficult? I feel it is quite simple. Did yesterday's review work? Hongdu scratched her head and said, why did she feel like she had seen this scene somewhere before? Shisui, how do you feel about the test? Hongdu asked when she saw Shisui preparing to leave. It's just average. Shisui paused and replied. He felt that it was similar to the last test, nothing to say. Why do I have simple ideas? Did I do well in the test? Hongdu felt that the reward ball was getting closer and closer to her. Tomorrow is the practical test. Everyone must perform better and let the female invigilator see our level of ninjutsu. Hongdu remembered their long ago plan to persuade the physical training teacher to quit. Of course, this time we must let the school change a reliable physical training teacher. Gang Zisha nodded and said. In fact, I think it would be good to have teacher Mu Yu teach, but it would be too tiring for teacher Mu Yu, who needs to take so many classes. Shen Yuchuyun said regretfully. Other students also responded, saying that they would definitely give 120% of their strength tomorrow to perform well. P.S. Please read and vote for the monthly ticket, and ask for various data. Brothers, don't keep reading on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Life and death will depend on these few days. Book recommendation, my stand-in is Steve. Child, do you know what this is? Thanos raised his golden gloves, and the 6 infinite gems flashed with folds of light. I snap my fingers, and you will turn into dust in the wind. Dad doesn't believe it. Fang Mo, wearing an endless suit, shook his head slowly, and the universe sword in his hand pointed directly at Thanos' shiny purple head. Today, let alone the infinite gems, even the heart of the universe can't save your life. Do you know what this is? This is the Tao-seeking jade. Uchiha Madara stood in the air and laughed wantonly. It is the strongest spear and the strongest shield. There is nothing it can't destroy. You really haven't seen anything hard. Fang Mo took out a piece of bedrock with a grim smile. Do you dare to compete with it? Is this the Philosopher's Stone? Edward stared blankly at the red crystal in front of him. It can ignore the law of equivalent exchange. Well, in a sense, it can only be regarded as the basis of equivalent exchange. Fang Mo touched the portable conversion table in his hand, but if you want, I can consider giving you a set. When the fourth disaster met the mysterious island module, this cube man finally began to wreak havoc on the heavens and the world. Chapter 66 True Ninjutsu Talent. The next day's practical test was still held in the training ground as before. After all the students finished drawing lots, Mu Yu announced the official start of the practical test. Please ask candidate number 1 Gang Zisha and candidate number 2 Feng Xingji to enter the examination room. Gang Zisha knew that as number 1, he would be the first to take the test, so he had warmed up in advance. Let me take the lead, remember to cheer for me. Gang Zisha said goodbye to his 2 good brothers and walked into the test area. Zisha, don't lose in the first game. Shinzuki Izumo encouraged Gang Zisha very respectfully. Mine Yokaiji and Gang Zisha walked into the venue together. The two did not communicate much. They made opposing seals and started fighting immediately after Mu Yu shouted to start. Although he wanted to drive away the physical training teacher, he was not acting in actual combat, but showing his specific qualities so that the invigilator could see the gap between the student's ninjutsu level and physical training level. At the beginning of the battle, both of them used physical training to fight and test each other. In the first wave of probing attacks, Gang Zisha temporarily suppressed Mine Yokaiji with greater strength. Then Mine Yokaiji began to play tactics. First, he used the substitute technique to confuse Gang Zisha to distance himself, and then he created 2 clones to confuse the view and look for the opportunity to attack. Mine Yokaiji's 3-body technique is pretty good, but Gang Zaitetsu is more versatile than him. Gang Zaitetsu first created a chair clone, and then 2 normal clones. He used the ordinary clone to confuse Mine Yokaiji, then took the opportunity to cancel the chair clone and create a normal clone, and finally used the transformation technique to turn himself into a chair. Mine Yokaiji naturally would not be wary of a strange chair that could walk, and Gang Zaitetsu seized the opportunity to defeat him with one blow. Hey, isn't this Gang Zaitetsu, one of the 3 great ninjutsu talents in the school before? I didn't expect this technique of confusing the enemy to have such a wonderful use. Ueda Aya praised Gang Zaitetsu's combat wisdom. And he is already very proficient in the clone technique and transformation technique, which is even better than the students in my class. Aya Ueda exclaimed. She teaches the 2nd-year ninjutsu class, and even the best ninjutsu student in her class is not as good as this Gang Zaitetsu in front of her. Only in terms of the level of clone technique, Aya Ueda thinks Gang Zaitetsu has reached a level sufficient for graduation. It is really a very standard clone technique. Gang Zaitetsu's opponent Feng Yuji also performed very well, enough to beat most of the students in her class. Aya Ueda praised and graded Gang Zaitetsu, and she gave Gang Zaitetsu a full score of 10 for the ninjutsu part. It is really a bit too much not to give a full score for this level of ninjutsu in the 1st grade. As for the physical, Ueda Aya only gave 7.1 points, which is only above the passing line compared to ninjutsu. Not to mention Feng Yuji's body, Ueda Aya only gave 5 points. Both of them performed averagely in shuriken throwing, and Ueda Aya also only gave 5 points. But both of them were pretty good at seal making, Gang Zisha 8 points and Feng Yuji 7.5 points. Finally, Ueda Aya calculated the total score, and Gang Zisha's score was as high as 30.1 points. This score is already a very high score. The actual combat scoring of the ninja school is very strict. Generally, more than 20 points means a very good level, and more than 30 points means very excellent. Zisha usually studies very hard. Mu Yu nodded and said. Although he didn't know whether Gang Zisha practiced at home, he was sure that Gang Zisha must have studied at home. When collecting the papers, he took a quick look and knew that the score would be very high. The 2nd exam is about to begin. Candidate number 3 Shenyu Izumo and candidate number 4 Koizumi Yuki are ready to start the exam. Mu Yu shouted after scoring. It's up to me this time. Shenyu Izumo and Gang Zisha, who was walking towards him, clapped their hands and laughed. Izumo, come on. Hongdu raised her little fist to cheer for her good brother. Shenyu Izumo was more stable in battle than Gang Zisha. He did not disguise himself as a chair like Gang Zisha, but found the opportunity to use the enemy confusing technique to conjure a 3-meter-tall green-faced and fanged monster to scare Koizumi Yuki and win the battle in one fell swoop. Shenyu Izumo, this is also one of the 3 great ninjutsu talents, he is indeed a talent. Aya Ueda felt that Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo were indeed talents in a good sense. Shenyu Izumo's ninjutsu level was also very outstanding. Aya Ueda also gave Shenyu Izumo's ninjutsu full marks, with a total score of 30.5. Shenyu Izumo's seal was a little higher than Gang Zisha's. Aya Ueda thought that the quality of the students in the first 2 games was relatively high, but later she found out that she was wrong. She didn't give any students ninjutsu less than 8 points until the 5th game. All students' 3 body skills were excellent. Candidate number 11 Mitarashi Hongdu and candidate number 12 Shima Kiji are preparing for the exam. You two watch carefully, let you see what the real confusing enemy technique is. Hongdu said that Gang Zisha and Shenyu Izumo's confusing enemy techniques were not good. What's wrong with the chair? Isn't it enough to win? Gang Zisha was not convinced. Can it be more terrifying than my illusion? Shinzuki Izumo also felt that his direction was the best. Hongdu did not respond to the two of them, actual combat is the best demonstration. Shima Kiji's physical skills are not as good as Hongdu, and he was suppressed by Hongdu from the beginning. Hongdu took advantage of the situation and quickly formed 7 or 8 clones in the appearance of Shima Kiji, and then used the transformation technique to become Shima Kiji's appearance. In an instant, Shima Kiji was running around in the examination room, and Hongdu's figure disappeared directly. Teacher Mu Yu, your student is indeed a talent. Ueda Cai said in amazement. She has been a teacher for several years and has no idea how many times she has supervised the exams. This is the first time she has seen this situation. Her thinking is different from ordinary people. Miyu thought for a while and said. Shimakiji looked at himself running around, feeling very confused. He was careful about every one of himself, but in the end he was caught off guard and was defeated by Hongdu with one blow. Hongdu's ninjutsu deservedly got 10 points. Ueda Aya could even say that Hongdu got 10 points because the full score was only 10 points. Hongdu's ninjutsu level was better than that of Steel. Zaitetsu Shingetsu Izumo and the others are even stronger. In the end, Hongdu got a high score of 36, with full marks except for taijutsu and shuriken throwing. Ueda Aya felt that she was not invigilating the first grade, but rather the third and fourth grade. The level of these students' ninjutsu was really too high, beyond her imagination. Last time, she also invigilated the first grade class. Although it was excellent at that time, it was not as exaggerated as it is now. At that time, she said that the level of the first grade class was almost the same as the second grade she led. Now she feels that her class is not worthy. Mr. Miyu, the level of ninjutsu in your class is really amazing. All the teachers in the ninja school should learn from you how to teach ninjutsu. Ueda Aya praised. 1 or 2 students may be outstanding because of their own talents. The outstanding ninjutsu performance of the whole class must be due to the good teaching of the teacher. How can there be so many geniuses? It's all the students' own efforts. I'm just trying my best to teach. Miyu said modestly. Mastering the 3 body techniques and teaching skills, let alone the school teachers, there is no one in Konoha who can teach these 3 ninjutsu better than him. Candidate number 38 Uchiha Shisui, prepare for the exam. After hearing Shisui's name, Ueda Aya also perked up. This is the student she is most looking forward to. Last time, he showed strength comparable to Kakashi of the same age. Chapter 67 Focus Battle. Please invite candidate number 37 Akazaki Isamu and candidate number 38 Uchiha Shisui to enter the examination room. When Akazaki Isamu heard that his opponent was Shisui, he was stunned for a while. There is no doubt that Shisui is definitely the opponent that all the students in the first grade of the first class don't want to meet the most. There is no other reason, because Shisui is too strong. In the last exam, Shisui won the first place in the class and the first place in the grade with a crushing attitude. Even Hongdu, who is the second in the grade, can only be crushed in front of him. The score of the practical test is determined by the performance in the battle. If you are killed directly, the invigilator can't see your performance and the score will be lower. But since he had already drawn Shisui as his opponent, Akazaki Isamu could only admit that he was unlucky and entered the examination room. After Miyu announced the start of the exam, Akazaki Isamu didn't care about anything else and used the 3 body techniques all at once, showing his proficiency in the 3 body techniques. This student has a good understanding of the exam scoring rules. Ueda Aya nodded and said, not thinking that Akazaki Isamu did anything wrong. Shisui watched Akazaki Isamu's performance quietly, and when he felt that it was almost done, he threw out 2 shurikens to destroy the clones, and then rushed up and knocked Akazaki Isamu down with 2 punches. The difference in strength between the two is too big. Ueda Aya couldn't see any change in Shisui's strength compared to the last time. Akazaki Isamu's strength was so far away from Shisui that she couldn't see anything at all. When the battle between student number 39 and student number 40 ended, Ueda Aya had completed the first round of scoring. She took a casual glance, and among the 40 students, no student's score was below 8 points, and the average score was extremely exaggerated. I guess you, Miyu, will be praised by the 3rd Hokage again in this exam. I guess you will be called in for questioning if you report this score. Ueda Aya said jokingly. Then we will probably be questioned together. Miyu showed Ueda Aya his score, which was about the same as Ueda Aya's. Although they are students in his class, excellent performance is excellent, and he does not need to avoid suspicion and deliberately give low scores. As the battle continues, students will inevitably encounter battles with friends. Shinayu Izumo eliminated Gang Zisha with tears, and Hongdu eliminated Shinayu Izumo with tears. Ha ha ha, Zisha, your enemy confusing technique is not good at all. Shinayu Izumo, who defeated his friend, used a smile to hide his sadness and comforted his good brother. Gang Zisha. He swore that he would practice every day during the holidays, and he would definitely defeat Shinayu Izumo to regain his face next semester. Ha ha ha, Izumo and Zisha, how can you two ninjutsu talents be the opponents of my genius Hongdu? Hongdu, who entered the class actual combat finals, put her hands on her hips and was very proud. The two looked at each other and decided to hit Hongdu hard on the day when the theoretical results came out. Please ask the examinee Mitarashi Hongdu and examinee Uchiha Shisui to enter the examination venue. The class practical examination entered the final stage. Ueda Aya watched the battle seriously. Hongdu was the second in the grade in the last exam. It can be said that she is the person with the second strongest first-year student after Shisui. She should be able to let Shisui show more. Hongdu knew that Shisui was not easy to deal with, so she used the confuse enemy technique directly at the beginning of the battle. However, she made some changes this time. She first separated 7 clones of Shisui, and when the clones hindered Shisui, she used the transformation technique to turn herself into Shisui's appearance, and then separated a clone of her own appearance. However, Shisui was not as easy to fool as ordinary students. Even though there were many illusions that kept interfering with his vision, he still did not lose sight of the real Hongdu. He defeated Hongdu with a flash body technique when he arrived next to Hongdu. Flash body technique, I guess I have to put him in the 4th grade to see more things in the actual battle. Ueda Aya thought to herself. The battle between Shisui and Anko was also one-sided, but Shisui showed a little more. With Shisui winning first place in the class practical on the second day of the exam ended. When Muyu and Ueda Aya were going back to the office together, they met Ike Yang who was shouting on the way. Why is it that Might Guy and Uchiha Obito are so strong? Ike Yang was puzzled. He didn't see them so awesome in class. This time he was also selected to be the invigilator of his class. After watching the performance of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito for a day, he felt that even Hyuga Karaman might not be able to beat them. Ike Yang felt very strange. How could 2 well-known last-place players be so powerful in his hands? Could he be a hidden teaching master? Ike Yang, who had some knowledge in his mind, quickly denied this answer, because he was also in charge of a 3rd-year class, and the overall level of the class could only be said to be average. Ike Yang saw Muyu and Ueda Aya and told them about this. Maybe they have accumulated a lot of experience. Ueda Aya said uncertainly. In any case, isn't it a good thing for students to be strong? Muyu said with a smile. Ike Yang felt that what Muyu said made sense. He didn't care why they were so good this semester. The bonus from the school was not fake. On the 3rd day, the grade practical competition began. The grade practical competition scorer was randomly selected by the invigilator of the grade. Ueda Aya was selected, but Muyu was not. But after all, she was a 1st grade teacher, so Muyu went to watch for a while. Ueda Aya scored a round, and then found that the top 2 sent by some classes were not as good as the ninjutsu talents in Muyu's class. This limit of 2 people per class should be changed. If it weren't for this limit, there would be at least 6 in the top 8 in the grade. Ueda Aya said in her heart. She felt that such a rule was a bit unfair to a class like grade 1 that was particularly excellent overall. Even though they were strong enough, they were not eligible to participate in the grade practical competition. Muyu left after watching the first round and went to the grade practical examination room for the 4th grade. There was no suspense that Shisui would get the first place in the grade. He was more concerned about the situation in the 4th grade. Might Guy and Obito both have the training mission to get the first place. With 2 months of hard training and improvement, Muyu feels that the rewards for the training mission must be very good, and he is looking forward to it. When Mu arrived, the 4th grade had just completed the first round and was in the process of 8-4. Please ask candidate number 1, Hinata Karaman, and candidate number 4, Might Guy, to enter the examination room. When the invigilator's voice sounded, the students watching began to discuss in a low voice. Based on the results of the last exam, this battle is undoubtedly the focus of this grade's actual combat, because the two sides of the battle are the first and second in the last exam. Chapter 68. Who can be the first? Might Guy, do you still remember me? You are really strong, but you met me here, and you can only stop here this time. Hinata Karaman said with a pity. Although Might Guy has the strength of the second, he can only fall in the second round when he meets the first. Who are you? Might Guy scratched his head, trying to recall the opponent in front of him, but found that he couldn't remember it at all. Are you Hyaga Daimon? Might Guy vaguely remembered the invigilator's call just now. Hard, fist hardened. Hyaga Kamen felt that Might Guy was humiliating him. I am Hyaga Kamen who defeated you in the last exam. It's Kamen, not Daimon. Hyaga Kamen couldn't help correcting him. He decided to make sure Might Guy showed some color when he decided to fight. I know. Might Guy made the seal of opposition and nodded. The exam begins. As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Hyaga Kamen opened his Byakugan directly, and the meridians around his eyes burst directly, making Hyaga Kamen's face look a little hideous. With the blessing of the Byakugan, Hyaga Kamen saw through everything about Might Guy. He could easily see Might Guy's meridians and acupuncture points and the chakra flowing. Without hesitation, Hyaga Kamen chose to condense chakra in his palm and take the initiative to attack. With two powerful melee weapons, the soft fist and the Byakugan, Hyaga Kamen didn't think anyone in the ninja school could be stronger in melee combat than him. The Byakugan allowed him to see through the enemy's movements, and the soft fist combined with the Byakugan could directly inject chakra into the enemy's acupuncture points to block the flow of chakra. But something Hyaga Kamen didn't expect happened. The fist he swung at Might Guy was quickly pinched by Might Guy. Hyaga Kamen's other hand continued to attack Might Guy's meridian acupuncture points, but was also caught. Hyaga Kamen quickly started to attack with his legs, but Might Guy was best at kicking. Might Guy directly let go of Hyaga Kamen and kicked out a very fast whirlwind kick with both hands, kicking Hyaga Kamen back 3 meters. How is it possible? I clearly saw through it, but the body. Hyaga Kamen's hands trembled, and he looked at Might Guy in disbelief. Just now he had seen through Might Guy's movements, but found that his body was too late to react. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Hyaga Kamen is actually at a disadvantage in the physical battle. The students watching were stunned. Since Kakashi graduated, their class has basically been dominated by Hyaga Kamen. Everyone who tried to compete with Hyaga Kamen in physical battles finally got a painful lesson. Is Might Guy so fierce? He rushed to the second place in the grade last time, and this time he wants to be the first place in the grade. Might Guy's fierce performance immediately surprised many people. Come on, Might Guy. Iketani Yang saw Might Guy Kai actually suppressed Hyaga Kamen, who ranked first in the grade in the last exam, and couldn't help but cheer for Might Guy. He seemed to see the generous bonus waving at him. Ahem, Mr. Iketani, you are the invigilator this time, pay attention. The invigilator next to him couldn't help but whispered a reminder when he saw Iketani Yang excitedly shouting for encouragement. Iketani Yang then reacted and quickly closed his mouth, but he couldn't stop smiling on his face. Although Might Guy has the upper hand, the final result is still hard to say. As long as he is hit by the soft fist once, the offensive rhythm will be gone. A teacher commented. Some teachers nodded. If Hyaga Kamen made a mistake, it would hurt at most for a while, but if Might Guy was hit by the soft fist, it would be a big deal. Chakra being injected into the body is not a joke. In other words, Hyaga Kamen has many opportunities to make mistakes, and Might Guy is at risk of defeat as long as he makes a mistake once. Iketani Yang took a look and found that the person who spoke was Hyuga Kamen's homeroom teacher. He did not refute. After all, Hyuga Kamen had won the first place so many times, and Iketani Yang was not very confident. What happened next was beyond many people's expectations. Hyuga Kamen tried very hard to launch several attacks on Might Guy, but he did not hit Might Guy once. Instead, Might Guy seized the opportunity to kick Hyuga Kamen again when he attacked. Good guy, cover your eyes. People who don't know would think that Might Guy is the one with the white eyes. The students were impressed by Might Guy. In the past, Hyuga Kamen saw through the opponent's movements and easily dodged, but this time the roles were completely reversed. You only see Akai's current body movements, but you don't know what he has experienced. Obito heard the discussion of the students next to him and couldn't help but think of his own tragic experience with Might Guy. If you are hit once, you have to do 2 questions. At the beginning of the battle, there are dozens of questions. You must hit the opponent without being hit to reduce the questions. It is precisely this kind of terrifying training that has created Might Guy's body movements today. Obito has barely finished the questions he had assigned to him before. Damn it, what's going on? Hyuga Kamen, who had been at a disadvantage, was a little anxious. He didn't understand why it turned out like this. Might Guy wasn't that strong in the last battle, so how come his strength has improved so much in 2 months? Hurrying to turn the situation around, Hyuga Kamen revealed more flaws. Might Guy concentrated his chakra on his legs and exploded, seizing the flaw and kicking out his best kick at high speed. Konoha Big Cyclone. Bang! The high-speed rotating leg strengthened by chakra kicked Hyuga Kamen hard, knocking him to the ground and losing his ability to fight. Examinee number 4 Might Guy wins. The invigilator announced Might Guy's victory. All the invigilators who scored gave Might Guy a full score of 10 on his physical skills. Hyuga Kamen's physical skills score was 9.9, but the teachers knew that the difference between the two was more than just 0.1 point. It's really hard for Might Guy to fight against Hyuga Kamen. Fortunately, he was not hit by the soft fist once, otherwise it would be terrible. Iketani Yang said with a smile. He had already felt the breath of the bonus. Hyuga Kamen's class teacher opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. It seems that Might Guy will be the first this time. Even Hyuga Kamen was defeated by him. The students watching felt that the first place in this grade exam had been announced in advance. Not necessarily. Uchiha Obito's fire escape ninjutsu is very strong. Even if Might Guy's physical skills are stronger, can he still resist fire escape ninjutsu at this stage? Uchiha Taihuo couldn't help but refute. He lost to Obito again in this class actual battle, so he hoped that Obito could get to the first place. Soon Obito also proved with his fighting power that Uchiha Taihuo's words were not empty words. The first of Class 6, Shiranui Genma, was easily defeated by Obito. The powerful fire escape and good physical skills directly allowed Obito to replace the defeated Hyuga Kamen and become a strong contender for the first place. If he hadn't had to supervise and grade the exam, Iketani Yang would have wanted to take Mu to the pub to drink. With these 2 students in hand, why would he worry about not having a bonus or not having enough bonus? Chapter 69 Training Mission Settlement. Please ask examinee Might Guy and examinee Uchiha Obito to enter the examination room to prepare for the exam. As everyone expected, the final battle for the first place in the grade practical combat was between Might Guy and Obito. Might Guy defeated the first place in the last exam, Hyuga Kamen, while Obito showed great strength in the battle with other contestants. Obito, come on! Nohara Rin, who was watching the game on the side, clenched her fist to cheer for Obito. Rin, just wait and see, I will win. Obito waved to Nohara Rin with a confident smile. This time he was really determined to win the first place. In order to strengthen his strength, he suffered a lot from that hateful guy Kakashi. After a month of nature change and ninjutsu training, and a month of intensive physical training, Obito is no longer the Obito who was beaten by physical skills and couldn't use ninjutsu 2 months ago. Teacher Miyu, let me show you my progress. Obito noticed that Miyu also arrived at the exam site. Only then can I be the first. Might Guy showed a bright smile with 2 rows of white teeth. It was particularly bright under the sunlight. In terms of confidence, he would not lose to Obito. Even when he failed the entrance exam to the ninja school, he still believed that he would become the strongest. Besides, Teacher Miyu is watching, so I can't lose even more. Might Guy thought in his heart. He always remembered Miyu's kindness to him, and he also didn't forget Miyu's words that the improvement of his disciple's strength was the best reward for him. He wanted to show his strongest strength to Miyu. Then let's give it a try. The actual combat exam is not like the previous training where you can't use ninjutsu. Obito said with the seal of opposition. Then let's compete to see whose youth can burn more fiercely. Might Guy also made the seal of opposition according to the rules. Looking at the 2 people who made the seal of opposition, Miyu made some deductions about the result of the game in his heart. In terms of strength, the 2 are not much different. Although Obito's physical skills are not as good as Might Guy's, Obito knows 2 fire escape ninjutsu, while Might Guy only knows 3 body techniques in ninjutsu. However, Miyu feels that the probability of Might Guy winning will be slightly higher. Although Might Guy usually looks a bit stupid, he is actually very calm in battle, while Obito is a bit jumpy and is more easily distracted in battle. So even though their strengths are almost the same, Miyu is still more optimistic about Might Guy. The exam begins. Not long after the 2 of them made the seal of opposition, the invigilator announced the start of the battle. Konoha Whirlwind. As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Might Guy rushed out instantly and kicked Obito with his best physical technique at high speed. Obito had been kicked by this kick countless times and was prepared in his heart. He instantly retreated to the side to avoid the kick. Then Obito retreated while quickly throwing several shuriken at Might Guy. Might Guy vaguely guessed Obito's tactics, but Obito's shuriken throwing skills were good, forcing Might Guy to dodge backwards. Fire style, great fireball technique. After Obito pulled away, he didn't dare to waste a second, and immediately formed a seal to perform his best fire style. Whoosh whoosh. A blazing fire kept coming out of Obito's mouth, and a huge fireball 2 people high quickly formed and smashed towards Might Guy. It's good to have a family ninja. Even if you haven't graduated yet, you can still learn this powerful ninjutsu. A student looked at the terrifying fireball and couldn't help showing an envious expression. He is also a 4th-year student, and the only ninjutsu he has mastered is the 3-body technique taught in school. Ninjutsu is not that easy to learn. Even if you are given a ninjutsu scroll, you may not be able to learn it. The 2nd-generation ninja next to him retorted. His family is not a ninja clan, but his parents are ninjas, and he has only mastered the 3-body technique. This level of fire style is not for students, no, not even for genin. The teacher who knows fire style ninjutsu couldn't help but sigh. The fire style ninjutsu he performed himself is only at this level. Yes, he is worthy of being a student of the Uchiha clan. A teacher agreed. The fireballs kept hitting Might Guy, who avoided them and quickly retreated to the side, and soon ran out of the attack range of the fireball. Obito quickly threw several shurikens to block Might Guy's actions, and the fireball could not turn. But what was beyond Obito's expectation was that Might Guy actually blocked all the shurikens he shot with a kunao and successfully evacuated before the fireball exploded. Fortunately, Obito's shuriken throwing is worse than Shisui, otherwise he would be injured. Might Guy took a deep breath and felt a little relieved. When fighting with Shisui, Shisui's shuriken throwing caused him a lot of trouble. Having felt the oppression of Shisui, it is just right to deal with Obito now. It is still too difficult to hit people with the fireball. I should have used the dragon fire earlier. Obito felt a little regretful. He also thought that the dragon fire would be better, but last time he won the first place in the junior ninjutsu competition with the fireball, and Obito felt that it would be more meaningful to win the first place in the grade practical combat with the fireball. But there was no time for Obito to reflect. Might Guy had already taken this opportunity to burst chakra from his legs and rushed up. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy once again kicked out his best kicking skills. Akai, your speed is not as fast as Kakashi's instant body technique. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly after dodging Might Guy's attack. He felt that Might Guy's physical skills didn't seem to be that difficult to deal with. Then Obito tried to fight with Might Guy in physical skills. Then Obito found that he was still overthinking, and his strength and speed were not as good as Might Guy. Soon Obito was beaten back step by step, and could only dodge with his excellent body skills. Although Uchiha Obito is good at fire escape, Might Guy's taijutsu is also excellent. If this continues, Uchiha Obito will lose. A teacher noticed Obito's shortcomings. How could he win the taijutsu competition with Might Guy if he didn't make good use of his strengths? Ichia Yang smiled and said nothing. Anyway, both of them were students in his class. It didn't matter who won. The prize money was inevitable. Seeing that the ending was going in the direction he had deduced, Yu didn't have much fluctuation in his heart. In fact, it didn't matter who won. Anyway, both of them had training tasks. Compared with the winner, he was more curious about what reward he would get later. Konoha Big Cyclone. Might Guy kicked out his best kick so far, surpassing any previous one. Might Guy's sudden speed caught Obito off guard. He failed to dodge this attack and was kicked out directly. Go to Jimi. The 4th grade practical test is over, and the final winner is Might Guy. The invigilator announced that the final exam was completely over. Just as the exam ended, Yu's system also sent a broadcast, and the training task entered the settlement. Everyone should try to catch up on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Next week is the last chance. Whether you fail or not depends on this time. Chapter 70 Ka Chakra. Disciple Might Guy completed the training task and received rewards, Chakra plus 1000, Rock Breathing, Mastery Level. Disciple Uchiha Obito completed the training task and received rewards, Chakra plus 700, Great Fire Extinguishing, Proficient Level. Several messages popped up on the system panel quickly. It seems that the final completion degree still has a great impact on the reward. Yu looked at the difference in rewards between the two and roughly understood the reward mechanism of the training task. The training task reward consists of 2 parts. One is the strength improved during the training task, and the other is the task goal. Obito's physical skills during the mission were similar to Might Guy's, but he did not achieve the goal of being the first, so his reward was much less than Might Guy's. Yu set his sights on the reward of rock breathing. He recognized at a glance that this was not a ninjutsu from the Naruto world, because he had seen a certain ninjutsu. With the experience of getting shaved last time, Yu knew that the system would also reward things from other worlds, and then localize them for Naruto. Recalling the decades of rock-breathing training memories that suddenly appeared in his mind, Yu thought that it was indeed localized. After reading the memories, Yu felt that the Naruto version of rock-breathing was enough to be called a forbidden technique. Mastering rock-breathing can use full concentration breathing at critical moments to instantly burst out terrifying power. Mastering rock breathing can keep you in full concentration breathing state for 24 hours. Full concentration breathing, always, can effectively exercise your body strength and improve your strength. After mastering rock breathing, you can use stronger breathing, let the whole body chakra burst to strengthen yourself into the stripe state, and greatly improve your strength in all directions. But using the stripe state consumes chakra extremely and puts great pressure on the body. It's more suitable for me than the 8 gates. Yu nodded secretly in his heart. As long as he doesn't actively enter the stripe state, rock breathing is absolutely beneficial to him. It can better exercise his body in normal times and can also burst out quite powerful power in battle. After thinking about it carefully, Yu found that the 8 gates and rock breathing are actually a perfect match. The 8 gates can open the door in the body to increase the chakra, but the chakra is too violent to use ninjutsu, but the stripe state of rock breathing does not require fine operation of chakra at all. The huge amount of chakra in the 8 gates can be used to maintain the chakra required for the stripe state. When using the 8 gates and the stripes at the same time, the only thing to consider is whether the body can withstand it. The beauty of learning breathing methods comes at this time. Breathing methods can improve physical strength. Yu thinks that the 8 gates plus breathing methods are a good combination. 7 gates plus stripes are always safer than directly opening the dead gate. Yu felt that this time he had really exploded. The skilled level Great Fire Extinguishing that Obito had exploded was good, but it was much worse than the Naruto version of rock breathing. Yu opened his personal panel. Name, Hanya Yu. Age, 18. Chakra, 11,300. Skills, Cook, 3-finger seal, Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing, Shave, Earth style, Earth spear, Rock breathing. Evaluation, you have mastered many ninjutsu, including high-level ninjutsu and forbidden techniques with terrifying power. You can burst out amazing strength when you want. Your strength can also be called elite among many jonin. Looking at the chakra that successfully broke through to 5 digits, Yu felt happy. It only took him 1 semester to go from 4,300 when he just crossed over to 11,300 now. There are 3 semesters a year in the ninja school. If he can maintain this growth every semester, he can increase his chakra by 21,000 a year, not counting the growth during holidays. The chakra now should be 4.5 Kakashi. Yu thought to himself. In the past life, people often used Kakashi as a unit of chakra measurement, but he used Kakashi when he was a child, so let's call him Kakashi. The first place was announced, and the exam was over. The teachers and students left. Are you okay, Obito? Nohara Rin ran to Obito and asked. What can happen to me? It was just a kick. Before Obito finished speaking, he twisted his body to the place where he was kicked by Might Guy because of his fast movement, and he gasped in pain on the spot. Don't be stubborn, I'll help you. Nohara Rin said helplessly. No need, I'm really fine, I just lost because of carelessness, what can happen? Obito gritted his teeth and continued to be stubborn. He was really unwilling to lose this time. He lost under the watchful eyes of Yu and Nohara Rin, and he couldn't refute Kakashi's ridicule for not taking the first place in the future. Teacher Yu. Seeing Yu walking towards him, Obito's eyes were a little evasive. How are you? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the infirmary? Yu asked with concern. Failed students need timely comfort. No, it's okay. Obito answered honestly. He felt nothing except a little pain. He had rejected the invigilator's suggestion to go to the infirmary before. Let's go and have a look. It would be bad if you get hurt. Yu said in a gentle voice. Teacher Yu is right, let's go to the infirmary. Nohara Rin agreed. Then Lin, you go back first, I will go to the infirmary with Teacher Yu. Obito could not refuse the 2 people's suggestion at the same time. I will go with you. Nohara Rin was a little worried about Obito. No need, isn't Teacher Yu here? Obito didn't want to trouble Nohara Rin too much. I will accompany Obito. Might Guy said. Fighting with all his strength did not affect his feeling that Obito was a companion. Look, there are 2 people with me, Lin, you go back first. Obito said. Nohara Rin thought about it and felt that Yu was a reliable teacher. In addition to Obito's strong persuasion, she finally went home alone. When in the infirmary, Yu found a reason to send Might Guy away, and then started to talk to Obito. Don't be affected by the outcome of an exam. There are 2 exams in a semester and 6 exams in a year. If you can't do it this time, just work harder next time. Mu Yu said earnestly. Don't think that you will let me down if you don't get the first place. Then one of you and Kai must let me down, and you have to let me down twice every semester. Mu Yu said in a joking tone. Obito laughed, then thought about it and felt that Mu Yu's words made sense. There is not only one exam, and there will be another chance next semester. Just keep working hard. As long as you practice hard and improve your strength, there is no such thing as letting me down. Mu Yu touched Obito's head and said. Teacher Mu Yu. Looking at Mu Yu's sincere and serious expression, Obito was very moved and decided to get the first place in the next semester to prove that he is not worse than Might Guy and is worthy of Mu Yu's teaching. Disciple Uchiha Obito sets training tasks. Training tasks: get the first place in the practical test of the ninja school. Looking at the pop-up system prompt, Mu Yu smiled with relief. After comforting the defeated disciples, Mu Yu did not forget to reward the victorious disciples. He walked out of the infirmary with Might Guy, who had returned. I remember that Naruto itself has a 7-day breathing method. The breathing method is actually not inconsistent. I will not add anything that is too inconsistent. And all foreign ones will be localized. If you want to see it, you can leave a message and I will refer to it as appropriate. Chapter 71 Interesting Sealing Techniques. Akai, congratulations on getting the first place in the grade. Mu Yu said with a smile. Looking at Mu Yu's warm smile like the spring sun, Might Guy felt a little dazed. He has always been a person with sufficient confidence, and he has always believed that he can become the strongest through hard work day and night. Even if he has not graduated from the ninja school, he has suffered many failures and setbacks. He failed the entrance examination and entered the ninja school through supplementary enrollment. His poor grades were called the last one. He was killed in one hit when he challenged Kakashi for the first time. Most of the time he laughed and continued to work hard. Occasionally, he would have some doubts but soon determined his goals. Even so, Might Guy did not expect the transformation to come so quickly. In the practical test last semester, he could not even enter the top 20 in the class. As a result, the worst result this semester was the second in the grade. At the end of the semester, he got the first place in practical test and became the strongest in the 4th grade. He knew very well who brought this change. It was Mu Yu. Mu Yu taught him physical skills and gave him precious secret medicine. It was Mu Yu who made him grow up in such a short time. This is all thanks to your teaching, Teacher Mu Yu. Might Guy clenched his right fist and was moved to tears. Don't erase your own efforts. My teaching is effective, but your hard work is the key to your first place. Keep working hard like this, and you will definitely achieve your dream. Mu Yu encouraged. Might Guy was so excited by what Mu Yu said, as if he had seen the day when he became the strongest in physical skills. He wanted to start doing push-ups right on the spot to exercise his body. This is Shave's training method and experience. Take it back and have a look. I will teach you how to practice it during training tomorrow morning. Mu Yu handed the scroll to Might Guy with a smile on his face. You gave your disciple Shave's training scroll. The disciple is very grateful. Reward: big critical hit, obtain Konoha Dragon God, Mastery. Under the huge emotional impact, a mastery-level advanced physical technique was directly exploded to Mu Yu, and a large number of memories about the practice of Konoha Dragon God appeared in Mu Yu's mind. It's this physical technique, then it can't be handed over to students for the time being. Mu Yu recalled the memory of this technique in the original work. In the animation, this physical technique is an advanced physical technique developed by a physical ninja named Teacher Chen. According to the plot, even Teacher Chen's own disciples have not yet learned Konoha Dragon God. It is a bit abstract for others to use it. However, even if there is no copyright issue, Mu Yu is not going to teach this physical technique to his disciples. This physical technique has high requirements for the body and chakra, and it is not something that should be learned at this stage. I understand, Teacher Mu Yu. I will watch it carefully when I get home. Might Guy replied with gratitude. When Mu taught Shisui before, he wanted to learn this instant body technique called shave, so when Mu gave him the training scroll of shave, Might Guy immediately put it away as if he had found a treasure. You don't have to go today. I'm training over there, relax and do something you want to do. Mu thought for a while and said, he was paving the way for Might Guy's training task. Obito was comforted and encouraged by him to set up a new training task to get the first place in the grade, but Might Guy has not yet started a new training task. There is no doubt that training tasks are an important part of getting rewards. Once completed, you can get a lot of chakra and various high-level rewards. So Mu started thinking about how to trigger a new training task after the first task is settled 2 weeks before the final exam. It's very simple for the disciple who didn't get the first place. Through language comfort and encouragement, he got the first task again. As for the disciple who got the first place, according to the disciple's personality, goals, and dreams, induce and trigger a new training task mission. As for Might Guy, Mu thought that defeating Kakashi was a good training mission and would be easier to trigger, so Mu asked Might Guy to do something he wanted to do. His strength had greatly increased and he had won the first place in the grade. With such an improvement, he had to challenge his best friend and nemesis. When Might Guy was defeated by Kakashi, it would be a good time to trigger the training mission. Although the previous similar attempt failed and only triggered a training mission, Mu felt that it was not because of his thinking. It could only be said that the trust was not enough at that time and Might Guy did not know his ability. After all, the mission was indeed triggered, but it was not quite the same as he imagined. Might Guy nodded and decided to go find Kakashi later. Since the start of intensive training, Might Guy has never fought with Kakashi again. Might Guy has been itching to fight. After Obito finished treating him, Mu went back to practice the seal technique and watched the seal technique knowledge that Kushina gave him. 10 days have passed since Kushina gave him the 3-finger seal. In fact, he had initially mastered it on the 6th day. He continued to improve and learn more about the seal technique in the following time. With the continuous learning of the seal technique, Mu also learned more about the seal technique. He discovered some interesting mechanisms in the seal technique. Under the same chakra situation, the smaller the effect of the seal technique, the stronger the seal. The stronger it is, the harder it is to break. Take the 1-finger seal as an example. The sealing effect is to seal the chakra of the whole body, which is extremely easy to break. But if the effect of the 1-finger seal is improved to seal the chakra of a certain limb of the body, the firmness will increase sharply. Without changing the sealing effect, the more and stronger the chakra, the stronger the sealing technique can be performed. The 6 paths Chibuko Tensei that can seal Kagaya Otsutsuki is definitely the strongest sealing technique in Naruto, and the 6 paths Chibuko Tensei is also extremely limited. It can only be activated with the power of 6 yin and yang. Mu probably guessed why the Uzumaki clan has a unique talent for sealing techniques, because the Uzumaki clan is born with powerful chakra. Chakra is everything. Mu deeply felt the importance of chakra quantity. It can only be said that it is a good thing that I brought a plug-in when I traveled through time, otherwise it would be difficult to gain a foothold in the ninja world even if I had the advantage of knowing the plot. When the holiday comes, the increase in chakra may be slower. Mu thought in his heart. Entering the summer vacation, except for the reward for the exam settlement in 2 days, Mu temporarily has no way to brush chakra and ninjutsu through the ninja school. Classes are also a considerable income for chakra. If all the courses in January are used to brush chakra instead of ninjutsu, about 800 chakra can be brushed. The advantage of not attending classes is that Might Guy and Obito can have more time to practice with him. More training can accelerate the growth of students. When the time comes, the chakra of the apprentice returning to the master should be improved. After the evening, Mu bought fish and went to his home in the main city. Today he is going to make a delicious and beautiful new dish for Kushina and Minato. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please read it, add more on Monday, and struggle again. Chapter 72. You said you won a Euro-T review, and you scored 100 points? Squirrel mandarin fish? Can squirrel and fish be delicious together? Kushina expressed her doubts. It shouldn't be squirrel and fish together, maybe the finished dish just looks like a squirrel. Minato said after washing the vegetables. Because he didn't even wash the squirrel, there shouldn't be any in the dish. Minato is right, there is no squirrel in this dish. Miyu cleaned the scaled and gutted fish and explained. Squirrel fish is a very classic dish in Suzhou cuisine, which can be said to have both color, fragrance, and taste. Miyu had watched many videos of this dish in her previous life, and had tried it once herself, but because of her poor knife skills, the final product could only be said to look different from the original. But now with the skills of a chef, Miyu had already prepared the fish in her mind when she picked it up, but she hadn't started yet. Miyu first cut off the fish bones on the back of the fish with a knife, leaving about 1 centimeter of spine at the tail of the fish, then spread the fish skin down and cut it into flower cuts with an oblique knife, with the knife reaching 4/5 of the meat. This step is very important. Once a mistake is made, the appearance of the final product cannot be guaranteed. With the blessing of the chef's skills, Miyu finally perfectly reproduced the squirrel fish in her memory. The golden and crispy fish meat looked like a squirrel, and was poured with the prepared sweet and sour soup. It not only looked beautiful, but also smelled fragrant. How come I just chatted with Minato for a while and the fish became like this? Kushina stared at the squirrel fish on the table in amazement. It is no exaggeration to say that she has never seen such a good fish before. The dish that I saw. In her impression, the first thing about dishes is that they fill your stomach, and the second thing is that they taste good. Minato stood up and walked to the dining table to take a close look at the squirrel fish that had just come out of the pot. He was also very surprised that there was such a good-looking dish. This is the first time I think a dish is good-looking. Minato praised. Miyu's squirrel fish was really pleasing to the eye. Don't just look at it, try it. Miyu said with a smile. Kushina and Minato were not polite. They picked up the chopsticks and each picked up a piece of fish. The moment he ate the fish, Minato first felt the sour and sweet taste, followed by the crispy and tender taste of the fish, and then the sour and sweet taste that permeated the fish. After passing the trance, Minato quickly filled a bowl of rice for himself and started eating. This sour and sweet dish was really appetizing. No, one of Minato and I must know how to cook this dish. Kushina said seriously after finishing the meal. Although she still prefers braised pork, the appearance of squirrel fish is too good. No problem, I'll teach you. Miyu said with a smile. But this dish is much more difficult than braised pork, be prepared. Miyu reminded. Braised pork does not need to consider the appearance. If the steps are good, the final product will not be too bad. But squirrel fish is different. The appearance is the soul of squirrel fish. Once the appearance is wrong, it is basically equal to failure. I don't believe this dish can be more difficult than those high-level sealing techniques. Kushina has good confidence in herself and Minato. Miyu, how far have you practiced the three-finger seal? Have you encountered any problems? Minato asked about Miyu's practice of sealing techniques. It feels much more difficult than the previous one-finger seal. I still don't have a clue after practicing for 10 days. Miyu said with a sigh. Although he practiced it in 6 days, Kushina estimated that he should complete it in a month. Miyu plans to say that he has completed it on the 27th day. Then Miyu told the problems he encountered on the first day, looking like a studious newbie. Kushina and Minato answered Miyu's questions enthusiastically. Miyu did not waste this opportunity. In addition to some questions about the progress of pretending to practice, Miyu also asked some questions about the knowledge of sealing techniques that he really did not understand. With Minato and Kushina, 2 masters of sealing techniques, to answer his questions, Miyu gained a lot. He felt that the skill of chef was just right. Without the skill of chef, the progress of the friendship plan would be much slower. 2 days after the final exam, Gang Zisha, Shenyu Izumo and Hongdo made an appointment to go to see the results together. After the three arrived at the agreed location, they went to school together. I got second place in the actual combat again. If the theoretical results are better, I can ask teacher Mu Yu for more rewards. Hongdo was in a very good mood today. Hongdo, when you finished the exam before, didn't you think the questions were quite simple? You must have a high score. Gang Zisha said with a smile. Yes, we are miserable. We are not sure about many questions. Shinayu Chuiyun said with a worried look on his face. It's okay. I will treat you to breakfast after you see the results. Hongdu said with a generous face. Hongdu, is it true? Gang Zisha looked expectant. When have I ever lied to you? Hongdu asked with his hands on his hips. Gang Zisha and Shinayu Chuiyun looked at each other and shook their heads. They wondered what kind of people could be deceived by Hongdu. When they were about to walk to the school, Hongdu remembered something and looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked, You did so well in the last exam. You didn't lie to me that you didn't do well in the exam. No way, I was lucky last time. Gang Zisha refused to admit it. Yes, we shouldn't be so lucky this time. Shinayu Chuiyun sighed. You can go to the bulletin board to check the final exam, or you can go back to the classroom to see the test papers directly. The three of them went back to the classroom directly. Mu Yu had already distributed the test papers to the corresponding students. The three of them said hello to Mu Yu and returned to their seats to look at the test papers. Hey, how come you only got 78 points? It's 2 points less than last time. Hongdu put down the test paper and scratched her hair. It was not what she thought. 87 points was about right. Zisha Chuiyun, how about you guys? Hongdu asked with a worried face. How could she have the nerve to ask teacher Mu Yu for a reward? I seem to have good luck in this exam. I got a little higher than you. Gang Zisha put the paper roll on the desk with the back facing up and said with a smile. Me too, a little higher than Hongdu. Shinayu Chuiyun smiled when she saw her score. A little higher. Hongdu burst out at full speed and snatched the test papers of the two people. You call 100 higher than 78? Hongdu said, gritting her teeth as she looked at the scores on the two test papers. Zisha also got 100. Chuiyun also got 100. Gang Zisha and Shinayu Chuiyun both looked stunned. They didn't review and didn't do well in the exam. How could they get 100 points? Izumo, did you lie to me 2 weeks before the exam? You didn't play games at all, you were studying hard. Gang Zisha couldn't help asking. Zisha, you're the same, you're reading novels, you're studying every day. Shinayu Izumo retorted. You too. Hongdu stared at the two in amazement. It turns out that these two bastards said they would not review, but they were reviewing in secret. Hongdu, who could not hold back, chased after the two and beat them. You two bastards, you have ruined me. You are still eating breakfast, take my punch first. Looking at the three energetic people, Mu Yu smiled, and looking at the rewards popped up by the system, she felt that this final exam was a good harvest. This picture is a bit rushed, and will be revised later. Chapter 73 Holiday Special Training begins. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 250. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved good results in the academic assessment, and received rewards, Chakra plus 200. After settling the rewards for the final exam, Mu Yu's total Chakra amount increased slightly again. Name, Hanyum Wu. Chakra, 12,050. It seems that only the first place can get the Proficiency Scroll reward. Myu thought as she looked at the 3 reward information of the system. Except for Shisui, who is the first in the grade and has no chance to advance, the rewards of Might Guy and Obito are slightly higher than last time. Last time, the rewards of Might Guy and Obito were only 150 chakras. This time, Might Guy has 100 more chakras and Obito has 50 more chakras. Might Guy and Obito have indeed made a lot of progress, not only in practical combat, but also in theoretical scores, and can already score more than 50. Although the ninjutsu proficiency scroll is a good thing, Myu does not plan to spend too much time on theory for Might Guy and Obito to get full marks, because their learning efficiency is really too low. He often gives private lessons like this, but Might Guy and Obito only get more than 50 points. If it were Red Bean, they could easily get full marks. In order to make Might Guy and Obito get full marks, Myu felt that he had to stop all training, let him teach, and let the 2 read books and do exercises every day, so that it would be possible. But it is not worth it to do so. It is better to practice normally, become stronger earlier, and let Myu get more rewards. Hehe, Teacher Myu, the rewards I mentioned before. After teaching the 2 idiots a lesson, Hongdo walked in front of Myu with some embarrassment. You are embarrassed to ask for rewards after regressing, right? Myu put 2 fingers together and knocked Hongdo's little head. No way, I was still the second in the grade in the practical exam. Shisui was too strong and I couldn't beat him at all. Hongdo tried to get away with it. I mean your theory has regressed, 2 points less than last time. Myu pointed out the facts. He remembered the grades of everyone in the class clearly. Oh, it's all Zisha and Izumo's fault. Hongdo wanted to go back and punch these 2 idiots again. They actually teamed up to fool her out of reviewing. Take it and eat it. If you fall back next time, you won't get any. Myu finally gave Hongdo the dumplings that he needed most. He bought them on the way to school, and everyone in the class got one. Teacher Myu is the best. Hongdo took the dumplings and immediately began to praise Myu's greatness. The atmosphere in the first grade class was pretty good. After reading the results and getting the test papers, they didn't leave. They chatted in the classroom until noon. At noon, Myu and other teachers went to the lecture hall to attend a meeting. The teachers of the ninja school also have to hold meetings, but not many. This meeting is mainly to summarize the teaching work of this semester, and then announce the list of outstanding teachers. For Myu, this meeting is not very meaningful. He is different from ordinary ninja school teachers and is not interested in outstanding teachers and bonuses. But surprisingly, the 3rd generation actually appeared at this meeting. According to Ikegani Yang and Ueda Cai, this meeting is usually held by the class leader of the teacher class. Sir Sandame. Myu greeted Sandame respectfully. Sandai looked at Myu and nodded with a smile. Since he was not very busy recently, Sandame took a look at the results of Myu's Class 1, and was shocked. The last result was the only one in the ninja school, but the test results of Class 1 were even better than last time. The average score of the theoretical score reached an astonishing 81 points, which is an excellent result in other classes, which means that everyone in Class 1 is excellent. The average score of the practical test was 24 points, which is also an exaggerated result, because the average score of a normal class is about 16 points. Sandai took a closer look and found that the main reason for Class 1 was that Shinobi scored very high. There was no one in the whole class with a score lower than 8 points, followed by Yin. Myu brought out such an excellent class, and he, the principal, had not appeared in the school meeting for a long time, so Sandame came over. Perhaps because of the presence of Sandame, the meeting went very quickly and there were no episodes. Now let's read out the list of excellent teachers for this semester. Hanyu Myu. Myu's name was directly ranked first. Teacher Myu, you are one of them. Ueda Aya congratulated in a low voice. Although Myu's heart was calm, she responded to her colleague's congratulations with a gentle smile. Ichia Yang. I am also an excellent teacher. Ichia Yang showed a surprised look. The students in Ichia Yang's class took the top 2 places in the grade, so he guessed that he might have an excellent teacher, but he was still very surprised when he really got it. This is an excellent teacher, there are only 4 in a semester, and he has been teaching for several years and has never won one. Damn it, why am I? There is no sudden explosion among the students in the class. Kimura Shanran was envious. He was not envious of Mu Yu's winning of the Outstanding Teacher Award, because he thought it would be strange if Mu Yu was not an outstanding teacher. But didn't he know what level Ikumi Yu was at? He was able to win this Outstanding Teacher Award entirely because of Might Guy and Obito. You complained before that Might Guy and Uchiha Obito were the last, but this Outstanding Teacher Award was entirely due to them. Ueda Aya was also very envious. When Ikumi Yu took over Class 2 of Grade 4, everyone was comforting him, but at the end of the semester, there was such a reversal. I didn't recognize the true genius. Ikumi Yu admitted that he underestimated Might Guy and Obito. I'll treat you to a drink after the bonus is issued. Teacher Mu Yu, you must come. You have contributed to this Outstanding Teacher Award. Ikumi Yu said with a smile. Mu Yu had helped him with too many classes. If you have time, you can. Mu Yu nodded with a smile. I want to praise Mr. Hanya here. The students in Class 1 of Grade 1 have achieved amazing results under his guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen read out the various achievements of Mu Yu's class, and said that everyone should learn from excellent teachers like Mu Yu and cultivate the next generation for Konoha. After being praised by the Sandame, Mu Yu could feel that all the teachers were looking at him. Maybe because he had a good image, he did not encounter any vicious and jealous eyes. Everyone was very friendly. Mu Yu, you are very good, keep it up. After the meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Mu Yu on the shoulder and encouraged him. Sandame-sama, I will do my best to teach my students. Mu Yu repeated the answer she gave in the principal's office. After hearing this, the Sandame laughed twice and seemed to be in a good mood. The end of the meeting also meant that Mu Yu and other teachers had entered their vacation. Earning the title of Outstanding Teacher and being praised by the Sandame did not affect Mu Yu's heart. However, Might Guy did not trigger the training mission in the past 2 days, which made Mu Yu a little confused. Mu Yu tried to find out that Might Guy had not yet fought Kakashi, so she felt relieved. Kakashi might have gone on a mission, and Might Guy had not been found in the past 2 days. Because it was officially the vacation, Mu Yu told his disciples about his holiday special training plan. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please read it, I'm recommending it recently, please read it, and I'll add more tomorrow. Chapter 74 The Disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Holiday Special Training? It's finally here. Obito took a deep breath, as if he could foresee the miserable experience in the next month and a half. When he was in school, he had 5 days of school time to buffer. Now that he had a long vacation, every day was like a weekend. Obito only hoped that the combat training could return to the way it was before, otherwise there would be more than 200 extra questions a day. When the vacation was over, his life would be over. When he heard about the special training, Might Guy's eyes lit up, but when he thought of the extra questions on the weekend, he felt a huge pressure. Shisui's expression did not change at all. Unlike Might Guy and Obito, he had already mastered the shadow clone and had the shadow clone go to school. Except for going there once during the exam, Shisui basically practiced with Mu Yu at other times. So even if Mu Yu said that he had to practice every day during the vacation like on weekends, it would be no different from his usual days. Tuesdays and Sundays are off. The rest of the time, come to my place to practice in the morning and afternoon. You can go home at noon. If you don't go home, I will cook. Mu Yu said. Although I came to Mu Yu every day when I was in school, I didn't have much time to practice with Mu Yu from Monday to Friday except for the weekend. So even if I practiced 5 exercises and 2 exercises during the holidays, the actual practice time was much longer than when I was in school before. 2 days off a week. Obito said in surprise. He calculated and found that it seemed to be easier than when he was in school. When I was in school, I had to go to class from Monday to Friday and practice with Miyu. I practiced with Miyu all day on weekends. In addition, I will suspend the battle practice. Obito, you continue to practice the nature change of fire attribute chakra and Shisui Kai, and I will learn to shave. Miyu said the new practice plan for the holiday. During the period of practicing the task of the youth ninjutsu competition, Obito practiced the nature change for a while, but he only mastered the basics, and he had to continue practicing next. Obito didn't have the vitality and chakra of Naruto, so he couldn't use the multiple shadow clone practice method, and could only do it in a circular and progressive manner. No need for battle practice. If the 2-day holiday surprised Obito, then the suspension of combat training made Obito completely like long vacations. Without combat training, there would be no large number of questions. Although practicing nature change is tiring, he would rather practice nature change than doing questions. After the training tasks were arranged, the disciples began their own training. Obito held a large ice block and continuously burst chakra, while Shisui, Might Guy, and Miyu learned to shave. Watching Miyu flashing with Shisui and Might Guy, Obito, who was holding the ice block, felt the coolness of the ice flow along the meridians of his hands to his heart. Teacher Miyu, what is the physical challenge you mentioned before? I also want to learn the instant body technique. Obito couldn't help asking. He remembered that Miyu said that in addition to getting the first place in the grade, completing the physical challenge he arranged can also learn to shave. But at that time Miyu directly said Obito couldn't complete it, so he didn't ask what the specific challenge was. But in the past month, his strength has improved a lot, maybe he can complete the challenge mentioned by Miyu. Physical skills challenge, that's very difficult, are you sure you want to try? Miyu created a shadow clone to communicate with Obito. But everyone is learning that instant body technique, if I don't learn it, won't I fall behind? Obito said. Well, I'll set up the venue today, you try the challenge tomorrow. Miyu nodded and said. Obito's actions were within his expectations. The reason why he didn't teach shaving directly to all the disciples, but restricted the conditions, was to strengthen the training of the failed disciple. Compared to forcing training directly, he thought it would be better to find a way to motivate the disciples. He would set up some mechanisms that could not be completed without sufficient speed and strength. At that time, Obito would definitely work hard to train his body in order to learn shaving. When the challenge is completed, the body becomes stronger, and it will be easier to practice shaving. Besides, this kind of reward obtained through his own efforts will make Obito study more seriously. After all, it is not easy to get. In order to make his disciples better strengthen their strength, Miyu really considered all aspects, including the psychology of students. After the training, Miyu went to the house in the main city as usual. Today he made sushi and tempura. However, there was a small episode during the meal. When the three of them were eating and chatting in a good atmosphere, an eagle cry came from outside. Why at this time? Kushina, who had just finished a sushi, was a little unhappy. Let's go, it's so sudden, it must be a big thing. Minato stood up and said. Sorry, Miyu, we have to leave for a while, the senior ninja meeting is urgently held. Whenever there is something big in Konoha, ninja beasts will be sent to notify the senior ninja urgently. This is not the first time Minato has experienced it. Miyu, remember to leave some for us. This kind of meeting usually doesn't last long. With Minato's speed, we will be back soon. Kushina didn't forget to ask Miyu to leave some food before going out. I can't finish so much by myself. Miyu smiled and nodded, he was guessing in his heart that something big had happened. According to the timeline, Yu guessed that it would be something related to the Third Ninja World War. Is the war going to break out? Yu thought. Kushina and Minato didn't let Yu wait too long, they came back in less than half an hour. I thought something big had happened, but it turned out that the third Kazekage of Sand Village disappeared. Kushina complained as soon as she entered the room. It's so urgent to hold a meeting of the Jonin. If you don't know, you might think that the third Hokage of Konoha disappeared. Hearing Kushina's words, Yu secretly thought that a war was going to break out. The Cloud Village, which had already accumulated strength, was ready to move. The third Kazekage disappeared at this time, and Cloud Village would not miss this good opportunity. No matter which cage, it has an important impact on the pattern of the ninja world. The third Kazekage suddenly disappeared, and it is very likely that a war will break out next. Unlike Kushina, Minato's expression was a little solemn. Indeed, Sand Village is going to be miserable this time. Kushina nodded, picked up a sushi and took a big bite. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yu was in a subtle mood. No one could have imagined that the Third Ninja World War, which started with the disappearance of the third Kazekage, was the worst hit by Konoha, although it still won in the end. The war was about to break out, and Yu felt even less secure. He could only say that fortunately he was a hidden man of the route, and even if Danzo had a brain attack and wanted to send his men to deliver him, he would be the last one to be delivered. Yu did not have a glimmer of hope for Danzo. He only hoped that he could improve his strength to the so-called cage level before the flames of war burned Konoha. Strength is the most important thing in this dangerous world. Without strength everything is empty talk. It is very important to catch up on reading on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Don't let your readers rest recently. Chapter 75 Physical Challenge and Summer Special Training. There are 2 levels in the physical challenge. The first one is the forest sprint. I have set up a large number of traps in a certain area of forest. Each time you are hit by a trap, you will be deducted 1 point. After deducting 3 points, it is considered a failure. There are 3 chances. Obito felt that the challenge Yu mentioned was not very difficult. Setting traps is also one of the courses that ninjas have to learn. Obito is not unfamiliar with this. And I will send a shadow clone that is slightly slower than you to follow you. If you are too slow and caught by the shadow clone, it will be considered a failure. Yu added. If you walk slowly step by step, it will naturally be easy to avoid the trap, but it may not be possible if there is someone chasing you from behind. And Yu, your shadow clone is chasing you from behind. Obito suddenly felt that it was not that simple. As long as you can keep a good speed, the shadow clone can't catch up with you. Yu said with a smile. Then Teacher Yu, take me to challenge once. Obito wanted to try it first. Well, I'll give you the challenge fee first. Yu took out 3 test papers and said, there are about 100 questions here, just consider it as the fee for starting the challenge. Ah! Obito was dumbfounded when he saw the test papers handed over by Yu. It was actually a paid challenge, but why did Yu pay him? Teacher Yu, I don't think this is right. How can a boss give money to customers? Why don't I give you 3 test papers as challenge fees? Obito was a little dizzy when he saw the 3 test papers and started to talk nonsense. Snap! Yu tapped the unconscious Obito with 2 fingers together and laughed. You are my teacher, don't I need time to set up the venue? I won't give you a price. If you fail once and keep pestering me to challenge, I will be exhausted from setting traps. After being tapped, Obito's mind suddenly became clear, and he smiled embarrassedly. He felt that what Yu said made sense. Teacher Yu, thank you for your hard work. Obito stood on the stone and massaged Yu's shoulders. But I think the numbers 103 are both bad, but 2 is very good. Why don't we discuss it and just do 2 questions? I promise not to trouble you too much, Teacher Yu. Use a little more strength. Miyu reminded. What about the questions? Obito looked happy. Okay, if you really like the number 2, then change it to 250 questions. Miyu smiled kindly. Well, actually I also like 3 and 100. Obito changed his face at the speed of light and immediately changed his words. Stop talking nonsense. I'll take you to the challenge place. Miyu grabbed Obito and used the razor to quickly take Obito to the challenge place. Obito looked around for a while, but he didn't find any difference between this place and other places in the forest, except that the trees were thicker. You can reach the end as long as you keep walking east. My shadow clone will start to move 3 seconds after you start. Miyu pointed in a direction and said. Hearing Miyu's words, Obito nodded, took a deep breath and ran out at full speed. While running, he looked back at the shadow clone worriedly. However, the consequences of running without paying attention to the road are very serious. Obito stepped directly on the noose trap set by Miyu and was hung on the tree. Deduct 1 point. Miyu's warm voice came into Obito's ears. One more thing, if you don't get rid of the trap quickly, the shadow clone will leave. Hearing Miyu's words, Obito remembered the ticket fee for the 100 questions. He must not fall at the door like this. This is 3 full papers. Obito burst out his abdominal strength, did a handstand crunch, grabbed the rope with his hands and burned it, and then ran all the way to the east. After suffering a loss, Obito paid special attention to the situation of the land. He would not step on it as long as there was a trace of unnaturalness. It seems that as long as I am serious, this challenge is not difficult. After running for a minute without being trapped again, Obito smiled. But the next moment, Obito couldn't laugh. Obviously, he didn't touch anything, but suddenly several thick woods hit him, and they swung back and forth quickly like a swing. Obito finally understood why Miyu said that he couldn't complete it at that time. That is, Obito was used to Kakashi's instant body technique coming to kick him, and his reaction speed increased. If he came a month ago, he would be hit by the wood directly. Although Obito was able to avoid the attack of the mechanism, his speed slowed down and he was caught by the shadow clone that followed him, and the challenge failed. If I had known earlier, I would have been better off being hit, and I would have lost 1 point. Obito was a little annoyed. In fact, he could have been faster just now. Why can't I make myself faster and react faster, so that I can pass through the mechanism area faster? Miyu reminded. This challenge was not to train Obito's ability to take a beating. The challenge of getting shave was to train Obito's corresponding ability so that he could better practice shave. If I knew the instant body technique, I would definitely be able to flash through all the mechanisms in an instant and then pass through. Obito came to a conclusion after thinking about it. Go and practice quickly. Miyu said that it was a good idea, and he should not think about it next time. Since today is Saturday, Miyu went to Asuma's house in the afternoon and prepared to take Asuma to start this week's practice. Sandame-sama. Miyu found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually at home, so he greeted him. When Miyu arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting on a chair in the living room, puffing smoke, as if thinking about something. Come to take Asuma to practice, he's waiting for you in the backyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the pipe in his mouth and responded with a smile. Suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered Miyu's outrageous results yesterday, and suddenly asked, Miyu, if there is a war in the ninja world and Konoha is involved, what will you do? Miyu thought about it and replied with a smile, as a teacher, I will give students special training to enhance their strength and do my best to enhance the strength of the village. As a Konoha ninja, I am willing to fight for the village. Based on the news that the third Kazekage disappeared yesterday, combined with his own ability, Miyu vaguely guessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Miyu not only didn't mind the third Kazekage's thoughts, he even worried that he was thinking too much and deliberately guided the third Kazekage to continue talking in the direction he wanted. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, he was very satisfied with Miyu's answer. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen told Miyu that the third Kazekage had disappeared and the war would soon break out. I think we can gather the fourth-year students who are about to graduate and conduct summer special training to enhance their strength. Students with outstanding performance in other grades can also join in. Miyu gave his suggestion. In this way, Obito and others can have more intensive training, and he can continue to earn rewards for classes. There will be 2 more chapters in the evening, please vote for me and read on. Chapter 76 The bathroom is not a place for fighting. For those who are about to graduate, students and students with outstanding performance will receive special training. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said, I think Miyu, you still underestimate your ability. Why not do this, based on your special training plan, promote it to the genin who have graduated this year, and those who are interested can join your special training plan. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Miyu and asked, Miyu, what do you think? Since the third generation recognizes my ability so much, I will try my best. Miyu said respectfully. Miyu doesn't mind too many students, he wishes he could teach hundreds of students a day. According to Miyu's inference, the number of students during the lecture will also affect the class reward, so he has class rewards when he teaches in the ninja school. When teaching Obito and others, if the number of students does not meet the standard, there will be no class reward. If all the fourth-year students are gathered, plus the outstanding students from other classes and some graduated genin, it will be no problem to gather more than 300 people. Miyu wants to know if it would be better to give more than 200 people a class together. Miyu, if you do this special training well and improve the strength of students and genin, you don't have to wait until this year is over. You can be promoted to a special jonin after the special training. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. If Miyu can keep replicating the teaching results of the first grade class, let alone the special jonin, the monitor of the teacher class, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can be replaced by Miyu. But when that time comes, he has to talk to his old friend Danzo about Miyu's identity. Teachers in the ninja school can be members of the root, but the monitor of the teacher class cannot be a member of the root. I will notify the ninja school to cooperate with your work, and this matter will be led by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Miyu thanked with gratitude, then walked to the backyard to take Asuma away to start training this weekend. Teacher Miyu, are you really going to hold special training? Asuma asked curiously. Just now he happened to hear the conversation between the two. Since the third generation trusts me so much, I naturally can't let him down. Miyu said with a smile. I think the old man just wants you to be a coolie. Students of the same grade, and graduating genin, how tiring it is to teach so many people at once. Asuma stood up for Miyu. And he didn't say how the salary would be calculated during the special training period. If the salary is the same as in normal times, you, teacher Miyu, will lose a lot. Hearing Asuma's words, Miyu thought that if Asuma was also a disciple, the trust would probably be high, and he would start to help Miyu talk about Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am not a teacher to make money, I just hope that students can be better. Miyu replied with a smile. If other teachers said this, Asuma would be dismissive and think that this person is easy to act. But when Miyu said this, Asuma felt it was natural. If it was just for money, Miyu could just go against him, and there was no need to try so hard to get him to train. Since teacher Miyu really wants to organize special training, I must take my teammates to study hard at that time. Asuma said that he would bring his teammates to support Miyu. He was the genin who just graduated this year. To be fair, Asuma felt that Miyu might not be as strong as a jonin, but his teaching ability was definitely much better than his jonin teacher. Every weekend after practicing with Miyu, he felt that he had gained a lot. Studying with Miyu for a month would definitely be much more rewarding than their usual practice. Kakashi, let's have a competition full of youth and passion. I understand the truth, but next time, can you please not come in when I'm taking a bath? Kakashi, who was lying in the bathtub, said speechlessly at Might Guy, who suddenly jumped out. He was also convinced. Why was Might Guy's timing so bad? Because I was practicing during the day, I came here at this time. Might Guy explained. So can you go out first? Kakashi felt a headache watching Might Guy explaining without moving. Why did it feel like Nohara-rin was the only normal person among his few friends? Might Guy then walked out, and when he reached the door, he looked back curiously, which made Kakashi throw a bottle at Might Guy. Next time I will definitely set a trap at the bathroom door. Kakashi warned Might Guy after taking a shower. Might Guy ignored Kakashi's words, clenched his fists and shouted with a face full of blood. Kakashi, let's have another passionate battle with all our strength. My strength this time is different from before. If you are careless, you will lose. Let's go to the yard. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth. Kakashi said lightly. This time I got the first place in the grade of the ninja school. Don't underestimate me. Might Guy raised his thumb and laughed. Isn't it possible to get the first place in that kind of thing as long as you participate? Kakashi, who had never failed in the ninja school exam, said calmly. The two walked into the courtyard, looked at each other and nodded, and the battle began. Konoha Big Tornado. Might Guy knew that Kakashi was strong, so he used the latest chakra burst technique he learned to rush to Kakashi and kick out a whirlwind kick. Although he had not yet fully learned he can shave, but he can still speed up by using the shaving technique. This speed. Kakashi didn't expect Might Guy to show such speed. He didn't have time to dodge, so he directly blocked Might Guy's kick with his arm and took a few steps back. Might Guy took advantage of the situation and rushed up again, trying to prevent Kakashi from performing ninjutsu through the extreme offensive rhythm. But Kakashi is not Obito. Might Guy was surprised to find that he didn't gain an advantage in the physical skill confrontation, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Konoha Whirlwind. Kakashi, who gradually turned the situation around, kicked Might Guy with a whirlwind kick and kicked him away. He used a flash body technique to directly put the kunai on Might Guy's neck. Kakashi, your Konoha Whirlwind is a little wrong. Might Guy honestly corrected. It's enough to win the battle. Kakashi put away the kunai and said. How could he perfectly replicate it after just seeing Guy use it a few times? Kakashi just wanted to avenge Might Guy's break-in in the bathroom and make him depressed. But he found that Might Guy didn't react when he was defeated by his own taijutsu. As expected of my old enemy, he is too strong. Might Guy said proudly. This time, Kakashi defeated him without even using ninjutsu. Kakashi didn't know what to say when he saw Might Guy's expression. Those who didn't know would think that Might Guy won the battle. I will be stronger next time I challenge you. Might Guy felt that the fire between the two of them had been ignited again. He said hello to Kakashi and ran to exercise directly. Kai's strength has increased a lot recently. Kakashi thought in his heart as he looked at Might Guy's back. Might Guy's performance today surprised him a little. The kick at the beginning really made him a little confused. This would have been impossible before. Please read and vote for me. If you don't vote, it will expire. There is one more chapter later. Book recommendation, Killing the Immortal. The male protagonist has a succubus body, and his body fluids make women addicted. The author is the god of NTL. Restricted Naruto author's original new book. Chapter 77 Might Guy's New Mission. Akai, you look very good today. On Sunday morning, Miyu came to the place where she practiced daily and found that Might Guy had arrived and was squatting with a big stone. I think what you said before, Teacher Miyu, makes sense. Fighting with the strong can better transform the training results into your own strength, so I last night. Might Guy told Miyu that he lost the challenge to Kakashi last night. I am very happy that you can keep the teacher's words in your heart. Miyu said with a smile. As long as you can keep working hard in the future, the teacher believes that you will surpass your best friend and become the strongest, because you are a hard-working genius. Hard-working genius. Might Guy's body shook when he heard this word, and he felt that it was indeed appropriate to describe him. With the help of teacher Mu Yu, I am very confident in my path to becoming the strongest. Might Guy said with a bright smile. Every time he thought about the changes that had happened to him, Might Guy understood the importance of Mu Yu. In fact, after being Mu Yu's disciple for a long time, even Might Guy and Obito, who were relatively slow, noticed something wrong. The strength that Mu Yu showed in front of them was not at the level that a Chunin teacher should have. But Might Guy didn't care about this, he could feel that Mu Yu was really doing it for his own good. Whenever the strength of these disciples improved significantly, he felt that Mu Yu was happier than them. Except for Mu Yu, he had only seen similar performances in his father. With the guidance of teacher Mu Yu, Kakashi will be defeated sooner or later. Might Guy was very confident in himself and Mu Yu. Disciple Might Guy sets training tasks. Training tasks: defeat Kakashi. Rewards: depends on the completion of tasks and the growth of strength during the tasks. Looking at the training tasks that finally popped up, Mu Yu nodded secretly in his heart. His idea was indeed correct. He had basically mastered the triggering mechanism of training tasks. It has been more than 2 months since the first triggering of the training tasks. Mu Yu has learned some conditions of the training tasks through continuous testing. The training tasks mainly depend on the subjective will of the disciples. For example, Might Guy and Obito are easier to trigger, but it is difficult for Shisui. Because Shisui is too invincible among his peers, no one puts pressure on him. He has no goals to surpass, and the first place is also taken casually. Mu Yu once tried to let Shisui brush out a training task, but after trying for a long time, he just couldn't guide it out. Mu Yu guessed that the training tasks might not be able to trigger some long-term goals, otherwise, with Shisui's personality, it is not impossible to brush out a task that changes the Uchiha predicament. It may also be that the trust level is not high enough. Only at trust level 3 can training tasks be spawned. Maybe there will be new changes at trust level 4. Although training tasks cannot be spawned now, Mu Yu still attaches great importance to Shisui. It may be because Shisui has better talent and practices more. Shisui's chakra grows very fast. At present, the chakra given by the apprentice to return to the master is the most, more than Obito and Might Guy combined. And Shisui is also the only disciple who has triggered the strength growth reward. Mu Yu estimated that it would take some time for Obito and Might Guy to trigger it. Not long after, Shisui also came to prepare for training. Seeing that the two had arrived, Mu Yu called them together and started teaching them how to shave. Obito was the last one to arrive. Seeing Might Guy and Shisui learning how to shave, he couldn't help but envy them. But when he thought about the ticket fee and difficulty of the physical challenge, Obito had a headache again. You need to dodge quickly while maintaining your forward speed. While practicing the nature change, Obito thought about how to solve this problem. If you don't solve the problem you encountered before, even if you challenge again, you will only get 3 more test papers. Go for a run at night in the future. It should be somewhat useful. Obito thought he could strengthen his legs. Stronger legs not only run faster, but also make it less likely to get tired when using chakra. With Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation Hokage, coming forward, the summer special training was quickly arranged. For the 4th year students, if there are no special circumstances, all of them will return to school for special training. Outstanding students in other grades can refuse the invitation for special training. The main training target of this special training is not the genin who will graduate this year, nor the outstanding students in other grades, but the 4th year students who will graduate soon. The ninja school directly sent teachers to notify and communicate with parents. Mu Yu felt that in this cruel ninja world, there should be no parents who would not want their children to be stronger. No matter how great the textbooks of Konoha say that ninjas are, ninjas are ultimately an extremely dangerous profession. The news of the disappearance of the third Kazekage has spread throughout Konoha. Anyone who knows a little about the current situation of the ninja world knows that a war is inevitable. Thinking about the previous friction between Kumagakure and Konoha, Konoha is likely to be unable to stay out of it. The specific selection of outstanding students in the grade is decided by Miyu, and 8 are selected from each grade. He directly asked the teachers to select according to the actual combat scores. Because Miyu's first-year class has a strong dominance in the first grade, 4 people in Miyu's class were selected, namely Shisui, Hongdu, Gangzisha, and Shinayu Izumo. Hongdu didn't know how others felt, but when the teacher came to tell her that she had to undergo another month of summer special training, she was very confused. This vacation has not even lasted a week, why do we have to start school again? Hongdu was fortunate that this summer special training only practiced actual combat, no theoretical classes were required, and it was taught by her favorite teacher Miyu. There was basically no rejection from the outstanding students of the grade. On the contrary, there were very few graduating genin who applied for special training, only a dozen people. Miyu could understand that compared to the Chunin teachers in the ninja school, most people would definitely trust their instructors after graduation more. It is very troublesome to have a suspicious boss. Because of this summer special training, Miyu also made a special report to Danzo about the whole process of this special training. After all, this matter is not a small matter. It is the first time that the ninja school has held a summer special training, and even the genin who graduated this year have sent a notice. Danzo seemed to think that Miyu completed the task very well, and while replying, he also rewarded Miyu with the secret medicine for root cultivation. In his reply, Danzo said that Miyu should perform as well as possible so that the third generation can directly promote Miyu to become a special jonin. The rest is just some meaningless PUA content. Miyu can only say that the original owner may feel touched after reading it, and he will only hate Danzo more after reading it. He doesn't even want to use the secret medicine as his salary, after all, it was given by Danzo. This chapter has been deleted and revised many times, so it's a little late. Chapter 78 Don't underestimate students. What is it like to teach more than 300 people? At the same time, being stared at by more than 200 people, there is curiosity, expectation, and confusion in those eyes. Miyu has reason to believe that if it is a more introverted person, it may be difficult to speak when bearing so many stares. But Miyu is not an ordinary person. The more students he has, the happier and more excited he is. Hello everyone, I am Hanya Miyu, the teacher in charge of this summer special training. Miyu introduced himself with a gentle smile. Although he is famous in the school and there are classes where he has substituted for classes, Miyu does not think that everyone knows him or his face, so self-introduction is necessary. Teacher Miyu. Some students who are familiar with Miyu greeted Miyu enthusiastically. Miyu smiled and nodded in response and continued. I know everyone has a lot of doubts in their hearts, why do we have to hold a summer special training after the holiday, and what is the purpose of the special training? I can tell you clearly here that this special training has only one purpose, that is to improve the strength of the students participating in the special training and become more qualified ninjas in the future. Miyu did not say anything too cruel, such as how to deal with the possible war crisis. After all, the war has not officially broken out. Even if the Konoha ninjas have a sense of crisis, they probably would not have thought that Konoha would gradually become the center of the war and be surrounded by the 4 major ninja villages. What form is the special training in? We can't let us, the genin, and the students have the same special training. Formal ninjas and students' the strength is not at the same level. Bingzu Lai Tong asked. He was a teammate with Asuma and was pulled here by Asuma. Bingzu Lai Tong felt that he was fooled. How could a Chunin teacher be as powerful as Asuma boasted? I have arranged this, but don't underestimate the students of the ninja school. Miyu did not answer Bingzu Lai Tong's question first, but called out Shisui. His name is Uchiha Shisui, a student in my class, currently in the first grade. You can fight with him to test the level of the ninja school students. Miyu said with a smile. Miyu had expected this to happen. Because the genin had seen more ninjas and been taught by the jonin, they would have a different mentality when facing the students of the ninja school and the chunin teachers. The ninja world is a place where the strong are respected, so Miyu's solution is also very rough. If you think the ninja school students are not good enough, then come and fight him and see if you can win. Looking at Shisui, who walked out calmly, Asuma's eyelids couldn't help twitching, and he remembered the scene of being abused 2 months ago. He may never forget that scene for the rest of his life. He, a graduated genin, was defeated by a first-year student. Lei Tong, I absolutely can't stand it, he's just a first-year student. Asuma whispered to Bingzu Lei Tong. He couldn't wait to see Bingzu Lei Tong's unbelievable expression after being defeated. He couldn't bear this kind of pain alone. It's not good, he's just a first-year student. Yui Kurane said softly. She felt that this was not very moral. Then I will come as a senior graduate to see if the level of the students in the ninja school has dropped. Bingzu Lei Tong walked out. It would have been fine if Miyu had called out a fourth-year student, but she actually called out a first-year student. Bingzu Lei Tong immediately felt underestimated, and with Asuma's instigation, he couldn't help it. The students all retreated to leave enough space for the two to fight. If you can't hold on, just admit defeat. If you get hurt by accident, don't blame me. Bingzu Lei Tong took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag and reminded. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I won't be stubborn. Shisui thanked him politely. Seeing that Shisui knew how to respect his seniors and was quite polite, Hijirito decided to let Shisui lose in a nice way, not too badly. Obito had already covered his face, not being able to bear to watch the cruel scene that followed. He knew Hijirito and knew how strong Hijirito was. Hijirito might not even be able to beat him now, so how could he be Shisui's opponent? This battle was a no-brainer, but the one who was beaten was not Shisui, who was in the first year, but Hijirito, who had already graduated. Come on, Shisui, defeat that guy who looked down on the students in school. Hongdu squeezed to the front to watch the battle and cheer for Shisui. Gangzai Tetsu and Shinayu Izumo also squeezed to the front to cheer with Hongdu. Uchiha Shisui, isn't that a super genius in the first year? I heard that all the grades were full marks. The fourth-year students had heard of Shisui's name as a genius. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to defeat a formal genin in the first year, right? Although the students all hoped that Shisui would win, most of them were not optimistic about Shisui, because it was too shocking for a first-year student to defeat a formal genin. Begin. Miyu, who acted as a temporary referee, shouted after the two were ready. It's time to go. Bingzu Lei Tong reminded him, and then rushed towards Shisui with a kunao. Shisui took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag and started a head-on collision with Bingzu Lei Tong. The sound of kunao colliding kept ringing, and no matter how fierce Bingzu Lei Tong's attack was, Shisui calmly blocked it. Bingzu Lei Tong felt something was wrong. This strength, speed, and reaction, is this a first-year student? Bingzu Lei Tong pulled back and quickly formed a seal to perform the clone technique to create 5 clones, trying to interfere with Shisui. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui calmly formed a seal on the spot, and also performed a ninjutsu, spitting out a 3-meter-high fireball. Who is the student of the ninja school, me or him? Bingzu Lei Tong looked at the huge fireball that kept coming, and then looked at the clone beside him without a physical body, and his brain crashed. Fortunately, the fireball was not flying fast, and Bingzu Lei Tong ran as fast as he could after reacting. When Bingzu Lei Tong was glad that he had escaped the attack range of the fireball, a kunao stretched out from behind him and was placed on his neck. Feeling the cold edge of the kunao, Bingzu Lei Tong realized that Shisui had appeared next to him without anyone noticing. I lost, I shouldn't underestimate the students of the ninja school. Bingzu Lietong admitted his failure. If Shisui was the enemy, he would have died. Senior, thank you. Shisui put away his kunao and said modestly. He was fully capable of killing Bingzu Lietong in seconds, but Bingzu Lietong's performance was okay. What he said before was probably unintentional. Shisui didn't want to embarrass him, so he let him go. He still held back. This fireball is not as good as the one he used on me before. Asuma thought to himself. Senior, do you have a grudge against him? Why are you laughing so happily? Gang Zisha found that there was a person next to him who was laughing very happily. He thought it was a ninja school student who shared the same hatred, but he found that he also had a forehead protector, which puzzled him. No, I just remembered some happy things. Asuma denied. Let me explain a point about this chapter. And in the manga, Ashura is not Asuma's teammate, but in the anime flashback of the Chunin exam, Asuma and Ashura are taking the exam together, and Nohara Rin also called them when she celebrated Kakashi's Jonin. In addition, no one knows who Asuma's teammates are, so I set it up like this according to the flashback. In fact, there are many confusing plots in Naruto, such as Kakashi who graduated and became a Chunin a long time ago, but he can still team up with Obito and Nohara Rin who graduated several years later, and even participate in the Chunin exam, which is outrageous. I dare not guarantee that every part is perfect, but I can only try to make it round. Chapter 79 Group Teaching. Are you depressed and returned to the team? He did not lose because he was not convinced, because Shisui's strength was indeed very strong, and he was no match. But he felt very frustrated about losing. He was a formal genin and was defeated by a student who just graduated from the Jonin school, and he was defeated so cleanly. This Uchiha Shisui is too strong. He even defeated a formal genin. Even if Kakashi of the same age is replaced, he may not be able to do better, right? There is another possibility. It's the opponent. Hearing the discussion of the students of the ninja school next to him, Bingzu Lietong was even more ashamed. When Bingzu Lietong returned, he saw Asuma's unstoppable smile on his face. Asuma, do you know something? Bingzu Lietong looked at Asuma with suspicion. He thought carefully and found that something was wrong. When Asuma brought them to special training before, he said that Miyu was his tutor, so Asuma might know that there was a genius named Uchiha Shisui in Miyu's class. What do you know? Asuma pretended to be stupid. How could I know that the first-year student was so powerful? He defeated Yu Lietong in 2 or 3 strokes. Hearing Asuma's words, Bingzu Lietong felt that he was hit by an arrow again. It was really embarrassing to be defeated by a first-year student in 2 or 3 strokes. Everyone, be quiet. Miyu pressed his palm down to signal everyone not to discuss any more. We have students from the 1st to 4th grade here, and there are also graduated genin. We are all companions of the same village. I hope you can get along harmoniously. I will test your strength later and divide you into groups for special training. There are 3 groups, A, B, and C. The 3 groups will receive different special training. Miyu answered the same question before. With so many students of different grades and some graduated genin, Miyu couldn't teach all of them the same thing, so he chose to teach in groups. Anyway, they were all in the same training ground. After teaching here, he would go to another group. With the help of the shadow clone, he could teach the 3 groups as 3 students. The strength test was also very simple, which was to let the students show their level of basic ninjutsu, physical skills and shuriken throwing, and then the teacher would score them. Miyu called some teachers from the teaching class over, and completed the scoring and specific grouping of more than 300 students in one class. Miyu positioned Group A as a group of genin level, prepared for graduating genin and outstanding ninja school students. The main special training content includes chakra control, physical strength and physical skills, and instant body skills. Group B is the outstanding students in the school. The main special training content is 3 body skills, chakra control, physical strength, and physical skills. Group C is the ordinary student group in the school. The special training content is similar to Group B, but the teaching is shallower and the training volume is relatively less. Yu took a look at the list of Group A and saw many familiar names at once. Obito, Shisui, Might Guy, of course, there are Asuma, Yui Kurane, Shiranui Genma, Shizuan. Except Shisui, those who can enter Group A are basically either genin or students who enter the grade ranking in the 4th grade. As for Group B, Yu only saw 3 familiar people, 1 Ebisu, 1 Moonlight Gale, and 1 Nohara Rin. Ebisu's performance was a bit awkward. Compared with other Group B, his level was very good, but it was a little worse than Group A. Moonlight Gale was just in the 3rd grade. Hongdu, Gangzisha, and Shinayu Azumo, 3 brothers in distress, went to Group C together, because the definition of excellence and ordinary is scored according to the 4th grade standard. Although the 3 can control lightning in the 1st grade, they are ordinary according to the 4th grade standard. Yu first went to the area where Group A was located and said, "Those of you who have completed the water treading and tree climbing training stand on the right, those who have only completed the tree climbing training stand on the left, and those who have not completed them stand in the middle." Most people went to the left, a few stood on the right, and a very few stood in the middle. Then he asked the people standing on the left to try climbing the tree, and the people on the right to tread water. Looking at the students who were training, Yu roughly understood the level of chakra control of the students in Group A. Obito, Asuma, Shisui, and Might Guy no longer needed to practice treading water, but the others still had to practice. "Your training is not called completed training, but just a little bit," Yu said to a student who was climbing a tree. Then Yu asked Obito to show what it means to complete the tree climbing and water treading training. Obito rushed directly to the tree, then his feet were tightly attached to the branches, and the whole person directly rotated 360 degrees for more than 10 times, and his feet were still firmly attached to the branches. Then Obito performed another water under the interference of the dragon bullet. He rushed freely on the water. "Only when you reach this level can you say that you have completed the training." Yu pointed at Obito and said, "At present, only Asuma, Shisui, and Obito can do this." Bingzu Lietong challenged him in disbelief, but he started drinking water before he could last 3 minutes. "Asuma can do it." Bingzu Lietong felt that Yu might have overestimated Asuma's strength. "Lietong, don't underestimate me, I have a strong ability to control chakra." Asuma saw that his good brother didn't believe him, so he also went down to show his skills. "Why do I feel that Asuma has become stronger secretly?" Bingzu Lietong looked at Asuma, who was as steady as an old dog in the waves, and he was confused. "Asuma, I feel that you have become more powerful," Zhihaihong said honestly. "Haha, in fact, it's just average, all basic skills." Asuma heard Zhihaihong's praise, and the corners of his mouth that were raised could no longer be lowered. He instantly felt that the water he drank during the training with Yu was not in vain. Chakra control is a compulsory course for ninjas. I hope that all of you can stand on the right in 2 weeks. Yu said after demonstrating to the students in Group A several times. Then Yu went to Group B and asked the question again. However, the situation in Group B was different. Only Ebisu stood on the right, most of the people stood in the middle, and a few stood on the left. Yu asked them to show their chakra control level, which was much worse than Group A just now. Except for Ebisu, Yu asked everyone else to practice tree climbing, while Ebisu continued to practice treading water. Yu did not continue to ask Group C, but directly started to teach Group C physical skills. Yu's training plan for Group C was to exercise the physique and practice physical skills in the morning, and practice 3 body skills in the afternoon. When these 2 caught up, they could practice chakra control. Yu left a shadow clone in each group, and the main body patrolled back and forth between the 3 groups. If he saw that some students were not training correctly, he would demonstrate and correct them. Soon the morning passed, and Mu also announced the end of the get out of class and the lunch break. Completed a big class, settlement in progress. Book recommendation, My Arm's Infinite Evolution. Lord Game, start with recruiting little skeletons, Infinite Evolution. Chapter 80 Big Class Reward. Evaluation, B. Get reward, Chakra plus 40. Complete the big class teaching for the first time, get reward identification skill enhancement scroll. Mu was not too surprised by the evaluation of only B. It was also the first time for him to teach so many people at the same time. He was inexperienced and did not do a lot of things well. Moreover, the test grouping took a lot of time and he was not in class all the time. However, Mu was still very satisfied with the rewards given by the big class. For the same level of evaluation, the reward for the big class is twice as much as that for ordinary teaching. The ordinary teaching B-level evaluation is only 20 points of chakra. On the surface, teaching 40 people is 20 points, and 300 people are 40 points, which seems a bit of a loss. But in fact, Mu can't brush two ordinary teachings at the same time, so it is the same class, and taking the big class is equivalent to raising the upper limit. If the reward of the big class just satisfied Mu, then the achievement reward for completing the big class for the first time was a surprise to Mu. He had long felt that the appraisal technique was not good enough, and there were too few things to see. I wonder what level it can reach after strengthening. Mu thought after using the strengthening scroll. After the strengthening scroll was completed, Mu gave Obito, who ran to Lin's side after class, an appraisal. Name, Uchiha Obito. Chakra, 750. Potential, S, Basic Talent and 6-Path Bloodline and Time and Space Talent. Skills, Great Fireball Technique, Beginner, 100/500, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Beginner, 35/500, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Beginner, 25/500. Evaluation, a low-level ninja with some combat power but a dull mind. It's much clearer all of a sudden. Mu looked at the panel of Obito checked by the appraisal technique and nodded secretly. The enhanced identification technique is much better than the previous one. It can not only see the specific composition of potential, but also display all skills, and even show the proficiency of skills, allowing him to see the growth of his disciples more intuitively. Mu even thinks that the enhanced identification technique can also play a big role in battle, as ninja battles rely a lot on intelligence. Then Mu cast another identification technique on Might Guy and Shisui. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Chakra, 800. Skills, Great Fireball Jutsu, Beginner, 230/500, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, Beginner, 140/500, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Beginner, 70/500, Shave, Beginner, 60/100. Potential, SS, Basic Talent plus 6 Paths Bloodline. Name, Might Guy. Chakra, 680. Skills, Konoha Cyclone, Beginner, 300/500, Konoha Great Cyclone, Beginner, 260/500, Shave, Beginner, 36/100. Potential, S, Basic Talent and Willpower. Those who are still learning can also see their proficiency, which makes Mu feel very good. After using the appraisal technique to look through it, Mu can already determine the potential assessment mechanism. Basic talents refer to a series of ninjas' basic abilities such as ninja body illusion. Superhuman willpower can improve potential evaluation. Special talents such as time and space can also improve the potential evaluation, and then there is the blood advantage of the 6 Paths bloodline. Mu thinks that the skill proficiency display setting is also very interesting. Although the entry-level data is only 500 points, the difficulty of increasing proficiency is different due to the difficulty of ninjutsu. The proficiency of simpler physical skills such as Konoha whirlwind increases very quickly, while the higher level fire escape such as Hailong fire is difficult to increase, and the more difficult training such as nature change is even more difficult. After looking at the students, Mu Yu also opened his own panel. He was a little curious about what his detailed skills would be like. Name: Hanyum Wu. Skills: Fire Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 7545/15000, Water Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 7500/15000, Fire Style, Head Trick, Mastery, 0/15000, Konoha Dragon God, Mastery, 0/15000. Muyo was a little surprised. They were all mastery level rewards from the system, but the proficiency was so different. Chakra Nature Change seemed to be a little special, with half the proficiency of that level at the beginning. He also practiced Fire Chakra Nature Change when he taught students, so it increased a little, otherwise it should be 7500. As for Head Trick and Konoha Dragon God, Muyo has not used them yet, so he is not surprised. Take a break for an hour at noon, and training will start again at 1 p.m. With the morning as a preparation, the afternoon teaching went much more smoothly. Muyo has good experience in guiding and training chakra control ability and teaching three-body techniques. He had gained successful experience in training chakra control ability from people like Obito and Asuma, and the three-body technique was backed up by the mastery level three-body technique and teaching skills. No wonder this teacher has such high popularity even though he has been in school for a short time. He is indeed capable. Uzuki Yujeo thought to herself as she watched Mu Yu, who was explaining the transformation technique. She compared the ninjutsu teacher in her class with Mu Yu and felt that her teacher was completely beaten. Mu Yu's explanation was more detailed and easy to understand, and the class atmosphere was also very good. When interacting with students, it was not only not stiff, but also gave people a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze. If you compare class to cooking, then an ordinary Chunin teacher tells students what the main ingredients of this dish are, and then demonstrates cooking on the spot. And Mu Yu tells students all the main dishes and seasonings, and tells students how to make it more delicious while cooking, and if it is not done well, what may be the reason. Mu Yu tried his best to take care of most of the students in all classes, and he basically didn't stop for the whole afternoon. Even if no one asked him questions, Mu Yu would take the initiative to find students' problems and correct them. After a day of teaching, Mu Yu could only say that it was fortunate that he was a ninja with strong strength. If ordinary people played so much, they would be exhausted and their voices would be hoarse after a day. When it was 5:30 in the afternoon, Mu Yu announced the end of school. Completed a large class teaching. Evaluation, B. Get reward, Chakra plus 40. Looking at the system's rewards, Mu Yu was very pleased. It was a bit tiring, but this was equivalent to double the experience bonus in the game, so I had to work hard. With the summer special training as support, although it was a holiday, the actual benefits were more than normal school classes. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, it will still be this training ground. Mu Yu told the students the class time for tomorrow. His special training plan is to start class at 7:30 in the morning and go to 12 o'clock, with a half-hour break in between, and in the afternoon from 1 o'clock to 5:30 in the afternoon, also with a half-hour break in between. Mr. Mu Yu, do we still have to go to the forest? After the others left, Obito asked Mu Yu. You can go home to eat first and then go. Mu Yu gave the answer. There are more people in the special training, and some things are difficult for him to teach, so he just asked them to exercise normally. This sheet has a lot of data, which may look a bit watery, but I can't not write them down, so I will try to make these data less. In addition, it has officially failed to compete for recommendation. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be on the shelves on Friday. When that time comes, everyone who has the ability should try to subscribe to Kidian. It can only be said that failure always runs through life from beginning to end. This is life. I am also used to failure. Don't worry, everyone, I will finish it well. Chapter 81 Call Me a Jonin. Ah! Obito thought that he didn't have to go to Miyu to practice after one day of special training. What? You don't want to learn shaving through the challenge? Miyu tapped Obito's head with her finger and said. I want to learn, but I feel a little tired. Obito said honestly. Unlike Shisui and Might Guy, Obito rarely practiced all day except on weekends, so he was not used to this training rhythm. When you feel tired, you can just rest and study what I teach seriously. Miyu explained with a smile. When he gave special training to all students, he had to take a lot of things into consideration, but when facing disciples, there were no such restrictions. Then I will definitely study hard. Goodbye, Teacher Miyu. Obito said goodbye to Miyu with a laugh and prepared to go home for dinner. Even if Miyu didn't explain that sentence, he would go after dinner. He could still tell who was good to him. After saying goodbye to the disciples, Miyu also returned to his home in the main city. Every night he would read the sealing technique materials given by Kushina. When encountering problems, try to think and solve them by yourself. Only when you really have no idea will you ask Minato or Kushina. In recent days, he has not talked to the two about the topic of sealing techniques. He has accumulated some questions and plans to solve them after dinner. After dinner, Miyu smoothly led the topic to the practice of sealing techniques and asked his own questions. Miyu's questions as a beginner naturally did not stump Minato and Kushina, and Miyu quickly got the answers he wanted. By the way, Miyu, if you have time, can you demonstrate the squirrel mandarin fish in detail again? We went back and tried it, and it was completely different from what you did. It was too difficult. Kushina took the opportunity to ask. That will have to wait until 4 days later. I am helping students with summer special training recently, and I don't have time from Monday to Friday. Miyu explained. Today is Tuesday. Not counting today, which is almost over, there are still 3 days until Saturday. It's okay. You can teach us when you have time on Saturday. Kushina expressed her understanding. Summer special training? Doesn't the ninja school have summer vacation now? Minato's focus was on another place. Not really, because I went to the Sandame's house before. Miyu told Minato and Kushina the whole story. This is not something worth keeping secret, it's better to tell it out. Special training for students who are about to graduate is indeed a good way to strengthen the strength of new genin. Minato nodded and said. The situation in the ninja world is chaotic now. Although the newly graduated genin will not be needed to go to the battlefield in the event of a war, it is always a good thing to strengthen the strength and let the new genin become qualified ninjas as soon as possible. This also shows that the Sandame-sama values you very much and gives you such an important task. Minato smiled gently. It seems that I will call you Miyu Jonin in a month. Kushina joked. Before, she thought that if Miyu practiced the sealing technique seriously, she could become a special jonin by relying on the sealing technique. As a result, Miyu was better than she thought as a teacher, and could be promoted to a special jonin with her teaching ability. It also shows that the Sandame-sama values you very much and gives you such an important task. Minato smiled gently. It seems that I will call you Miyu Jonin in a month. Kushina joked. Before, she thought that if Miyu practiced the sealing technique seriously, she could become a special jonin by relying on the sealing technique. As a result, Miyu was better than she thought as a teacher, and could be promoted to a special jonin by using her teaching ability. You have to achieve satisfactory results to the Sandame in order to be promoted. I am not sure that I can complete it. Even if I succeed, I can't compare with the formal jonin like Minato and Kushina. Miyu said modestly. How can I say the position of special jonin? It is not ruled out that some special jonin have practical ability similar to that of jonin, but most special jonin are just stronger but special jonin. For example, if Miyu becomes a special jonin after the special training, his relevant information will definitely be marked as an educational talent. However, Konoha has very high requirements for Jonin. Even if he is a special Jonin, he is considered to have entered the middle and high level of Konoha and is eligible to participate in the Jonin meeting. Who cares about Jonin? Jonin is better than Chunin, and he can continue to be promoted if he meets the standards in the future. Kushina's words are rough but true. After solving the problem of the sealing technique, Miyu chatted with Kushina and Minato for a while, and went to the southern forest. When Miyu came, Shisui and Might Guy had already arrived and were training. Come here, I will continue to explain to you the chakra burst technique of shaving. Miyu waved to the two. Before the two of them started shaving, Miyu would teach this physical technique during this period. After teaching, he would teach other ninjutsu and physical techniques. Shisui could learn some other fire escape techniques to enhance his offensiveness, and Miyu was going to teach Might Guy the rock breathing. First, the difficulty of rock breathing is very high. In the original work of Demon Slayer, rock breathing is the most difficult one among the basic breathing techniques. It is better to learn it early. Second, the breathing technique has a strong body-building effect, which can help Might Guy better exercise his physique. Might Guy and Shisui immediately stopped training and quickly ran to Miyu's side. 10 minutes after Miyu started teaching, Obito also came. Obito looked at Might Guy and Shisui who were practicing the instant body technique with some envy, and then began to practice nature change under the guidance of Miyu's shadow clone. During the daytime special training, he basically exercised his physical fitness, which had surpassed the previous training volume. Work out hard for a week, and then challenge the physical challenge again. Obito thought to himself. He didn't dare to challenge rashly. If he lost, he would be a white-collar worker with 3 papers. The next day, in order to complete the physical challenge, Obito and Might Guy borrowed weights and wore them and began to run around the training ground crazily. They only rested when they were really exhausted, and continued to exercise after their physical strength recovered. Has Obito been training so hard? Asuma, who was resting, saw that Obito was working so hard, and he couldn't sit still. Because he was the leader in progress, Asuma was more relaxed. Miyu's requirement for them was to complete treading water and climbing trees in 2 weeks, but he had completed it before he came to the special training, so even if he sat there and did nothing for 2 weeks, he would still be qualified. As a result, seeing that Obito, who was also ahead in progress, was so diligent, Asuma was a little uneasy. He looked at Shisui again and found that Shisui was practicing fire escape ninjutsu. He felt that if Group A had a practical test, he would not be able to keep second place, let alone first place. These people were too diligent in their training, and it seemed that they would benefit from taking a longer break. It was like a major loss. Finally, Asuma patted his butt and stood up, and continued to practice fire escape. With a super special genius like Shisui, it is normal that he can't get the first place, but he can't lose to Obito. After losing to Shisui and Obito, will he lose to other students in school? Will he still have this face next? Book recommendation: Arceus's Pirate Journey. A good book that has almost 10,000 subscriptions. Those who are interested in pirates can go and have a look. Chapter 82: Opening the Door to a New World. Now our enemy confusing technique doesn't seem to be too far away from the ordinary clone technique. During the break, Gang Zisha couldn't help but sigh. Yes, whether it turns into a monster or the opponent, it is not much different from the ordinary clone technique when facing a master. Shinayu Izumo nodded and said. From class practice to grade practice, they watched 2 battles between Hongdu and Shisui. From their perspective, Hongdu had done well enough, and only played the real and fake Hongdu after splitting out a clone that looked like Shisui. Even so, Hongdu still failed to confuse Shisui and was easily defeated. I think you should still follow my thinking, split out a clone that is enough to attract attention in an instant, and then take the opportunity to attack. Shinayu Izumo felt that his thinking was not wrong, but the monster he had transformed was not scary enough. But Izumo, you didn't even beat Hongdu. Gang Zisha denied. But I beat you, Zisha. Shinayu Izumo said that he at least beat Gang Zisha. If you have the ability to beat Shisui, I think your thinking is fine. Gang Zisha wanted to shift the topic to Shisui. But Shinayu Izumo had seen through Gang Zisha's thoughts, and laughed, "It's enough if I beat you, Zisha. You were beaten by Hongdu. I beat you." Shinayu Izumo seized the pain point and attacked. Gang Zisha couldn't hold it anymore, and felt that the final exam was a major failure in his life. "I think you two really don't understand anything." Ebisu, who was passing by, heard the conversation between the two, and raised the nose pad of his sunglasses with one finger and said with disdain, "Such a good idea, but it turned into a monster, what a waste." "You are." Gang Zisha scratched his head and was a little confused. "He seems to be a senior from Group B." Shinayu Izumo said softly. Because Ebisu was wearing sunglasses, Shinayu Izumo had a certain impression of Ebisu. "Senior, since you know that we don't understand, come and guide us." Gang Zisha felt that he could brainstorm. As he said that, Gang Zisha took out a bag of potato chips and handed it to Ebisu. Ebisu looked around for a while, and saw that there was no one around them who was particularly close to them, so he accepted the potato chips. Ebisu sat down and waved to Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha, indicating that the two of them should come closer. "Your idea is good. The most important thing about the clone technique is to interfere with the enemy, but you shouldn't think about turning into a monster," Ebisu said to Kamatsuki Izumo. "Instead of turning into a monster, it's better to transform into." Ebisu's voice became much lower, and Kamatsuki Izumo and Gang Zisha's eyes widened. "Senior, are you a genius?" Gang Zisha said with sincere admiration. He imagined the technique of confusing the enemy that Ebisu mentioned, and he felt that he would definitely fall for it. Which man could withstand such temptation? "I think this technique has great potential." Kamatsuki Izumo couldn't wait to develop it according to Ebisu's ideas. "Ahem, don't tell them it was my idea when you use it." Ebisu looked around and said. Gang Zisha nodded. Then he asked, "Senior, what's your name?" "My name is Gang Zisha." "My name is Kamatsuki Izumo." Kamatsuki Izumo introduced himself. "Ebisu." Ebisu stood up and said without looking back. Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchiyun silently memorized the name and watched Ebisu leave, with respect in their eyes. This was the grace of preaching. Today, Ebisu helped them open a door to a new world. When it was almost time to finish school in the afternoon, Mu stopped the training and gathered everyone together. "Starting from this week, there will be a strength test every week, and a practical test every 2 weeks. Those with excellent test scores can be promoted to a higher group for training." Mu said the arrangements for the next special training exam. Mu finally couldn't help but want to try whether the system could get stuck. Disciples who perform well in the exam will be rewarded. He has no power in the ninja school and cannot affect the number of exams, but he is fully responsible for this summer special training. He can say that he can test as he wants. Although he thought it might not work before, he still wants to try it now that he has the ability to try. Anyway, it doesn't matter if there is no reward. If it works, it will be a huge benefit. "Is there any difference between these two?" Hongdu asked. "The strength test does not require you to fight, but to test your mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other items in the form of an exam, while the actual combat test is for the group members to fight according to the actual combat test mode of the ninja school," Mu explained. Hongdu understood what Mu said. The strength test is the same as the group test yesterday, and the actual combat test is fighting. After Mu finished the arrangement, it was time to end the class. Mu did not delay and directly announced the end of school. Next, Mu returned to the main city to eat as he did yesterday, and then went to the southern forest to teach the disciples. However, when the disciples after they left, Mu did not return to the main city, but continued to practice on his own. Finished. Mu Yu looked at the gleaming chakra ball in his palm and the entry-level Raise Nan in the skill column, and nodded with satisfaction. Although he knew the practice process of Raise Nan and the changes in chakra form at the proficient level, he spent too little time on Raise Nan, so he had not completed the practice of Raise Nan until now. Mu Yu had to attend classes and teach disciples every day, and he had to study the sealing technique. Recently, he also added a breathing method to strengthen his body. Only when everything was completed would he start to develop Raise Nan. The reason why he didn't pay much attention to Raise Nan was mainly because Raise Nan didn't help him improve his strength at this stage. Raise Nan consumes too much chakra. Don't look at Raise Nan as just a palm-sized chakra ball, but it contains highly compressed chakra and requires a lot of chakra. For him now, the benefits of using Raise Nan are not as good as other advanced ninjutsu. Mu Yu's main purpose in developing Raise Nan is to help Minato develop Raise Nan in the future, so that Minato would owe him a favor. The Raise Nan was inspired by the tailed beast ball. Kushina couldn't possibly use the tailed beast ball to attack Minato. Considering the time factor, it could only be that she got the inspiration when she met the tailed beast on the battlefield during the Third Ninja World War. So Minato probably hasn't completed the development of the Raise Nan yet. Before he has invincible strength, Mu Yu hopes to have more good friends. Secondly, although it's useless now, it doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. In the future, when he has more chakra and masters the Sage mode, he can make Rasen Shuriken and develop various nature-changing Raise Nan. If that doesn't work, it's also good to use it to reward his disciples. Book recommendation: I set up a praise school in Naruto. High-quality Naruto tends to be relaxed and daily. If you are interested, you can take a look. Chapter 83 Might Guy's Promotion Reward. The chakra required for climbing a tree is very subtle. Find the feeling of being fixed, and you can stay attached to the tree. Water is flowing. Don't apply the experience of climbing a tree to stepping on water. Pay attention to feeling the fluctuations of the water to continuously output chakra. You must practice more hand seals. The speed of hand seals is very important. If you can use ninjutsu faster than others, you will have a better chance of winning. Mu Yu wandered around the training ground, constantly teaching and instructing each group. It is Friday afternoon now. After a few days of classes, Mu Yu has almost gotten used to the rhythm of the class. He is becoming more and more proficient and trying to take care of everyone as much as possible. Mu Yu also encourages students to communicate with each other more. Sometimes, when a person is busy practicing and can't figure out something, he gets inspiration when he communicates with others. The class format of the summer training is relatively free, unlike the theory class where you can only sit in your seat and listen to the class. The students are gradually getting used to this kind of training. At first, Hongdo was a little uncomfortable, and she practiced all day. After a few days, she felt that it was just like that. The rules were that there were 2 big classes in the morning and afternoon, with a half-hour break in between, but Muyo would not care if you were really tired and sat down to rest. The first strength test will be conducted on Monday afternoon. I really want to be promoted to Group B. Shisui is directly in Group A. It's embarrassing for me, the second in the grade, to be in Group C all the time. During the break, Hongdu and her 2 good brothers told her what she thought. It's not that I don't support you, but Hongdu, you really don't have the strength to go to Group B now. Gang Zisha said bluntly. I've seen the performance of Brother Ebisu during training. He is much better than you. Kamizuki Izumo nodded. Many 4th-year students are still in Group C. It's a bit unrealistic for Hongdu to want to go to Group B after a few days of special training. Who is Ebisu? Hongdu scratched his head. Why did his good brothers suddenly have an older brother they didn't know? A senior in the 4th grade, currently in Group B, very strong, and a true genius. Gang Zisha replied. Humph, you guys underestimate me. I'll practice hard on the weekend and get promoted to show you. Hongdu said with his hands on his hips. Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchuyun felt bad. You can't really go to the test. Just kidding, Hongdu, you are the strongest female student in our first grade. A mere strength test is easy to pass. Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchuyun hurriedly spoke to comfort Hongdu, worried that if Hongdu really practiced something, she would be the first to enter Group B, which would be more uncomfortable than failing the test. Complete a large class teaching. Evaluation, A. Get rewards, Earth Escapee Earth Flow Wall, Water Escapee Water Prison Technique. Sure enough, it's also a double reward. Mu Yu thought to herself. When he saw that the chakra reward for B level was doubled, he thought that the A level reward should be 2 ninjutsu. In fact, Mu Yu wanted the system to give 2 identical ninjutsu directly, so that many ninjutsu can be quickly upgraded to proficient level. However, 2 different ninjutsu are also okay. If the evaluation is A all day, 4 ninjutsu can be obtained in 1 day. The efficiency of learning ninjutsu is too fast, and the disciples will never have to worry about not having ninjutsu to learn. After class, Mu Yu returned to the main city and confirmed with Kushina and others that they would have a detailed teaching of squirrel mandarin fish on Saturday, and then returned to the South Forest to continue teaching disciple. Might Guy and Shisui are still working hard on the practice of shaving. In fact, the 2 of them have been able to use the shaving in a preliminary way, but in the identification technique, they are still not at the entry level, but their proficiency is higher. Mu Yu understood the entry standard of identification. Being able to use it does not count as entry, but it counts as mastering it. For example, if you use the Great Fireball but can only spit out fist-sized sparks, this is obviously not entry. Even if you have not entered the entry level, shaving makes Might Guy happy. He used the special chakra technique of shaving to instantly condense chakra in his legs several times and then explode. In the blink of an eye, he appeared a few meters away, and at the same time kicked a tree at high speed. The speed is much faster than before. If Kakashi is kicked like this, can he still react? Might Guy was very excited. However, he knew that Kakashi also knew the instant body technique. After being excited, Might Guy practiced harder. Disciple Might Guy has practiced diligently under your guidance and has gained a certain amount of strength. He has been awarded the finger gun, proficient level. Akai has also triggered it. Only Obito is left. Mu Yu glanced at Obito, who was practicing the chakra nature change. Perhaps stimulated by Might Guy and Shisui, who were learning to shave, Obito has also been practicing diligently in recent days. During the daytime special training, he has been running with weights. It is estimated that he will soon be able to receive the improvement reward. Mu Yu calmed down and began to check the memory of the finger gun in his mind. This reward is also one of the 6 styles. Like shaving, the finger gun has also been localized by the system and turned into a physical skill. Mu Yu found a big stone, condensed a large amount of chakra in his index finger according to the experience of practicing the finger gun in his mind, and then easily left a few holes in the stone. It is quite similar to the hell stab of the 3rd Raikage. Adding the lightning chakra nature change should greatly enhance the power. Mu Yu came to a conclusion after the experiment. I wonder what reward Obito can trigger. Mu Yu thought in his heart. If Obito's reward is also the 6 styles, then he hopes it is the moon step. There are very few means of flying in the ninja world, and being able to fly is a huge advantage. Although the moon step is not considered flying, it jumps high. After practicing the chakra nature change, Obito did not go home to rest, but asked Shisui and Might Guy if they wanted to run at night together. The 2 readily agreed, so the 3 of them ran at night together. Haha, Obito, you finally realized that youth lies in exercise. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up, and his shining white teeth were particularly dazzling at night. What youth or not, I just want to learn the instant body technique through physical training. Obito looked at Might Guy with a black line. Every time he saw the 2 of them practicing the instant body technique together, while he was practicing the nature change alone, Obito felt very uncomfortable. It's like living in the same dormitory, your roommates have finished their homework and are playing together, but you are still doing your homework alone. That feeling is simply terrible. Come on, Teacher Miyu is definitely looking forward to your completion of the challenge, Shisui said. He felt that Miyu was not unwilling to teach Obito, but Miyu was laying the groundwork for teaching Obito to shave. Well, I'll try again on Sunday. Hearing Shisui's words, Obito was even more motivated. It's just 100 questions, it can't stop him, Uchiha Obito, from moving forward. It will probably be on the shelves at 12:05 noon tomorrow, please support. In addition, I will recommend this Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, don't need recognition. The one who wrote Naruto defected, you can take a look if you are interested. Chapter 84 Remarks on the Shelves. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be on the shelves on time at 12:05 noon tomorrow. First of all, thank you for following along and voting for rewards. I can't update too much during the free period, only 4K a day, no wonder you say it's short. Next, let me be a bit sad. This book is pretty bad. I haven't written anything, but the chapters are often blocked, which caused me to lose the smart recommendation. Maybe the reason why I didn't win the recommendation competition is that the chapters were blocked the day before the PK. In fact, it was supposed to be put on the shelves next week, but I didn't win the recommendation competition and it flopped, so I put it on the shelves in advance. Although the current performance is not very good, this is my first book after graduation. I must write it well and will try my best to update it. Don't worry that I will be a eunuch. Also, I have a little fantasy in my heart. Although the previous performance is not good, maybe the performance will get better later. This is not without cases. I hope that everyone who has the ability can come to Kidian to subscribe. I will give a shout-out to all the parents who feed and clothe you. Currently, the collection of this book is about 25,000. Kidian now has anti-theft, and the subscription ratio of stronger authors is generally about 5. But I don't think I have that ability, so my expectation is 2,500 first orders, which is also a subscription ratio of 10. I will be very satisfied if I reach this number. If it is higher, it will all be a surprise. I wonder if you can give me a surprise, start dreaming. Regarding updates, there will be at least 5 updates on the day of the release, and I will post as many as I can. For additional updates, starting from 2,000 subscriptions, 1 update will be added for every 200 additional subscriptions. The average subscription will be calculated from the second day of the release, and 1 update will be added for every 100 subscriptions, permanently valid. That's all I have to say. I hope everyone can subscribe to support me. Next, I will sacrifice a wave of books and hope that this book will perform better after it is released. Uzumaki Naruto, don't need recognition, Chi Swanyu. I established the Kwa cult in Naruto, Gan Jiaochu Li Luoyu. Starting to be a worker from Naruto, Nong Mo Jiaoshu. The House Witch, Xian Yu Cheng Xian. Euro Inazuma's Daily Life of Monsters Euro Master Xiangying. Euro What Bad Intentions Can Batman Have Euro MR Bones. Euro Pirates, the first partner is Tom Cat Euro Want to Eat Popsicles. Euro Arz's Pirate Journey Euro White Dove. Euro Starting a New Life from Conan Euro Li Siyang. Euro My Stand is Steve Euro Kyoyalan. Euro Bleach, Sunny and Cheerful Big Boy Euro Tendongs. Chapter 85 Discovering New System Mechanisms. Saturday morning. Because he and Minato and the others had an appointment to conduct a detailed teaching of squirrel mandarin fish, Miyu sent his shadow clone to instruct his disciples, while his original body was teaching Minato and Kushina to cook in the main city of Konoha. The reason why they didn't switch, with the shadow clone teaching the cooking and the original body teaching the apprentice, was mainly because the shadow clone didn't have the blessing of chef skills. Miyu can use all the ninjutsu shadow clones, but only for skills like chefs and professors. shadow clones cannot enjoy bonuses. Miyu took out a fish and put it on the chopping board, letting Minato and Kushina watch. While cutting the fish, she explained. To handle the fish, first cut diagonally behind the gills to cut off the spine. Miyu cut off the fish head and then reminded. After cutting off the fish head, handle it a little bit and cut off the gill cover. It will be easier to shape when frying, and it will look much better when it is placed on the table. No wonder it didn't look good when I made it. It turns out there is this step. Kushina showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. When handling the fish meat, Miyu reminded the two to control the strength and cut only 4/5 of the fish meat. Don't cut the fish skin, otherwise it will be considered a failure in appearance. When it came to this step, Miyu took out the 2 fish prepared in advance for Kushina and Minato to try. Minato's performance was okay. He was probably afraid of cutting the fish meat, so he cut it a little shallow. Kushina cut the fish skin directly. Haha, the fish meat is too soft, it was cut in one go. Miyu, do you have fish with harder meat? Kushina tried to find the reason from the fish. If the meat is too hard, will you eat it? Miyu smiled helplessly. Fortunately, Miyu was well prepared. He took another fish for Kushina to try. With the experience of the first time, Kushina cut the fish skin 3 times before cutting it, which was a big improvement. I'll leave the fish cutting to Minato in the future. Kushina said solemnly. In order not to waste Miyu's time, Kushina decided not to compete with the fish for the time being. The teaching continued. Miyu explained every step in great detail. After the explanation, he immediately asked the two to practice. This teaching was very slow. When it was noon, Miyu had not yet made a complete squirrel fish with Kushina and Minato, but had almost completed the decomposition teaching. It was not until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Miyu led the two to make their own squirrel fish. It was completed, but the appearance was quite different. We followed step by step, why is there still such a big difference in the end? Kushina felt that her and Minato's finished products were still far from Miyu's. After all, we are novices. If we practice more, the appearance should be better. Minato said. Minato was quite satisfied. He actually completed a dish that looked so complicated. If the learning difficulty of dishes has levels, Minato feels that this squirrel fish is at least B level. He immediately added this dish to the menu after Jiraiya came back. Lecture completed. Evaluation, B. Reward, Magic Mapo Tofu. Just when Miyu was about to say something, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Teaching how to cook is also considered teaching? Can teaching 2 people also settle the lecture reward? Miyu's mind instantly popped up 2 doubts. Why didn't he trigger the reward when he taught before, and why didn't he trigger the lecture reward when he taught his disciples? After careful consideration, Miyu had some guesses. The judgment of the lecture may not only be based on the number of people, but also on the strength of the person being taught. Although he only taught Minato and Kushina, they were very strong. As for why it didn't trigger when he taught cooking before, Miyu felt that it should be because the time and teaching depth were not in place. This lecture settlement was indeed a bit beyond Miyu's expectations, and the reward was a bit abstract. It was actually a recipe. If he remembered correctly, it was still a recipe from the Chinese cooking master boy. Kushina and Minato each tasted the squirrel mandarin fish they made, and both showed a satisfied smile. Although it looked a bit shabby, it tasted very good. However, when eating, Miyu's squirrel mandarin fish was eaten first. His own was good, but Miyu's was too fragrant and he couldn't help it. Miyu, I really trouble you this time. You spent most of the day teaching us to cook. Minato smiled gently. It's not a big deal. You guys often help me solve my doubts about the sealing technique. Miyu responded with a smile, indicating that the two of them didn't need to worry about it. Speaking of the sealing technique, Miyu, how is your 3-finger sealing practice going? Kushina asked. There are some signs of improvement now. Miyu shared her insights from the first 3 days of practice. The progress is pretty good. The time it takes to successfully practice should be about the same as I estimated. Kushina nodded after listening and gave affirmation. Kushina is willing to call Miyu the best in cooking, but when it comes to sealing techniques, Kushina feels that there should be no one stronger than her in the entire ninja world. I'll go back and write down some of my previous insights on practicing sealing techniques, and give it to you after I finish writing it. Kushina thought for a while and said. She is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Miyu just taught her and Minato to cook so carefully and meticulously, and Kushina also catered to her preferences. That's really troublesome. Miyu was very satisfied. Miyu, you are still talking about us, what's the trouble? Don't be polite, it's a piece of cake. Kushina laughed loudly. In the evening, Obito told Miyu in advance that he would apply for the physical challenge again on Sunday. Are you ready? Miyu asked Obito with a smile, and slowly took out 3 test papers from the scroll. Looking at the 3 test papers in Miyu's hand, Obito's face fell all of a sudden. No matter what, he didn't want to do the questions. But when Obito looked at Might Guy and Shisui who were practicing shaving not far away, and thought of their conversation yesterday, Obito instantly ignited his fighting spirit and said. Teacher Miyu, I'm ready, I will definitely succeed this time. Since the disastrous defeat on Saturday last time, he has been practicing hard for a week, and Obito chose to believe in his training results. Seeing that Obito was so confident, Miyu gave Obito the ticket fee and began to arrange the venue. The next morning, Obito came very early, and for the first time he arrived at the training place earlier than Shisui. After Obito did some warm-up exercises, Miyu took Obito to the challenge area he arranged. It's the same as before. Just walk east and you can see the end. Miyu reminded. Obito nodded and sprinted in the direction pointed by Miyu with all his strength. With the lesson from the last time, Obito did not look back at the shadow clone, but always paid attention to whether there were traps and mechanisms near him. With a cautious attitude, Obito came to the big pendulum level where he failed last time without being hit by a trap. There may be a large number of thick trees swinging back and forth at any time. Obito did not hesitate, rushed in directly, and rushed through without injury at a very fast speed. He was used to running with weights. After running without weights, Obito felt that his body was unbelievably light, and his running speed suddenly increased. After passing the place where he failed last time, Obito felt much more relaxed and showed a bright smile on his face. As long as I get serious, this challenge is just like that. However, Obito was not handsome for 3 seconds. Not long after he finished speaking, he fell directly into the big pit dug by Miyu. Deduct 1 point. Miyu's warm voice reached Obito's ears. Obito quickly jumped out of the pit, and then ran all the way carefully, never daring to be careless again. The price of carelessness was too heavy. Not only did he have to start the challenge again, but he also had to add another 100 questions. Although the former was unpleasant, he could accept it, but the latter was a bit scary. After running carefully for a long time, Obito saw a kunao stuck on a wooden stake, and a flag was tied to the kunao, with the finish line written on the flag. Obito smiled brightly again. This is the finish line, and there are still 2 points to deduct. I am really good at being careful. Obito walked towards the kunao with a step that did not recognize any relatives. At this time, Obito's heart was full of satisfaction. He passed the difficulties through his hard training and extraordinary caution. There was nothing more satisfying than this, and he felt a full sense of accomplishment. But just when Obito was about to walk to the side of the kunao, Obito was suddenly hung up. What he didn't expect was that there was a trap next to the finish line. Deduct 1 point. Miyu's voice reached Obito's ears again. Obito quickly got rid of the trap and didn't dare to laugh anymore. He was afraid that he would lose the last point if he laughed again, and he laughed out 3 test papers. Obito carefully checked the surroundings and crossed the finish line. At this time, Miyu appeared and said, "Although there is only 1 point left, it is also a success." "Ha ha ha, great!" Obito couldn't help jumping up and cheering, laughing loudly, without worrying about losing points and failing, and without taking 100 questions. "Finally, I can learn to shave like Shisui and Kai." "Who told you that you can learn to shave now?" Miyu asked in confusion. "Didn't you, Miyu teacher, say that you can learn it after completing the physical challenge?" Obito asked puzzled. "Yes, you have completed the physical challenge, but you have only completed the first level of Forest Sprint, and you haven't completed the second level yet," Miyu explained. Obito thought about it, and finally found the relevant memory from a corner. It really happened. The second level is called River Sprint. You need to rush from the river bank to the other side of the river within the specified time without falling into the water, Miyu explained. "Is it that simple?" Obito showed a happy expression. "Isn't this just treading water? It's too easy for him now. I will interfere with the release of ninjutsu on the river surface to a certain extent after the start," Miyu said with a smile. "Or is it a water dragon bullet?" Obito asked. Miyu nodded. It was indeed a water dragon bullet, but the number was a little bit more. After getting Miyu's affirmation, Obito's expression was very relaxed. "Isn't it just a water dragon bullet plus treading water? The training has been completed long ago. Teacher Miyu, I'm going to start the challenge of the second level." Obito wanted to finish it quickly. Challenge to start shaving practice. "Since I don't have any drafts, I stayed up all night to write all 5 chapters. I may be confused. Please leave a message in the chapters. I will read it." Chapter 86 Strength Test. "By the way, Teacher Miyu, you don't have to pay for the ticket for the second level, do you?" Obito suddenly remembered an important thing. After passing the first level for the first time, you can challenge the second level for free. Under normal circumstances, the fee is the same as the first level, Miyu explained. "It's free for the first time, that's great." Obito was very happy. This means he has done 3 fewer tests. "Teacher Miyu, let's get started." Obito couldn't wait. Then Miyu took Obito to the river and explained. "The river here is only 15 meters wide. You need to cross it within 10 seconds and you can't fall into the water." After talking to Obito, Miyu split more than 10 shadow clones and stood by the river, ready to perform ninjutsu. When Obito first heard that it would take 10 seconds, he was excited. The total distance was only 15 meters, but it took 10 seconds. But when Obito saw Miyu split so many shadow clones, he was a little uneasy and had a terrible guess in his mind. More than a dozen Miyus made seals in a row, and soon there were more than a dozen thick water dragons rushing back and forth along the river. Obito was dumbfounded when he saw the water dragons that almost filled the river surface. Is this called a certain degree of interference? With so many water dragons rushing back and forth, he felt that there was not much room for him to pass. "Obito, are you ready? Get ready and I'll start the count," Miyu asked. If it weren't by the river, it would be much easier to perform water escape than in a waterless place. It would be difficult for him to complete this operation with his current chakra. "I'm ready, let's start," Obito said with a stiff face. "I've already agreed with Miyu to start the challenge, so I have to do it." Obito was thinking frantically about how to complete the challenge of the second level. Although he had dodged water dragon bullets on the river surface during the previous treading water training, the number of water dragon bullets in the treading water training was completely different from the number of water dragon bullets in the second level challenge. During the treading water training, there was only 1 water dragon bullet on the river, and you just had to be careful not to be knocked over by the waves caused by the rolling water dragon bullets. And this challenge, the river surface was directly filled with water dragon bullets, and finding a place to land was a test of eyesight. "Begin," Miyu shouted while using ninjutsu. After hearing Miyu's start, Obito had to dive into the river full of water dragon bullets. Obito still had a glimmer of luck in his heart. He thought he might be able to rush through with his eyes closed, after all, it was only 15 meters away. But the challenge that Miyu wanted was not something that could be passed by luck alone. Obito had just advanced less than 3 meters when he was hit by a fast-attacked water dragon bullet and fell into the river, drinking a big mouthful of river water. It's a pity. The challenge failed. Miyu stopped the ninjutsu, quickly picked up Obito and said, "Teacher Miyu, your challenge is too difficult. How can so many water dragon bullets pass through?" Obito complained. He felt that he had failed just after starting. There is plenty of time. There is a full 10 seconds. Why don't you stop and observe the action pattern of the water dragon bullets before starting to act? Miyu reminded. Obito does not think twice before acting, but it is possible to think 3 times before acting. He thinks that even Obito should think carefully after suffering 3 losses. Teacher Miyu, then I will try again. Obito felt that he was reckless just now when he heard Miyu's words. He was only shocked by the water dragon bullets in the river and did not pay attention to the details. If you challenge again, you will need a ticket for 100 questions. Are you sure you need to challenge now? Miyu smiled at Obito. Obito thought about the 3 test papers he had just received yesterday, and finally gave up. Although Miyu reminded him, the difficulty of this level is here, and it is very difficult to pass it. Once you fail to pass it, it will be a white-collar 100 questions. Obito doesn't want to do such a stupid thing. Then start practicing. Today I will teach you a special chakra application technique that can increase speed. If you can practice well, you should be able to sprint across the river. Miyu said. Teacher Miyu, you are my 6th-path sage. Obito was very excited when he heard Miyu's words, and he saw the dawn of victory again. Then practice well. Miyu tapped Obito's head with her fingers together. I have been practicing well. Obito laughed. Then Miyu began to explain some of the shaving techniques to Obito. At 3:30 p.m. on Monday, Miyu started the first strength test. This time he did not ask the teacher for help in the ninja school, but split into 2 shadow clones, each of whom scored a group. Steel Iron. Shadow clone Miyu took out a form and began to call students to start the exam. Hearing his name, Gang Zisha stepped forward quickly. Gang Zisha quickly formed a seal and used the transformation technique, clone technique, and substitute technique, then performed a set of physical techniques, and finally took out a shuriken and threw it at the target 30 meters away. A small improvement, keep working hard. Miyu commented after scoring. Okay, thank you teacher Miyu. Hearing Miyu's praise, Gang Zisha nodded with satisfaction. Shinyu Chuyun. Miyu continued to shout. Shinyu Chuyun also quickly stepped forward and began to show their own strength. After Miyu finished grading, she found that Shinyu Izumo and Gang Zisha were similar in the group test, and their progress in a week was also similar. Maybe this is the bond between the Gate God brothers, even the progress of training must be kept the same. Mitarashi Red Bean. Miyu continued to shout. Hearing Miyu's voice, Red Bean trotted forward, greeted Miyu with a bright smile before starting to use ninjutsu to show their strength. Hearing Miyu calling Red Bean's name, Shinyu Izumo and Gang Zisha were a little nervous, and they didn't relax until they saw Red Bean's performance. Although stronger than them, it is also limited. It should not be directly promoted to Group B. At least the score should be a little higher. Izumo, we will definitely make a big splash in the actual combat test next week. Gang Zisha smiled brightly when he thought of the nearly perfected confuse enemy technique. Yes, with the genius ideas of Brother Ebisu, we will definitely sweep Group C. Shinyu Izumo nodded. It's a pity that Brother Ebisu is indifferent to fame and fortune, and he doesn't want us to reveal that this genius idea came from him. Gang Zisha sighed. Brother Ebisu can choose not to be famous, but we can't give it to him. If we can win a great victory, we will bring Brother Ebisu to fame together. Shenyu Izumo said that people must be grateful. Izumo, it has to be you, otherwise I will make a mistake. Gang Zisha patted Shenyu Izumo on the shoulder, and the two smiled together. Please subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 87 Their respective results. Bingzu Lai Tong. Mu Yu asked the students whose names were read to come up to take the exam. Bingzu Lai Tong quickly walked to the exam space and began to use a ninjutsu, then immediately pulled out a kunao and showed a very sharp physical action, and quickly threw 3 shurikens at the target 50 meters away. Although not all hit the bullseye, they all hit. Then Bingzu Lai Tong ran towards the tree, and walked on the tree as if it were flat ground. The chakra absorption was very stable. When stepping on the water, he could also withstand the waves brought by the water dragon bomb and did not fall into the water. Mu Yu thought about it and gave Bingzu Lai Tong 7 points for ninjutsu, 7.5 points for seal, 8.7 points for tai, 6 points for shuriken throwing, and 7.8 points for chakra control. Bingzu Lai Tong has a good foundation and is excellent in taijutsu, but other aspects are not so good. Mu Yu used a higher level scoring standard for the students in Group A, instead of the standard when grouping. Uchiha Obito. Mu Yu continued to read the next person's name. It's a pity that Lin is in Group B. It would be better if she was in Group A. Obito thought to himself after he walked up and greeted Mu Yu. After challenging Mu Yu's Taijutsu challenge, Obito thought that these test items were extremely simple, so he regretted not being able to let Nohara Lin see him shine. Great Fireball Technique. Obito decisively used his most proficient fire escape ninjutsu, and blew out a 4-meter-high fireball with all his strength, which looked extremely terrifying. Since Mu Yu helped him improve the Great Fireball last time, Obito has basically been using the more powerful-looking Great Fireball, although it will waste more chakra. Damn, are the students in ninja schools so good now? Bingzu Lai Tong was surprised to see Obito using such an amazing fire escape. It looks even more powerful than the Great Fireball of Uchiha Shisui last time. Are all the students of the Uchiha clan monsters? It feels more powerful than Asuma's fire escape. Yui Kurane nodded and said. His fire escape is useless and can't hit anyone. Asuma saw that Yui Kurane actually thought he was not good enough, so he quickly stood up and said. The Great Fireball technique has a relatively slow flying speed and cannot change direction. It is generally used as a feint. Asuma explained. Asuma could still understand the mouth with the fire escape technique, but he had nothing to say about Obito's performance. Whether it was physical skills or other items, Obito performed very well and was not particularly biased. Might Guy. After being called up, Might Guy also used ninjutsu in order, but he only mastered the 3-body technique. Finally, I saw a student who used the 3-body technique, and he didn't use it very well. Bianzul Lai Tong and Asuma smiled, but the next moment, Might Guy showed physical skills, which froze their smiles. Such a fast kick, it feels faster than Lai Tong. Asuma had a headache. He thought he finally found a normal student, but it turned out to be a super biased student. Bianzul Lai Tong didn't say anything. He felt that he might not be able to beat Might Guy in a pure physical skills duel. Asuma found that some students around him were very calm, as if they were used to it, so he stepped forward to ask. After asking Asuma, he found out that Might Guy was the top student in the 4th grade, and he got the top spot by defeating Obito. Instantly, Asuma felt that Might Guy might be even more powerful than he just showed. Uchiha Shisui. When Mu Yu read Shisui's name, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and the students stared at Shisui who was walking forward. Since Shisui defeated Bizuru on the first day of the summer special training, all the students knew that there was such a ruthless person as Uchiha Shisui. Asuma didn't want to look at Shisui anymore. He knew without looking at him Deo must be the strongest, after all, he is the one who can beat him. As he expected, Shisui's performance in every test was perfect, and his overall performance easily surpassed everyone before him. Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma heard his own name when he least wanted to hear it. If he goes up to take the test now, others will definitely compare him with Shisui, and this comparison will not work. However, Asuma will not run away. After struggling for a few seconds, he still went up. If he can't beat him, then he can't beat him. At least the fact that he boasted and was abused before was not known to others. When the get out of class was about to end, Mu finished grading all the students, and only needed to complete the ranking before he could announce the results to everyone. Will there be rewards? Mu ranked the students while thinking in his heart that if there were rewards, he would have a small test every day and a big test every 3 days. The main goal is to get as much wool from the system as possible. When the get out of class was over, Mu just sorted everything out. Mu posted the sorted rankings and scores on the wooden board prepared in advance, and directly announced the end of the get out of class. The students did not rush to leave the training ground, but gathered around the bulletin board to check the results. The total score is only 24. Hongdu scratched her hair, not very satisfied. When she was in the ninja school, her score was usually above 35 points. She was indeed not on the list of promotions. Rather than saying that she was not there, it was better to say that only Ebisu was promoted from Group B to Group A among more than 300 people. Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Zishin next to them kept silent when they heard Hongdu's words, because they had not even broken through 20 points. They were soon attracted by the list of promotions below. Brother Ebisu is indeed a genius. Gang Zisha saw that there was only Ebisu on the promotion list, and he admired Ebisu even more in his heart. Indeed, it is so desirable for one person to lead the way. Shinayu Izumo nodded and said, "But when we completely perfect that this week, we will be Brother Ebisu next week." Gang Zisha said with great enthusiasm. He was fully confident in his perfect technique of confusing the enemy. Even if his score was not high, he would still sweep everything in the practical test. Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Zaitetsu had the same idea, and both of them showed extremely expectant smiles. Zaitetet Izumo and the others are becoming more and more incomprehensible. Looking at the two people who were laughing foolishly, Hongdu was a little confused. Asuma squeezed in to take a look at the ranking of Group A. Fortunately, he ranked third in the comprehensive score, only lower than Shisui and Obito. I have to practice harder this week. Asuma felt a strong sense of urgency at this time. Although Might Guy's test score was not high, he might be very strong in actual combat. After all, he defeated Obito in the final exam not long ago, and his teammate was also a similar practical player. Asuma wanted to maintain the third place and fight for the second place in the practical test. As for the first place, he had no idea for the time being. Chapter 88 A Good Way to Improve Learning Efficiency. Failed. After 20 minutes of not seeing the system message after the results were announced, Mu knew the results of the preliminary test. The exams I set up myself are not good, at least the exams with 2 short intervals are not good. Mu could only regretfully remove the exam plan of 1 small exam a day and 1 big exam every 3 days. If the exams cannot harvest rewards, then doing so will be meaningless and will only make students feel sick. During the evening training, Shisui suddenly appeared in front of Mu and said with a look of surprise, "Teacher Mu, I seem to have mastered the shaving technique preliminarily." Then Shisui performed the shaving technique twice in front of Mu. Mu was sure after reading it, but still gave Shisui an appraisal. The shaving technique really showed that he had entered the door. Well, you have completed the practice of this technique. Next, you can continue to learn other techniques after getting familiar with it. Mu closed the panel and nodded. He was going to teach Shisui some more fire escape ninjutsu to increase Shisui's output means. Shisui learned ninjutsu very quickly, so he could rest assured that Shisui would master more means. As for Obito, Mu is not planning to let him learn new fire escape ninjutsu at the moment. One great dragon fire and one great fireball are enough for now. If there are more, Obito might have difficulty choosing when fighting. Miu Yu looked at Might Guy. Might Guy did an appraisal and found that Might Guy's shaving proficiency was still 30 points away from entry. In this case, it will take another week or so to master it. Miu Yu thought after closing the panel. Miu Yu looked at Might Guy, and then at Obito who was practicing the speed-up technique, and a good idea came to her mind. When Might Guy and Obito trained together before, their body skills improved rapidly. At that time, because they were all practicing physical skills, the main purpose was to make them hit Hinata Kamen, and Hinata Kamen could not hit them. Now they are actually still practicing the same thing, they are all practicing shaving, but Obito has not yet practiced the complete shaving. In essence, they are all practicing the instant body technique to improve speed. Miu Yu called Obito and Might Guy together and asked with a smile. Do you feel that your learning efficiency is a little slow now? Might Guy shook his head. He felt it was normal. Obito's eyes lit up. Since Miu Yu asked, there must be a way to help them improve their learning efficiency, so Obito quickly answered. Yes, Teacher Miu Yu, your technique to improve speed is too difficult, do you have any quick learning methods? Yes, it depends on whether you want it or not. Miu Yu nodded. Yes, of course. Obito looked at Miu Yu with eager eyes. He really wanted to learn quickly to master the speed-increasing skills, complete the challenge as soon as possible, and learn to shave. If you can master shaving quickly, I want it too. Might Guy couldn't resist the temptation of quick control. That's great, you guys run a lap first to show your fastest speed. Miu Yu smiled gently. The two heard what Miu Yu said, although they were a little puzzled, but they all followed Miu Yu's words and burst out with all their strength to show their maximum speed. Miu Yu silently timed the two in his heart and had a general understanding of their speed. Miu Yu then said, in that case, you guys come to see who breaks your maximum speed first. For every half a second slower than your maximum speed, you will do 5 more questions. For every half a second faster than your maximum speed, you will do 5 fewer questions. Whoever reaches the finish line first can do 30 fewer questions. Each person starts with 40 questions. Miu Yu thought for a while and said the rules of the game. Since you two have different speeds, your journey will be a little longer, Kai. Might Guy has almost learned how to play shave, but Obito has not even started to learn the real shave. If the distance is the same, Obito doesn't need to compete, he can just do the questions. Ah! Obito was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Miu Yu's fast learning method would be such a terrifying training that would give him nightmares at night. When he heard the rules, he felt like he was back to the special training for the final preparation, the familiar punishment mechanism, the familiar debt at the beginning, and fast forward, it would enter the installment stage. Teacher Miu Yu, actually, I think the efficiency is quite high now. Obito wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to save the situation. Might Guy also showed an expression of agreement and said, I think so too. It has been less than a month since he got rid of the combat and did exercises. Might Guy didn't want to go back to the days of doing exercises every day. Well, I thought you would like the training method that combines theory and practice. Miu Yu showed a disappointed expression and seemed a little sad. I also specially prepared the theoretical knowledge you will learn next semester, but you can only use it when the next semester starts. Obito felt a little uncomfortable. He also had a similar experience. It was obviously an idea that he had thought hard about for his companions, but it was easily rejected. Thinking carefully, your idea is really good, Miu Yu teacher, it can not only enhance speed, but also increase theoretical knowledge. In order to comfort Miu Yu, Obito said while crying in his heart. Even if it is doing exercises, you can't let Miu Yu teacher down. Youth is about more training and more exercises. Might Guy couldn't bear to see Miu Yu sad, so he quickly changed his words, but when he thought about the future, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Then get ready to start the game. Miu Yu smiled gently again. Seeing Miu Yu's usual warm smile again, Obito breathed a sigh of relief, and then he wanted to slap himself hard on the mouth. Why do you like to interrupt so much? It would have been fine if you didn't interrupt Miu Yu's words when he first mentioned the efficiency of training. Obito cursed inwardly. However, things have come to this point, and Obito has no choice. Since the competition is inevitable, the only thing to do is to minimize the damage to himself in the competition. Every half-second break through the limit speed can reduce 5 questions. Although this looks good, it is not that easy to break the limit. On the contrary, reaching the finish line first can reduce 30 questions in one go, which is the greatest reduction in questions, and it does not necessarily require breaking the limit. Obviously, what Obito can think of, Might Guy can also think of. In any case, the person who reaches the finish line first is the most comfortable. The two looked at each other and saw endless fighting spirit in each other's eyes. There is not only a desire for victory, but also a fear of questions. Miu Yu first planned the running route and the final point for the two, and then in a position where both of them can hear the sound clearly. Ready, start! Miu Yu shouted loudly. The moment he heard Miu Yu shout start, Obito rushed out at full speed without looking back, and he had already used all his strength. Chapter 89 The gears of fate began to turn. As long as we reach that place, we can do fewer questions. Obito ran at full speed, his eyes were red as he stared at the finish line. He had never longed to reach a place so quickly. If someone asked Obito where he wanted to go the most, he would answer without hesitation that it was the finish line of the race. Might Guy's distance was longer than Obito's, so Obito could not see Might Guy for the time being. But Obito soon realized from the noise generated by the high-speed running that Might Guy's speed was approaching him. Obito knew that his speed was not as fast as Might Guy's. If he was caught up, there would be only one outcome, that is, losing. Obito gritted his teeth, and kept thinking about the chakra technique that Miu Yu taught him to increase his speed. He gathered more chakra in his legs and wanted to speed up further. Surpass him, surpass everyone, and become the strongest. Might Guy felt that his whole body was burning. He kept moving forward at a high speed, trying to compete with him. Obito closed the distance. At this moment, his eyes only had the finish line and Obito not far away. Both of them were running as hard as they could. The closer they were to the finish line, the closer the distance between them was. When they were about to reach the finish line, Obito almost felt that they were running in parallel. Whoosh! Suddenly, Might Guy's figure disappeared from his side and appeared at the finish line. When Obito reached the finish line, he collapsed to the ground with endless regret in his heart. Obito couldn't help but punch the ground a few times with his hands. He had just received 100 questions yesterday, and today he had to receive dozens more. He was afraid that he would have to go back to the days of doing questions in installments. He hated it. Obito surpassed by half a second and reduced the number of questions by 5. There are 35 questions left. Akai reached the finish line first and surpassed by 1 second. He doesn't have to do any questions this time. Miu Yu announced the result of the game. Might Guy smiled and punched to celebrate when he heard that he didn't have to do any questions. Miu Yu used the appraisal technique to take a look at Might Guy and found that the previous game directly increased Might Guy's shaving by 3 points of proficiency. You may not be able to do math if you are pushed, but you can really learn ninjutsu faster if you are pushed. Miu Yu nodded secretly in her heart. The result of the game just now was very good. Both of them broke through their first full-speed running results. Drink water and take a rest. Miu Yu pulled Obito up, helped Obito pat the dust on his body, took out 2 bottles of water, handed one to Might Guy, and opened the lid of one bottle and handed it to Obito. If you keep going like this, Obito, you will be able to reach the sprint of the river this week. Miu Yu said. There are too many compromises in life, Yu likes to give more poetry and distance to the lost people. Obito took the bottle of water given by Yu, drank half of it in one gulp, and revived with full blood directly. Akai, you won today, but don't be happy too early, I will definitely cross the finish line first tomorrow. Obito wanted Might Guy to endure the pain of doing the questions like himself. Haha, very motivated, but the person who reaches the finish line first must be me, Might Guy. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up. Yu stood with his hands behind his back, thinking that this is how his disciples should be. It was a pity for Yu that Shisui was not able to join such a harmonious and friendly training. Part of it was due to his strength, and the other part was that Shisui was very strong in theory and was not afraid of doing questions at all. And Shisui had also learned the shadow clone, which could be used to help with the questions. On Tuesday, Yu attended class as usual. At this time, he had completely mastered the rhythm of the class, and could control the course score like the previous ordinary class to decide whether to obtain chakra or ninjutsu. In the morning, Yu chose to brush chakra, and in the afternoon, Yu decided to brush ninjutsu. You did a rare good thing this time. Teacher Yu is indeed much better at these basic teachings than guiding the Jonin. Bing Xiaolei looked at the students in Group B who had mastered climbing trees and treading water under Yu's guidance, and nodded. If those genin who didn't sign up knew about this, they would regret it to death. Bing Xiaolei was somewhat envious of those students in school. If he had such a good teacher when he was in school, his strength would definitely be much stronger than it is now. Brother, when have I ever cheated you? Just trust me. Asuma patted Bing Xiaolei on the shoulder and said. And teacher Yu is not only good at these basics. As long as teacher Yu knows it, he can teach it well. How do you know? Bing Xiaolei didn't react at first. After remembering it, Bing Xiaolei punched Asuma in the chest and said, I almost forgot that he is still your tutor. If Bing Xiaolei is regarded as an ordinary player, then Asuma is a Krypton Gold player. Asuma laughed and understood Bing Xiaolei's thoughts to some extent, but if the tutor was not Yu, he would have chased him away long ago. Although Yu is a good teacher, the pressure in this special training is also great. I feel embarrassed to be suppressed by a group of students. Zhihong's delicate face showed a sad expression. She didn't know how others felt, but she felt a little ashamed to be suppressed by students. It's okay, Hong, let's work hard together and strive to get 2 positions in the top 3. Asuma said quickly. Why, do you think I can't compete with you? He Xiaolei raised his eyebrows and said. Asuma really wanted Shisui to show up and kick this troublesome light bulb away. He couldn't understand the atmosphere, right? However, Shisui didn't come, but Yu did come and gave the 3 people some pointers. Busy time always passes quickly, and soon it was time to end the get out of class. Complete a large class teaching. Evaluation, A. Get rewards, Wind Escapee Vacuum Jade, Earth Escapee Earth Flow River. Both ninjutsu are pretty good, and Yu is quite satisfied with today's gains. Back in the main city, Yu ran into Minato and Kushina who were about to go out. Yu, we are going to a meeting, remember to leave some food for us. Kushina and Yu waved and said. Minato looked at Yu helplessly. He was about to say that Yu didn't have to cook for them today. I will cook larger portions and make yours at the same time. You can eat by yourselves then. Yu understood Minato's eyes and smiled gently. It's great to gain favor just by cooking more food. Minato and Kushina came back earlier than Yu thought. Just as Yu was about to leave to train disciples, Kushina and Minato knocked on the door outside. Yu decided to go later, where Yu's permanent shadow clone was, which will not affect basic training. Having a meeting at lunchtime is definitely not a trivial matter. The barbarians from the land of lightning are damned. They took advantage of the lack of leadership in the Sand Village and assembled a large army to attack the Sand Village. When Kushina started to complain, Yu basically knew what was going on. The gears of the Third Ninja World War officially started turning. Since I have written so much, please subscribe and vote for me, brothers. Chapter 90 The Old Man with the Tube is not easy to mess with. 15. In Muyu's impression, the Third Ninja World War was extremely chaotic. Everyone was attacking each other and then beating up Konoha together. Kumagami attacked Sand Village and Konoha, Iwagakure attacked Konoha and attacked Cloud Village at the same time, and Sand Village repelled Cloud Village. Seeing that everyone was attacking Konoha, they joined in. The Mist Ninja, who rarely participated in the Ninja World War, saw that it was so lively and thought that if I didn't go, it would make me look out of place, so they also started to attack Konoha. The wind shadow disappeared, so let's go to Konoha. The Kumagakure barbarians are too hateful, so let's go to Konoha. Anyway, if you don't know who to fight, just go to Konoha. In the Third Ninja World War, Konoha suffered almost the same fate. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a tough guy, a golden flash of Minato Namikaze, the outcome of the Third Ninja World War would be hard to predict. 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas surrounded the third Raikage. Yahiko was forced to death by Danzo and Hanzo, Nagato turned evil, Uchiha Madara designed Obito to turn evil, Might Guy opened the Death Gate and turned the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures. Muyu recalled the major events of the Third Ninja World War, and could only sigh at the dangers of the ninja world. If it was developed according to the original work, Nohara Rin would be killed by Kakashi's Reikari, Obito would turn evil and become a psychopath, and Might Guy's father would open the Death Gate and sacrifice himself to protect Might Guy. Only Shisui didn't seem to lose anything in the Third Ninja World War, and he even made a name for himself as Shisui of Instant Body. But since Shisui opened his Sharingan during the Third Ninja World War, Muyu believed that something Shisui didn't want to see must have happened during this period. There's not much time left to grow. Muyu remembered that not long before Obito turned evil, Kakashi seemed to have just been promoted to a Jonin, becoming a Jonin at the age of 12. Kakashi and Obito were the same age, and now Obito was only 8 years old, which means that if he wanted to change everything, he only had 4 years left to grow. Although the exact time of the Might Guy incident was unknown, it should have happened when the war was in full swing, and the time would not be too different. The Might Guy incident was actually not that bad, after all, he was just unlucky to meet the 7 ninja swordsmen. Muyu should be able to deal with it after 3 or 4 years of growth. Obito's incident was very troublesome. On the surface, it looked like a tragedy caused by a normal war, but it was actually a man-made conspiracy. If he wants to change the situation of Obito's blackening, his opponents are not the Iwagakure ninjas and the Mist ninjas, but the Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu hiding in the dark. If he is optimistic, his opponent is actually just an old man who needs a tube to maintain his life in a pool of black mud. If he is not optimistic, his opponent is the reincarnation of Indra Chakra, the only living samsara eye-opener in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, and the third son of the Chakra ancestor Kagaya Otsutsuki. And he, Hanyu Muyu, is just a Chunin teacher in the ninja school. Muyu, what are you daydreaming about? Kushina's voice awakened Muyu from his meditation. Muyu sighed, and then explained, I was just wondering if the war would affect our Konoha. Konoha is not a soft persimmon like Sand Village. If you want to go to war with Konoha, you have to think about the consequences. Kushina is confident in Konoha's strength. Hanyu's worries are not unreasonable. Once the war starts, anything can happen. Minato said in a deep voice. His thoughts were more pessimistic than Muyu's. If Muyu was only thinking about whether the war would affect Konoha, Minato's thoughts were that the war would definitely spread to Konoha. In normal times, the title of the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world could deter the villains. Once the war started, Konoha, which was the number 1 ninja village, would easily become the target of ambitious ninja villages to make a name for themselves. No one would believe you just saying that your ninja village was strong, but if you could beat up the number 1 ninja village, then you were really strong. After Minato and Kushina finished their meal, Yu also left the main city to teach his disciples. He first taught Might Guy shaving for a while, and then hosted the race between Obito and Might Guy today. Today, Might Guy still won with a slight advantage, but neither of them broke through the limit. Because Yu's rule is that as long as the limit is broken, the new result will be the limit of the next game, not the initial limit data. It is naturally difficult to have new breakthroughs every day, and Yu was not disappointed. However, this training method is indeed useful. Might Guy's increased proficiency is the best evidence. Yu stopped Shisui, who was practicing, and said, "Stop practicing for now. I will teach you a new fire ninjutsu today." The name of this ninjutsu is Fire Ninjutsu, Phoenix Claw Red. It is a B-level fire ninjutsu with great lethality at close and medium distances. Yu explained what he had done next. The ninjutsu that he came to teach. If the teaching object was Obito, Yu would first teach the Phoenix Fire technique and then teach the upgraded version of Phoenix Claw Red. But the teaching object was Shisui, who had a strong learning ability, so Yu didn't have to worry that Shisui wouldn't learn quickly. Yu took Shisui to an open space. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Yu formed a seal and spit out a large mouthful of flames, and at the same time, he quickly threw out more than 10 shuriken and rushed towards the wooden man in the open space. The shuriken passed through the flames and merged with the flames. More than 10 shuriken instantly turned into more than 10 small fireballs and smashed at the wooden man. The sharp shuriken cut off the wooden man's arm and pierced into the wooden man's body. The flames attached to the shuriken ignited the wooden man's body and turned it into ashes. The point that Phoenix Claw Red is stronger than Phoenix Fire is that it has shuriken. The sharp shuriken plus the high damage of the burning fire style are difficult to dodge at close range, and once hit, it will cause great damage. You taught your disciple fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Since your disciple was very grateful for the reward of critical hit, you obtained the ninjutsu fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, proficient level. Yu nodded secretly in her heart, which was considered a small success. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is also a B-level fire style ninjutsu. In Yu's memory, it is a ninjutsu of the 3rd generation. The attack range is very wide and the fire is very fierce. It is considered a relatively powerful fire style. After Yu explained and demonstrated it several times, Yu asked Shisui to try it himself. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Shisui copied Yu's actions just now, spitting out flames and then throwing out shurikens, and the shurikens carrying flames stabbed at the wooden man. Maybe because it was the first time to practice, Shisui didn't grasp it well. Not all shurikens were carrying flames. Yu used the appraisal technique to take a look at Shisui's panel. The proficiency of Phoenix Claw Red has reached 32, and he can get started with a little more practice. As he expected, Shisui had a strong learning ability. With his teaching skills, he could learn the Balsam Claw Red very quickly. 2 days later, Obito thought he had the ability to complete the challenge, and applied to Yu for another challenge. Today is also the 5th update. Chapter 91 Mastery Level Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow, 25. Teacher, I want to challenge the river sprint. Obito found Yu and told her that he wanted to fight again. It had been 4 days since his last failed challenge. During these 4 days, he learned Yu's special training speed increasing skills, and broke through the limit speed in the competition with Might Guy. Obito felt that he had the ability to pass the challenge. Of course, it was mainly because Obito felt that he had always failed in the speed competition because he had not learned how to shave. In addition, the special training content for the next week will also include a practical test. Obito wants to master shaving this week, so that he will not be so passive in the actual combat next week. He wants to defeat Might Guy once. So far, in the official actual combat with Might Guy, Obito has never won once, and he is always just a little bit short. If Might Guy has mastered the shaving but he has not, Obito feels that he has no chance of winning this time. If the difference is too big, it will be fine, but every time he is just a little bit short, Obito is really a little unhappy. Okay, follow me. Miyu nodded and took Obito to the river. The second level is different from the first level. There is no need to set traps in advance, and you can challenge it directly. Miyu split a large number of shadow clones, and then released a large number of water dragon bullets on the river. Teacher Miyu, I'm ready. Obito took a deep breath and began to condense chakra to prepare for a sprint. Start! Obito's eyes were fixed on the water dragon bullets, trying to see through the hidden rules. After the last failure, Miyu reminded him that so many water dragon bullets were not colliding back and forth randomly, but moving in a regular pattern. If it was just a normal 15-meter treading water, Obito could run over it in an instant, but with the interference of the water dragon bullet, it is obviously not feasible to rush directly, and it is easy to be hit. After observing for 2 seconds, Obito finally discovered the secret. There are a total of 12 water dragons on the river, with 3 water dragons in a group. The water dragons in the same group have similar advance and retreat rules, that is, the 12 water dragons can actually be regarded as 4 large water dragons. There is also a rule between the 4 large water dragons. About every 1.5 seconds, a short safe area will appear between the 2 large water dragons. The time is very short, almost gone in the blink of an eye. After understanding this, Obito rushed out in an instant, and it was too late to observe again. On the surface, it seems to be a 10-second clearance time, but in fact, the time to act may not even be half a second. This level tests observation and the speed of instant action. After understanding the rules, it is much easier to pass the challenge. Obito stops and waits for the opportunity every time he passes 4 water dragons. Standing on the water, Obito stared at the ferocious water dragons, not daring to slack off. He couldn't make any mistakes. The second level had a much smaller margin for error than the first level. Miyu looked at Obito and thought that if Obito could always maintain this calm and cautious attitude, the improvement in combat power would definitely be no less than learning a high-level ninjutsu. Success! When he rushed past the last 4 water dragons and reached the shore, Obito couldn't help but cheer. Teacher Miyu, the time should not have exceeded, right? Obito asked a little worriedly. Miyu nodded and smiled and replied, No, you succeeded. I have successfully completed the physical challenge. Great, then I should be able to learn shaving now. Obito jumped up happily, watching Might Guy, Shisui, and the others flashing around, which made him greedy. This is the training method and experience of shaving, remember to read more. Miyu handed Obito a scroll. I will definitely read it carefully until I can memorize it. Obito excitedly opened the scroll and found that the content was somewhat familiar to him. Thinking carefully, some of the content here is the chakra skills that Miyu taught him to increase speed before. Obito understood everything instantly. It's not that Miyu didn't want to teach him shaving. In fact, since he challenged Miyu's physical challenge, Miyu had already planned to teach him shaving. The forest sprint in the first level is to test his physical fitness, and the second level directly taught him part of the content of shaving. Teacher Miyu, you are really the best teacher in the world. Obito understood Miyu's good intentions and was deeply moved. You gave your disciple the training scroll for shaving. Your disciple was very grateful and rewarded him with a big critical hit and obtained fire style, great fire extinguishing arrow, mastery. The reward returned by the apprentice today was better than Miyu had imagined. It was a big explosion, and a master level ninjutsu was revealed, and it was the powerful great fire extinguishing arrow. I almost forgot, this is your ticket fee, I forgot to give it at the beginning. Miyu smiled and took out 3 test papers and handed them to Obito. Obito's smile froze on his face, and he said why he felt something was missing. It turned out to be the test papers. This was the only thing he hoped. Miyu's memory was a little worse. Since you have forgotten everything, let it go. Obito was already dizzy when he saw the test papers. Mu Yu tapped Obito with 2 fingers together and said, "It's a nice idea, but although it can't be waived, I can give you an interest-free installment once." Obito was happy again when he heard that he could be exempted from interest, so he could do less questions. Then Mu Yu took Obito to practice shaving. Finally, he could practice the handsome instant body technique, and coupled with the hardship of the acquisition process, Obito practiced very seriously. Hongdu felt that her 2 brothers were quite strange recently. They were together all day long, talking about something and laughing secretly. "Do you have anything fun that you didn't tell me?" The straightforward Hongdu went directly to Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchuiyun. "What's fun?" "We are preparing for the actual combat test next week," Gang Zisha explained. "Really?" Hongdu looked at Gang Zisha with a suspicious look. "Don't insult our honest character with your suspicious eyes." Shen Yuchuiyun said that they were indeed preparing for the actual combat test. "Then how did you prepare?" Hongdu asked. Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchuiyun looked at each other for a while, and finally replied, "It's not appropriate to tell you the content of this preparation." Euro. Although they are good brothers, they would not mistake Hongdua Euro's gender. Euro. If you don't Euro want to tell me, then don't Euro tell me. Euro LL. See what tricks you can come up with on Monday. Euro. Hongdu said with a puffed face. She decided that if they met in the practical test on Monday, she must hit hard and punish the Riddler. As the practical test approached, everyone was preparing for the exam. Some people wanted to be promoted to a higher level group through excellent performance, while others wanted to show themselves because they had someone they cared about. On Saturday afternoon, Asuma asked Mu Yu to increase his training. There are 3 more chapters to come. Chapter 2 Breath of Flame, 35. Euro teacher Mu Yu, I think I can withstand more pressure. Please give me more training. Asuma asked Mu Yu seriously. The first actual combat test will start in 2 days, and Asuma feels that he can struggle a little longer. This is not a secret battle with only Mu Yu present, and Xiri Hong will also see it. Even if he loses, he must lose decently. Why do you suddenly need extra training? Is it for the actual combat test? Mu Yu asked with a smile. The thoughts of a little brat like Asuma are too easy to guess. Well, you guessed it, teacher. Asuma smiled embarrassedly. It's not possible to improve strength just by doing extra training. Mu Yu denied Asuma's idea. If it's a theory test, cramming is somewhat useful. If you encounter the review content during the exam, you will get a little extra points. If it's a practical test, just practicing more in the last 2 days will not be effective, because practicing more in these 2 days will not have any obvious improvement on the body. Unless you have a super learning ability, learning 1 ninjutsu a day, you will learn 2 more ninjutsu in 2 days, which is useful, but Asuma obviously does not have such learning ability. What should I do? Asuma asked. He placed his hope on the omnipotent teacher Mu Yu. Do you really want to improve your strength? Mu Yu asked. It's not that he doesn't have a way, but the process is more tragic. It couldn't be more real. Asuma replied. If you want to improve your strength in just 2 days, then you have to fight. Mu Yu thought for a while and said. There are only 2 days left, and the only solution Mu Yu can think of is to fight a lot, in other words, to get beaten a lot. Fight with my shadow clone, in the next period of time. As long as you have the strength to stand up, you will continue to fight with my shadow clones. In this way, even if it takes 2 days, you can improve your strength to a certain extent. In the actual combat test, fighting is part of the exam. Asuma's large-scale fighting is equivalent to brushing up on the theoretical exam, which is much more reliable than 2 days of extra training. Asuma felt how miserable it would be just by listening to Mu Yu's words, but for the sake of Xiri Hong, he had to bite the bullet and nodded. It can only be said that if you want to be noble in front of others, you have to suffer behind others. In the following time, Asuma was basically beaten by Muyu's shadow clones in various ways. Even if Muyu deliberately suppressed the strength of the shadow clone, Asuma could not defeat it now. When Asuma was exhausted and resting against a tree, he complained. "If you ask me, the old man is just blind. Teacher Muyu, a ninja like you is still a chunin. If you ask me, you should be promoted to jonin." When Muyu was fighting with him just now, including the shadow clone, Muyu used a total of 8 ninjutsu, including fire escape and water escape, and the ninjutsu configuration was also good, with both attack and defense. "I am indeed not qualified to be promoted to a jonin now," Muyu denied. Based on his performance just now, he is at most a chunin who knows a little more ninjutsu, but Asuma thinks so because he is too weak. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you watching?" Muyu's expression remained unchanged, thinking in his heart. The reason why he suddenly showed some strength was naturally not because he wanted to help Asuma train, but for the third generation to see. Even if the third generation himself was not watching, the monitoring Anbu would see it and report it to the third generation. Muyu's idea was very simple, that is, to lay the groundwork. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew him inside and out. As long as Muyu did not show something too outrageous, then from the perspective of the third generation, this was Muyu's own talent. In fact, Muyu had laid the groundwork once before, and it was the kind of laying the groundwork with witnesses, that is, Kushina said that Muyu had practiced sealing techniques the time when she showed her talent. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina was naturally under the surveillance of the Anbu. It was precisely because of this that Muyu showed that he had a talent for sealing techniques. Otherwise, with his caution, he should have pretended that he had mastered it in 10 days. With the talent for sealing techniques, he is particularly strong in teaching, and his strength as a ninja is not bad. Such a young man would be more worthy of being saved. Muyu showed himself in the perspective of the card. He showed his value when the root could not see but the third generation could see. If he was fished out from the root, he could further show that he was also no need to worry about the problems at the root. After Muyu was transferred to the third generation, as long as he did not suddenly show abnormal strength, his next progress would be that the third generation would discover and cultivate the talent that the root could not find. Muyu wanted to develop steadily, but he would not always be a chunin teacher, because the identity of a chunin teacher actually limits his development limit. If he really always honestly became an ordinary chunin teacher, would he have the opportunity for this summer special training? I am afraid that he would be called by Danzo to work as a laborer at the root during the holidays. The higher the status, the stronger the strength shown. Muyu, the more space you can brush the reward, the more space he can have. For example, he wants to reform the curriculum of the ninja school and add some public courses for several classes to take together. If he is just an ordinary teacher, no one will listen to his suggestions. But if this summer special training is done well and he is promoted to a special jonin, Muyu feels that his suggestions will be seriously considered. On Sunday morning, Muyu was training Obito to shave. At this time, Might Guy and Shisui had already completely entered the door, so only Obito was learning. Shaving is actually very simple. Just stack the technique you used before more than 3 times and use it. Muyu explained while demonstrating. My legs will fail, it's so difficult. Obito tried again according to Muyu's instructions, but unfortunately he still failed. It's easy for Muyu to say it, and it doesn't feel difficult when he conceives the action in his mind, but when he really practices it, Obito feels that the ease just now is all an illusion, it's too difficult. Let alone stacking it 3 times, he can't even be stable after stacking it twice. Just practice more, Shisui and the others didn't learn it in a few days. Muyu said. He used the appraisal technique to check Obito's proficiency, and he already had more than 40 points of proficiency. Because I had split a part of it and taught it to Obito before, he got the hang of it quickly when I actually started teaching. Until the end of the training, Obito was still unable to complete the 3-fold burst, but he was able to stack it twice more stably, which was a decent improvement. Under your guidance, the disciple Uchiha Obito has practiced hard and gained a certain increase in strength, and received a reward, breathing of flame, proficient level. Miyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be another breathing method. When Miyu checked the memory of breathing of flame that suddenly appeared in his mind, he was instantly surprised by the Naruto version of breathing of flame. Although they were both breathing methods, the effects were completely different from breathing of rock, and they could be called secret techniques. Chapter 93 5 Elements Seal and Contract Seal, 45. Flame breathing can actually enhance the power of fire style. The Naruto version of fire breathing can also enhance physical fitness, but this is not the main function of fire breathing. The main function of fire breathing is to enhance fire style. The beginner of fire breathing can use full concentration breathing to instantly increase the speed of the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra and enhance the power of the flame. After mastering the breath of flame, you can enter the state of normalization, making the two effects of accelerated nature change and enhanced flame power normalized, and have a stronger burst power. The pattern mode after mastering is even more terrifying. It can directly transform all chakra into flames without obstacles. All fire escape ninjutsu can be performed immediately without seals, greatly enhancing the power of flames. After the system's magic modification, the breath of flame is no longer related to the one in the original work of Demon Slayer. It does not need to hold a knife. It can be said to be a fire escape chakra mode. There are many chakra modes in Naruto. The more common and practical one is the Sage mode. If you are a Jinchuriki, you can have the opportunity to practice the Tailed Beast chakra mode, and there is also the Lightning Escape chakra mode of Kyumigakuer. Miyu even thinks that Susanoo can also be regarded as a chakra mode, which is a chakra mode limited to Mangekyo. Some chakra modes can be used in a superimposed manner. Miyu dare not think that if the Sage mode and the Breath of Flame pattern are used together, how powerful the fire escape will be. Although the reward is not the imagined moon step, Miyu is very satisfied. The localized breathing of fire is very effective, which can not only enhance his own strength, but also be suitable for his disciples to practice. Shisui and Obito's main attack ninjutsu are both fire escape, and they are both very suitable for breathing of fire. During dinner in the evening, Miyu told Kushina that he had successfully practiced the three-finger technique. It has been successfully practiced. A month has passed quite quickly. Kushina took a bite of the food and sighed. It's not a month, it's 27 days. Minato corrected. He remembered when Kushina gave Miyu the three-finger seal. After calculating the number of days, he found that Miyu's practice speed was a few days faster than Kushina had expected. 27 days is about the same as a month. I can't predict the future, so it's impossible to be 100% accurate. Kushina waved her hand and said. But it can be completed earlier than I guessed, which shows that Miyu's talent in sealing is really good. Kushina praised. It just so happens that I have recently finished writing down my insights on practicing the seal technique. I will give you the insights and the seal technique you are going to practice next after dinner. I also wrote down some of my insights when practicing the seal technique. It may not be as professional as Kushina's, but it should be helpful to you. Minato said. Although his seal technique was completely taught by Kushina, everyone has different ideas when learning. Minato thinks that his insights should also be able to help Miyu. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Kushina and Teacher Minato. Miyu thanked. Then make more delicious food for me and Minato to taste. Kushina grinned. Although she didn't feel that she had worked hard, Miyu had said it, and it would be a waste of this good opportunity if she didn't mention it. Can you eat spicy food? Miyu thought for a while and asked. When he taught Kushina and Minato to cook before, he made a magical mapo tofu. If he remembered correctly, it was the recipe from Xiaodanjia, and the taste should not be bad. No problem, Miyu, just do it. Kushina replied. It's okay, it's acceptable. Minato thought for a while and said. They thought a dish couldn't be too spicy, at worst they just didn't eat the chili in it. That's fine, I'll make you a dish that's so delicious that it glows tomorrow night. Miyu said with a smile. I just suspect that something strange is added to the dish if it glows. Kushina complained. Is it true that when the dish is extremely delicious, it will glow? Minato thought about this question seriously. He remembered that the egg fried rice that Miyu made before seemed to be glowing faintly. After dinner, Kushina and Minato returned home and took their cultivation insights and walked into the house where Miyu lived again. The two handed the scroll to Miyu, who took the scroll and thanked her again. The scroll of sealing technique records 3 sealing techniques in total. In addition to the 5-finger seal and the advanced sealing technique corresponding to the 5-finger seal, there is also a contract seal, which is enough for you to practice for a year. Kushina said. It sounds difficult. I will often ask you questions when the time comes. Miyu said with a smile after putting the scroll away. Ask, it may not be easy for you, but these are things I am very familiar with. Kushina said very confidently. After Kushina and Minato left, Miyu took the scroll of sealing technique to the 2nd floor to start learning. After opening the scroll of sealing technique, Miyu found that the advanced ninjutsu corresponding to the 5-finger seal was actually the 5-element seal. Miyu thought that Kushina was indeed generous and believed in his talent enough to give him the advanced sealing technique of the 5-element seal directly. After learning the seal technique for a while, he also knew what the 5-element seal represented. It was a very difficult seal technique, and even a senior ninja who was good at the seal technique might not be able to master it. Miyu felt that the reason why the 5-finger seal existed was to reduce the difficulty of learning the 5-element seal. Miyu took a look at the contract seal and felt that it was quite interesting. The contract seal could cut off the contractual relationship between the caster and the summoned beast, causing the caster to lose control of the summoning technique and be unable to summon the summoning technique again. Since it can cut off the contractual relationship, if it is improved, it can also cut off other relationships. Miyu has always speculated that the seal of the root of the tongue may have the function of active activation. With Danzo's caution, this is not impossible. If the root of the tongue can be combined with Danzo, the caster, if the relationship is cut off, then the threat of tongue root will be greatly reduced. Because the condition for triggering tongue root seal is to reveal the secrets of Danzo and the root, as long as he doesn't say these, it will never be triggered. First learn the 5-finger seal, then learn the 5-element seal and contract seal, and try to finish it in 1 month. Miyu thought to himself. He also has 2 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls, which can directly raise the entry-level ninjutsu to the proficient level. He plans to use them on the 5-element seal and contract seal. When the 2 sealing techniques reach the proficient level, they can also give him more sealing technique knowledge. On Monday afternoon, Miyu started the practical test. At this time, the students of the summer special training have been studying for 2 weeks, and each has made some progress. The rules of the practical test are basically the same as the rules of the ninja school practical examination, and the opponents are determined by random draws. Chapter 5 is still being written, and there will be more later, but it will be a little late. Chapter 94 The Battle of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Number 1 Gang Zisha vs Number 2 Shenyu Chuyun. Miyu read out the name of the student in the first battle. Shenyu Chuyun and Gang Zisha heard that they actually met in the first round, and couldn't help but sigh that God was blind, and let the 2 brothers fight in the first game. Zisha, I thought today is the day for you and me to become famous, but God is jealous of talents. Shenyu Chuyun sighed. He didn't expect that he and Gang Zisha had such bad luck that they met in the first game. Yes. Gang Zisha also nodded with a sad face. If they didn't meet, with the perfected enemy confusing technique, they might be able to meet in a decisive battle and create a good story. Chuyun, the perfected enemy confusing technique is very powerful. It's better to ban this technique when you and I fight as brothers. Gang Zisha suggested. Shenyu Chuyun thought for a while and smiled and nodded, saying, that's great. You two stop talking like ancient people. Hurry up and enter the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Don't waste time. Hongdo said speechlessly. Ignoring Hongdo, who didn't understand the sense of ritual, the two walked towards the battlefield and got ready for the battle. The battle begins. Mu Yu shouted when she saw that the two were ready. After hearing Mu Yu's start, the two rushed towards each other quickly and started close combat. But the two were of similar level, had been together for a long time and were taught by the same teacher, so they were evenly matched for a while. Gang Zisha swung his right fist and Shen Yu Chuyun also swung his right fist. Gang Zisha elbowed Shen Yu Chuyun and also elbowed. The two fought for 2 minutes without a clear winner. It's about time. Gang Zisha said in his heart. Although we are brothers, the world of ninjas is very cruel. I will inherit your will and continue to win. Gang Zisha prepared to use the confuse enemy technique with a guilty heart. Zisha, I'm sorry, I'm a ninja. Shinayu Izumo quickly made a seal with a smile on his face. He was going to use the confuse enemy technique. Just kidding, how could he not use the ninjutsu that he had practiced so hard? He agreed to Gang Zisha just to paralyze him. Konoha swear. Gang Zisha instantly took back the guilt in his heart. Shinayu Izumo was even more dishonest than him. As Shinayu Izumo completed the seal, 4 big sister clones wearing cool clothes and a bit of Shinayu Izumo's charm appeared on the field in an instant. Even though he had performed this ninjutsu many times, Gang Zisha subconsciously slowed down the speed of the seal, and his sight unconsciously drifted to the magnificent mountains. Not only Gang Zisha, but also many onlookers were attracted by the huge gravity and looked at those magnificent mountains. Mu Yu was stunned for a second, thinking that this was not the seduction technique developed by Naruto. Why did it come out in advance? This butterfly blowing wind is a bit improper. Kamizuki Izumo took advantage of Gang Zisha's daze and kicked him down with a flying kick. Gang Zisha, who was attacked, woke up instantly, thinking that this ninjutsu was so terrifying that even a man with a strong will like him was hit. Gang Zisha, who was awake, quickly distanced himself, and formed seals while running to release ninjutsu. Along with Gang Zisha's release of ninjutsu, 4 different but equally cool big sister clones appeared on the field soon. Looking at the big sister who suddenly appeared, Kamizuki Izumo's pursuit gradually slowed down, and Gang Zisha took the opportunity to counterattack. These two idiots, how can this clone be useful? It looks so weak. Hongdu felt that Gang Zisha and Kamizuki Izumo were making random changes. The fight on the open field was fierce, and the people off the field were very satisfied. In the end, Kamizuki Izumo was slightly better and won the first battle. Izumo, this is not your power, it's brother Ebisu's power. Gang Zisha felt that he didn't lose because of his strength, but because of his face. He didn't take the initiative because of his guilt. Brother Ebisu is indeed the first to perfect this ninjutsu, but winning is winning. I will continue to win with your will, Zisha. Shinayu Izumo smiled proudly. The students off the court heard the conversation between the two and started discussing. Ebisu, the only senior who advanced last week, actually took the lead in developing this ninjutsu. Some students felt a little unbelievable. In the last strength test, Ebisu one person was promoted to Class A, so he has a lot of popularity in Group C. It's him, I know him, he and I are in the same class, Class 6, Grade 4. One of Ebisu's classmates came out and nodded. To be honest, this technique may be quite useful. Is he a genius? Someone analyzed seriously. Anyway, Ebisu has become famous in Group C. But it's a pity that Shinayu Izumo only had a good time once, and his opponent in the second round was Maoyu Yujao. Mizuki Yujao, the clone of Shinayu Izumo, didn't even look at him, and kept chasing Shinayu Izumo. Shinayu Izumo was no match and was quickly defeated. Damn, I almost forgot there are female students. Shinayu Izumo found that the technique of confusing the enemy still has shortcomings. Izumo, this is the end of backstabbing your brother. Gang Zisha laughed loudly. Group A is also conducting actual combat tests. Number 1 Uchiha Shisui versus Number 2 Yui Kurane. Is he the one who will fight in the first battle? Yui Kurane was slightly stunned when she heard her name. She had only known Shisui for more than 10 days, but Shisui had left a deep impression on her. The seniors in the team were easily defeated, and he topped the list of the strength test as a student of the same school year. Kurane, just do your best. Asuma comforted her. Be careful of his speed, he is very fast. Hezhu Lietong reminded. The reason he lost that time was that he underestimated Shisui's speed. Yui Kurane nodded, calmed down and walked towards the open space, with a very determined look in her eyes. The battle begins. When she really fought with Shisui, Yui Kurane knew that Hezhu Lietong's loss was not unfair. His physical skills and ninjutsu were suppressed in all aspects, and he had almost no power to fight back. He had already tried his best just to deal with the attack. In the end, Yui Kurane could not withstand Shisui's offensive and soon lost the battle. Uchiha Shisui wins. Miyu announced the result of the battle. He used the appraisal to see Yui Kurane's potential, which was not bad, an A. However, Yui Kurane's talent is an illusion, and Naruto's illusion is indeed a bit embarrassing. If you don't count the Mangekyo ability, basically no one can beat him. It's okay, Lei Tong also lost to him, this guy is too talented. Asuma comforted in time. The person lying next to him glared at Asuma a little unhappy, comforting him in a way that pierces his heart, right? Uchiha Obito number 17 vs Might Guy no 18. Another day of 10,000, asking for monthly tickets and subscriptions, and also recommending a friend's book. Book title, In This Life, Dogs Don't Talk About Love. In the first life, I confessed to my childhood sweetheart, but was rejected. She said she only treated me as a brother. In the second life, I saved a white, rich, and beautiful senior schoolmate. I thought I could have a sweet love, but who would have thought that the white, rich, and beautiful senior schoolmate caused me a psychological shadow for my whole life. In the third life, I woke up. In this life, I don't even talk about love. Woof. Woof woof. Chapter 95 Obito who can play unless he is against the wind, 15. They actually met in the first round. The fourth-year students watching the game felt sorry for them. Might Guy and Obito were the top two in the fourth-year practical test, and even in the strongest Group A, they had the strength to enter the top 4. But if they met in advance, one of them was destined to be eliminated early. No matter who wins between Obito and Might Guy, there will be one less strong opponent in the future. Asuma thought to himself when he saw Might Guy and Obito meet in the first round. He was not as familiar with Might Guy as Obito, and he didn't know Might Guy's specific practical ability, but since Might Guy could beat Obito in the practical test, his strength must not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Asuma showed a serious expression and prepared to collect information about Obito and Might Guy through this battle. The first game is the battle with Kai. Obito showed a tricky expression. Might Guy has completed the training of Razor, but he has not yet completed it, and has not been able to stack 3 times at the same time. However, Obito did not feel that he had no hope of winning. Their current strength is not enough to support them to use Razor multiple times in a short period of time, which puts too much pressure on the leg muscles. So he can only say that he is at a slight disadvantage, not that he cannot fight. Might Guy saw that his first opponent was Obito, and he felt ignited. The two quickly walked to the battleground and prepared to start the battle. Begin. After seeing the two of them set up their positions, Miyu quickly announced the start of the battle. As soon as Miyu finished speaking, Might Guy's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Konoha Big Tornado. Might Guy's passionate voice spread throughout Group A. The opponent was Obito. They practiced together every day and knew each other too well, so Might Guy did not make a tentative attack, but went all out as soon as he attacked. He first instantly completed the threefold razor of the speed increase and rushed towards Obito at high speed, and then directly kicked out his strongest kick. So fast! The students around were all surprised by Might Guy's speed. They just felt like Might Guy had just teleported, and his figure disappeared instantly. What a fast instant body technique! Asuma was even more surprised. Because he also knew instant body technique, but not only was his speed not as fast as Might Guy's, but he also needed to make hand seals. Obito and Might Guy had opposite ideas. Might Guy wanted to rush up for close combat, while Obito wanted to use shaving to distance himself and use ninjutsu. However, because Obito was a little slower, he was still kicked by Might Guy's heel attack. Although he blocked it with his arm, this kick had already made Obito's arm uncontrollable. Trembled. Being at a disadvantage from the beginning made Obito's mind work rapidly. He knew that if he fell into Might Guy's attack rhythm, he would definitely lose, so Obito made a quick decision and used shave twice in a row to pull a long distance from Might Guy. Might Guy quickly followed, but was still pulled away by Obito because Might Guy only used shave once. Win! Might Guy judged in his heart. Including the first wave of confrontation, Obito used shave 3 times in 1 minute. Might Guy's body was so much stronger than Obito that he didn't dare to use it like this. Next, Obito couldn't even run fast, let alone continue to use the instant body technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito endured the pain from his legs, quickly formed a seal and used the fire style ninjutsu, spitting out a 3-meter-high fireball. The big fireball burning with raging flames hit Might Guy fiercely. Might Guy didn't panic, but instead focused his attention on the surroundings, carefully guarding against attacks from other places. After facing so many fireballs, Might Guy also knew that this ninjutsu was powerful, but it was easy to dodge. What he needed to pay attention to was the other attacks that came during this period. But to Might Guy's surprise, Obito did not take advantage of this period to attack him. When Obito re-entered Might Guy's sight, Might Guy found that there were 5 Obitos on the field. Did you use the clone technique to block your sight with the fireball? Might Guy thought about it and figured out Obito's plan. The 5 Obitos ran away from each other, and Might Guy couldn't tell which one was the real person and which one was the phantom. Until Might Guy saw that one Obito seemed to be running a little slower, and a strange expression flashed across his face from time to time. I found you! Might Guy condensed chakra directly in his legs and used shave to rush towards the slower Obito, trying to catch Obito off guard and eliminate him directly. Just now, Obito used shave continuously, and his legs were under great pressure. It was normal to have such a problem. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy kicked Obito with a whirlwind kick. Obito seemed to have not expected that Might Guy would find him so quickly, and Might Guy was too fast to react, and he didn't even have a defensive posture. Just when Might Guy thought the battle was over, Might Guy's face changed drastically the next moment. Because the moment he kicked Obito, the Obito he attacked disappeared directly. It's a trap, it's a clone. Might Guy turned around and looked for the real Obito. At this time, the real Obito had completed the performance of the fire style ninjutsu not far from Might Guy. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style. Obito spit out a half-human high fire dragon from his mouth and rushed towards Might Guy at a high speed. At close range, Might Guy quickly felt the temperature of the fire dragon. Might Guy had to endure the pain in his leg muscles and use the shave with only 2 superpositions to avoid this ninjutsu. But the dragon fire is different from the fireball. The fire dragon can turn. Might Guy's figure disappeared, and Obito immediately controlled the dragon fire to turn and continue to rush towards Might Guy. Water style, Water Array Wall. When the fire dragon was about to rush in front of Might Guy, a water wall rose up and blocked the fire dragon. Miyu took action. Although Obito should control the fire dragon to stop in front of Might Guy, Miyu was worried that Obito's condition was too bad and the ninjutsu was out of control, so he directly blocked the fire dragon in advance. Uchiha Obito wins. Yu announced the result directly. I don't know if his previous training took effect, or Obito doesn't know how to play unless he is against the wind. He couldn't win in the 50-50 situation before, but this time Yu thought Might Guy had a much greater chance of winning, but Obito still won. "Okay, I won this time." Obito laughed with a proud expression after hearing the result of the battle. He finally defeated Might Guy once in actual combat, and he turned defeat into victory under disadvantageous circumstances. However, before Might Guy could say anything, Obito fell to the ground and fainted. "Obito, are you okay?" Might Guy rushed over to check on him. Yu appeared in the open space, grabbed Obito, and said, "It's probably because he consumed too much chakra and his body is too tired. I'll take him to the Konoha hospital." Yu left a shadow clone to continue conducting the actual combat test, while the real body took Obito to the hospital. If nothing unexpected happens, today will be the 5th update. Chapter 96 Final Result, 25. As Yu expected, Obito had no physical problems, but he consumed too much chakra, and used shave multiple times in a short period of time, which caused his body to be tired. After all, Obito had just used the Great Fireball and the Great Dragon Fire, and had used several incomplete shaves and clone techniques. Among them, the clone technique consumes the least chakra, but it is crucial in terms of its effect. After being treated, Obito quickly regained consciousness. Seeing Yu sitting next to him, he couldn't help but start sharing the highlights of his battle. "When I was kicked by Kai at the beginning, I knew that if this battle went on normally, I would definitely lose, so I had to use ninjutsu at a distance even if I couldn't use shave next time. In order to save chakra, the fireball looked intimidating but was not actually very powerful. I just wanted to attract Kai's attention and cover his sight." When talking about how he used the clone technique to deceive Might Guy, Obito's eyebrows danced and he looked extremely excited. "I know that Kai has a strong ability to observe during battles, so I endured the pain and controlled my clone to show fatigue and exhaustion to mislead Kai." Obito felt that he could brag about today's battle for a year. There were too many details. The clones did not show differences at the beginning, but they pretended to be tired after running for a while, which was more natural. Today's performance was indeed excellent. It would be great if you can be so calm in battles in the future. Yu praised. He never hesitated to praise his students for their good performance. If he kept denying them because he was worried that his students would be arrogant and complacent, he would eventually lose confidence in himself. Yu felt that if Obito were to be graded now, he should not be a second-rank scholar, but at least a third-rank scholar or a fourth-rank scholar. Hehe, it's also because you, Teacher Yu, taught me well. Obito laughed and showed a satisfied smile. Why did he say so much just now? Was it to show off? Of course not. What's there to show off to the teacher after winning against peers? He just showed his progress and got Yu's recognition. If Obito said the only shortcoming of that battle, it was that two people were missing, Nohara-rin and Kakashi were not present. If Nohara-rin was present, she would definitely praise his battle wisdom, and Kakashi, the arrogant guy, would not dare to look down on him again. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Obito and Yu proposed to go back to the training ground to watch the battle. Yu thought about it and knew that Obito definitely didn't want to give up the exam. In addition, Obito was not injured, so Yu took Obito back. When Yu returned to the training ground, the first round of battle had ended and half of the students were eliminated. The second round of battle had just started, and there was still some time before Obito's battle round. In the second round of battle, Shisui's opponent was still a genin who graduated this year, and it was still a clean and neat solution. No one was surprised by this. Currently, the students in Class A generally believe that only Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and Sarutobi Asuma have a little hope of winning. Originally, Bianzulaitong should have been on the list, but because he had already lost, and lost very easily, everyone thought that Bianzulaitong would not be able to win again. Obito's opponent in the second round was a fourth-year student. Even though Obito was not in his peak condition, he successfully defeated his opponent. The third round of battle was similar, but it is worth mentioning that Asuma and his teammate Bian Zolaitong met. When Bian Zolaitong's opponent was Asuma, everyone found that they might have underestimated Bian Zolaitong's strength and Shisui's strength. Everyone recalled carefully and found that whether the opponent was a fourth-year student or a graduated genin, Shisui took about the same time to defeat the opponent. Could it be that Shisui's strength fluctuated? They thought there should be no such possibility. The only possibility is that Shisui has a gentle personality and does not want others to lose too badly, so he chooses the strength of his attack according to the opponent's strength. The speed of the Raiden is very fast. Although it is not as fast as Might Guy who uses the shaving, it is one of the strongest students in Class A. When he wielded the kunao in close combat, Asuma suffered a lot. However, Asuma has been beaten in various ways in the past 2 days. He did not lose his composure because of the fierce attack of the Raiden. He quickly found an opportunity to counterattack and win. As the sun gradually set in the west, the battle on the training ground was about to end. The last battle of the 4-2 was between Obito and Asuma. Both of them had experienced a hard battle before, and Obito fainted directly from exhaustion, but now he has recovered more than half. When fighting with Guy, Obito could only keep a distance to avoid his sharp edge, but when fighting with Asuma, Obito rushed up and fought with Asuma in close combat. After so much training, Obito's physical skills are no longer a pure drag. It's just that he is not as good as Shisui and Might Guy, but he can still fight other peers. Obito suddenly rushed over and beat Asuma. He saw that Obito and Might Guy basically avoided physical skills when fighting, and thought that Obito's physical skills were still the same as before. As a result, Asuma was confused when fighting, and his head was buzzing after being kicked by Obito's direct shaving and Konoha whirlwind. Originally, Asuma might have had the strength to fight, but his wrong decision caused him to lose the chance to win, and he was quickly defeated by Obito. The last battle, Uchiha Shisui vs Uchiha Obito. Miyu said the name of the final student. They are all from the Uchiha clan. The rich are really rich. Ebisu sighed. Although they are the same age, his strength is too far behind those family ninjas, and he was eliminated in the first round. What a pity, I had a chance to win, but I didn't expect Obito's physical skills to improve so much. Asuma felt a little bit sorry. As seniors, we are really unqualified. We must practice harder in the future. Yui Kurane said. When Obito walked to the battlefield and faced Shisui, he felt a little strange. He had fought with Might Guy many times, but almost never with Shisui. During the time when he first trained with Miyu, Obito was often frustrated by Shisui's training progress. Because it took Shisui a week to complete what he needed to practice in one afternoon, and Shisui was from the same family as him and was younger than him. Now Obito didn't care that much. Although Shisui was strong, Obito wasn't bad either. However, Obito did feel that he had no hope of defeating Shisui today. He was in average condition. Knowing that he would lose, Obito still fought with all his strength. Although he lost as he expected, he was not disappointed because he had fought to the best of his ability. And he defeated Might Guy today. Obito was in a very good mood. As soon as the battle was over, he went to find Nohara Rin to brag about today's counterattack. There are still 3 chapters in the evening. Chapter 97. When you have something to do, go to the almighty Mu Zianren, 35. The number of people in Group B is much larger than that of Group A, so when Obito went over, Group B was still conducting actual combat tests. Obito glanced at the students watching and quickly found Nohara Rin. Obito walked towards Nohara Rin with an excited smile on his face and said, Xiaolin, you don't know how powerful I was just now. Kai had the upper hand, but I defeated him. Nohara Rin turned around and looked at Obito's voice, and asked in confusion, has the exam for Group A ended? Yes, it's over. I'm the second place, and I only lost to Shisui. Obito couldn't help but tell Nohara-rin about his good results. Finally defeated Kai, which means that Obito has made great progress. In the practical exams when you were in school before, you didn't beat Kai. Nohara-rin praised with a gentle smile, and was happy for Obito's progress. In the last semester, Obito's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he even defeated the previous number 1 Uchiha Taihuo, but Might Guy, who also improved by leaps and bounds, became a stumbling block on Obito's way to the first place. With Might Guy, Obito has won the second place in the grade but never the first place in the class. So after knowing that Obito finally defeated Might Guy, Nohara-rin was very happy for Obito, which showed that Obito's strength had improved a lot. Hehe, in fact, I had the opportunity to defeat him before, but I was always a little short every time. Obito explained with a silly smile, and he was very happy to be praised by Nohara-rin. If it was just pure paper strength, in fact, his strength in this battle was actually at a disadvantage. It was mainly because of the strategy during the battle that he won the battle. By the way, Xiaolin, how is your performance? Did you enter the top 10? Obito asked. No, it seems that everyone's strength has improved very quickly. Nohara-rin shook her head and replied. Her actual combat ability is only at the middle level in Class B, how could she enter the top 10? Is that so? Otherwise, I will teach you to become stronger. Obito felt that Nohara-rin seemed a little disappointed with her own strength, so he said enthusiastically. Okay. Nohara-rin nodded and smiled, thinking about Obito's rapid improvement in strength. Obito took Nohara-rin aside, and then thought about what to teach Nohara-rin. Like Shave, Dragon Fire, Konoha Whirlwind, these are definitely not taught, because they are taught by Mu-Yu, and cannot be taught without Mu-Yu's consent. Obito thought of the Fireball, although Mu-Yu also taught it, but he already knew it. Why don't you learn the Fireball technique from me, Xiaolin, although this is a sea-level fire escape, but it is very powerful. Obito decided to teach Nohara-rin the Fireball. First, make a seal. Obito quickly completed the Fireball seal. Then convert the chakra in the body into flames, and finally blow out a big fireball like blowing a balloon. Obito gestured with his hands. Nohara-rin looked at Obito with a question mark on his face. Didn't you understand, Xiaolin? Obito scratched his head. He felt that he had said it in detail, and maybe he was a good material for a teacher. It's like this first, then that, and finally blow it out like a balloon. Obito gestured again. Nohara-rin didn't know how to evaluate Obito's teaching level for a while. She could see that Obito really wanted to teach her the great fireball technique, but it was a bit abstract when he taught. Obito, thank you for your kindness, but I don't even know my own attribute now. Nohara-rin said helplessly. Everyone in the ninja world is born with a chakra attribute. It will be easier and faster to practice the attribute that comes with it. Is that so? Obito scratched his hair, a little regretful that he couldn't help Nohara-rin. He decided to ask Mu-Yu how to teach people to become stronger when he practiced tonight. The omnipotent Mu-Yu fairy would definitely solve his problem. The plan to teach people failed, so Obito chatted with Nohara-rin until there was a commotion on the training ground. It should be that all the exams are over and teacher Mu-Yu announced the results. Nohara-rin said as she looked at a group of people crowded in front of the bulletin board. Xiaolin, let's go and take a look. Obito took Nohara-rin to the bulletin board with great interest. Although he knew his results, Obito wanted to see if anyone would praise him. But when he walked over, Obito found that the most discussed person was not Shisui, who was not even the first, but Ebisu who just entered Group A last week. You don't know what happened during the C group exam just now. Two people used the clone of Sister Qingliang to confuse the opponent during the battle. Oh, I know this, but this was not developed by them. I remember that it was developed by Ebisu who was promoted to Group A last time. Yes, that's right, he developed it. I know this person, he looks quite serious, I didn't expect. Listening to the discussion of the people next to him, Obito was confused and didn't know what happened, so that everyone would not discuss the top 2 of Group A but Ebisu. And Obito listened more and more outrageous, and later it developed directly into Ebisu using the clone technique to separate the cool sister in the battle to confuse the opponent. Obito thought that he did not see any cool sister appear when Ebisu was fighting. Obito also wanted to find Ebisu to ask about the situation, but found that it might be because of the poor performance that he lost in one round. Ebisu left after the exam and Obito did not find him. After the exam results were announced, Miyu went directly back to his home in the main city, and the system still did not show any pop-up window about the exam. Back home, Miyu began to prepare to make magic mapo tofu. The biggest difference between the magic mapo tofu recipe given to him by the system and the mapo tofu he remembered was that soybeans were used. To be precise, it was meat made of soybeans. Soak the soybeans in water, then put them in the broth and cook them, then flatten the soybeans and season them with sauce to make the soybeans have the taste of meat, and finally lock the taste of the sauce by frying them quickly. The fried soybeans are added to the mapo tofu to add another flavor to the mapo tofu, which is the magic mapo tofu. When Miyu finished, she covered the plate with a lid to add a sense of ceremony. Soon, Kushina and Minato knocked on the door of Miyu's house. When Minato and Kushina came in, they saw the cover on the dining table, which was not there usually. "Why is there a cover?" Kushina asked casually. "Maybe they are afraid that the food will get cold? We have to cook earlier than usual today," Minato speculated. "Don't guess, you will know when you open the cover." Miyu brought the remaining 2 dishes to the table and said with a smile, "I'll do it." Kushina quickly stepped forward and opened the cover directly. Chapter 98 The Idea of Accepting a Disciple, 45. When Kushina picked up the cover, a magical thing happened. The moment the cover was opened, a red light was emitted. But when Kushina and Minato looked carefully, it seemed that there was no light, but the color of the dish was too bright red. Looking at the bright red mapo tofu, Kushina swallowed and said, "Miyu, you didn't say to put so much spicy, it looks so spicy." She originally thought that Miyu just put one more pepper, but looking at the color of the mapo tofu, Kushina felt that the whole dish was mainly spicy. This dish is indeed a bit spicy, but it's not just spicy, there are also several flavors such as fragrant, hot, crispy, and numb. Miyu explained. Minato heard Miyu say that there were so many flavors, so he took the lead in picking up a spoon and scooped a part into his mouth. Spicy. The first feeling Minato had after eating the mapo tofu was spicy, indescribably spicy. He felt that Miyu's spicy was particularly spicy for him. It was so spicy that Minato seemed to have gone to a world full of fire in a trance, with flames erupting everywhere, and it was extremely hot. But mapo tofu is not just spicy. Soon, multiple flavors burst out in Minato's mouth, making Minato immersed in the food. Delicious! Minato praised earnestly. After that, Minato quickly scooped several spoonfuls of tofu into the bowl and continued to taste it. Kushina saw that Minato was eating so eagerly, and knew that the taste of this dish must be very good, so she also tasted it. It was indeed very spicy, but also very fragrant. Kushina even ate meat in it. It's really delicious. Kushina also quickly took a spoon to scoop a few spoonfuls of tofu. Although it was spicy, it was so delicious that Kushina couldn't control her hands at all. After dinner, the delicious magic mapo tofu just now became the topic of conversation after dinner. When Miyu said the ingredients needed for the magic mapo tofu, Kushina asked, "Miyu, did you forget an ingredient? Isn't there meat?" Kushina remembered that she had eaten meat in it. "There is no meat in the ingredients." Miyu said affirmatively. "But I clearly ate something that tasted like meat." Kushina was a little puzzled. "I ate it too." Minato nodded. "It tastes like meat, but it's not meat, it's processed soybeans." Yu explained, telling the principal. It's amazing, soybeans can actually taste like this. Kushina felt very magical. Minato also felt that Yu's cooking skills were really unheard of and unseen. Soybeans can actually taste like meat. Because he still had to help the disciples train, Yu quickly said goodbye to Minato and Kushina, saying that he would let them see the cooking process when he had time. Going to the South Forest, Yu helped the disciples train on a daily basis. Shisui was practicing the claw of the balsam, Might Guy was training his body and familiarizing himself with the use of the razor, and Obito continued to work hard to get started with the razor. When the training time was almost up, Obito asked Yu. Mr. Yu, how can you teach others ninjutsu? Why ask this, who do you want to teach? Yu asked. My good friend Nohara Rin also participated in the summer special training and is in Group B. Obito told Yu what happened today. I feel like I've explained it very clearly, but Xiaolin still doesn't understand. Obito sighed. Yu was a little speechless. In that case, he felt that Obito's teaching level was about the same as Naruto's. Teaching people ninjutsu was almost the same as letting them take a look and then develop it on their own. Yu did have some knowledge on how to be a qualified teacher. After all, he was a normal school student, and this was his major. However, with Obito's current performance, Yu felt that it would be useless to give these to Obito. You should learn ninjutsu yourself first. Yu tapped Obito's head with 2 fingers together. Is there nothing that the omnipotent Yu can do this time? Obito lowered his head and was a little disappointed. However, Obito soon thought of another good idea. He couldn't teach Nohara Rin, and Yu couldn't make him a good teacher. So why not just let Yu teach Nohara Rin? Teacher Yu, in fact, Xiaolin's grades are not good either. I think she urgently needs your guidance, Teacher Yu. Obito and Yu recommended. Hearing Obito's words, Yu fell into thought. At present, the system only has 4 positions for disciples, and only 1 is left vacant. It is obviously impossible to give it to Nohara Rin. However, you can just be a real disciple, and the system will not confirm it. Yu thought about it. There are 2 advantages to teaching Nohara Rin. One is that it can better stimulate Obito to practice hard, and the other is that there is a chance to trick Kakashi to become a disciple. Kakashi also has S-level potential and is on the road to rapid growth. It is a good choice. Then you go and communicate with Nohara Rin. If she is willing to come to me to study, then come. Yu said. Hearing Yu's agreement, Obito cheered directly. He was just trying it out of a trial mentality. After all, he couldn't force Yu to teach Nohara Rin. Sure enough, Yu Immortal is omnipotent. Obito said excitedly. Obito was so excited when he thought that he could practice with Nohara Rin in the future. He couldn't wait to fast forward time to tomorrow and tell Nohara Rin the good news. The next day, Ebisu went to the training ground as usual in the morning to prepare for special training. Why do I feel like everyone is looking at me? Ebisu muttered, feeling the gazes coming from all directions. He got a lot of attention when he was the only one on the promotion list last time, but his performance in Group A was not good yesterday, so it didn't make sense to attract everyone's attention. After all, he was just promoted, and it was reasonable that he couldn't beat those people in the original Group A. Ebisu, I didn't expect that you look so serious on the surface, but you play so big behind the scenes. Shiranui Genma hit Ebisu's chest and said. They are all students in class 6 of the 4th grade, and they have a good relationship. When Ebisu heard Shiranui Genma's words, although he didn't know what happened, he instinctively felt something was wrong. Let me see the enemy confusion technique when you are free at noon. I want to challenge my weakness. Shiranui Genma joked. Enemy confusion technique. Ebisu vaguely guessed what happened, and his heart sank. Stop pretending. Do we still need to pretend our relationship? Besides, the news has spread among the 3 groups. It's meaningless for you to continue pretending. Isn't it just a relatively adult ninjutsu? Just admit it boldly. Shiranui Genma said. Adult ninjutsu, everyone in the 3 groups knows about it. Ebisu, who guessed what happened, felt his eyes go dark and almost fainted. It's really not developed by me. I just made a suggestion. Ebisu felt that his ninja school career was saying goodbye to him. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 99 The Difference in Breathing Effect. Ebisu, who couldn't hold it back, went straight to find Gangzai Tetsu and Shenyu Izumo. Brother Ebisu. Seeing Ebisu, Gangzai Tetsu and Shenyu Izumo greeted him enthusiastically. Although the two looked very respectful, Ebisu could not help but suppress his anger and asked. Are you two spreading rumors about me? Gangzisha shook his head and said, How is it possible? Brother Ebisu, you have preached to us, how could we harm you? Yes, Brother Ebisu, did you listen to the slander of others? Shenyu Chuiyun analyzed. Now all 3 groups are saying that I took the lead in developing your new technique of confusing the enemy. What's going on? Ebisu said with a dark face. We have never said this. The two shook their heads. They just said that Ebisu's contribution was relatively large. Don't say these unhappy things, Brother Ebisu, I'll show you something good. Gangzisha motioned Ebisu to come over, and then took out a novel. This novel has played an important role in my and I's success in perfecting the art of confusing the enemy. I think you can also learn something from it, Brother Ebisu. Ebisu flipped through the book doubtfully, and after seeing the content, he quickly closed the book and looked around. Ahem, this book is really good. I'll keep it for you for the time being. Ebisu decided to forgive the 2 younger brothers for the time being. By the way, come find me during the lunch break. I'll see how your ninjutsu training is going. Ebisu added before leaving. Obito couldn't wait to find Nohara-rin as soon as he entered the training ground. Xiaolin, do you want a teacher? Hey! Nohara-rin looked at Obito with a puzzled look. I mean, do you want to practice with teacher Mu? Obito asked Nohara-rin. Yuanlin pulled him aside and asked. Aren't we all training with teacher Mu now? Nohara-rin was even more confused. Obito scratched his hair, he felt that what he said was obvious enough. It's not training like this during the day, but accepting the teachings of teacher Mu after class. Obito said. Are you asking if I want to be teacher Mu's disciple? Nohara-rin summarized Obito's meaning and asked. Seeing that Nohara-rin finally understood what he meant, Obito nodded with satisfaction. Teacher Mu is very powerful. If he teaches you, you will definitely become stronger soon. Obito said. Because Mu didn't let the disciples tell the outside about their master-disciple relationship, Obito didn't directly say that he became Mu's disciple and made such rapid progress. Of course, Nohara-rin knew that Mu's teaching level was very high, because Mu often took over their class. However, Nohara-rin keenly felt that what Obito said was powerful might not just be teaching. Obito suddenly said such words to her, coupled with Obito's changes in recent months. A guess came to Nohara-rin's mind. Maybe Obito has changed so much in the past few months because he became Mu's disciple. If you are willing, Xiaolin, just go to a place with me after school tonight after dinner. Obito said. Will this trouble you and Mu teacher? Nohara-rin did not agree directly, and asked Obito. No trouble, no trouble. Seeing that Nohara-rin had the idea of agreeing, Obito said quickly. He had already agreed with Mu, as long as Nohara-rin went. Finally, Nohara-rin nodded and agreed. It is really good to have a good teacher to teach. She has a good impression of Mu. In addition, with Obito's strong recommendation, Nohara-rin can't help but be more curious about Mu. How did Mu teach, which made Obito change so much in just a few months? After class, Nohara-rin looked at Mu a few more times and found that Mu had good skin, and then she didn't find anything else. Miyu glanced at the reward for the lecture, and noticing Nohara Rin's gaze, she smiled gently as a response. Complete a large class teaching. Evaluation, A. Get reward, exciting Konoha Vajra Cyclone, Chakra Scalpel. The reward is pretty good. One is Might Guy's favorite Konoha Cyclone series of physical skills, and the other is Advanced Medical Ninjutsu, which is also very powerful in actual combat. After class, Miyu first returned to the main city to solve dinner, and then went to the south border forest to practice with his disciples. However, this time there are no longer 3 disciples, and there is also Nohara Rin. When Nohara Rin just arrived here, she happened to see Shisui and Might Guy practicing, and she was a little surprised. Nohara Rin didn't expect Shisui to be Miyu's disciple, which made her more curious about Miyu. When they found Miyu coming, the 4 of them greeted Miyu, "Teacher Miyu." "Well, good evening, everyone." Miyu smiled gently. It seems that Mr. Miyu is also similar in private at school and on the training ground. Nohara Rin thought in her heart. Although Nohara Rin and Miyu did not communicate face to face, they had communicated through Obito, so there were no accidents and they became disciples smoothly. Your chakra control ability is actually very good. Do you want to try to learn some medical ninjutsu? Miyu asked. He remembered that Nohara Rin seemed to have a good talent in medical ninjutsu. At the age of 12, she had mastered the advanced medical ninjutsu such as palm fairy technique. Medical ninjutsu. Nohara Rin thought about it, and then her eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally nodded. She felt that this was a good choice, and there were also well-known strong men in the ninja world such as Tsunade among the medical ninjas. Tsunade is the idol of many ninjas in Konoha, and Nohara Rin is one of them. Let's learn the most basic healing technique first. Miyu said when she saw that Nohara Rin had an idea. Naturally, healing medical ninjutsu cannot only have advanced ninjutsu such as palm fairy technique, but also have lower-level healing techniques such as hemostasis. Since it was the first time for Nohara Rin to come into contact with medical ninjutsu, Miyu did not teach her directly, but talked about some theoretical knowledge with Nohara Rin. After waiting for the disciples to leave, Miyu practiced breathing alone in the southern forest. In fact, when you reach the realm of Changzhong, you are exercising every day when you sleep, but if you exercise extra, the effect will be better. Miyu is now very clear about the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 breathing methods. He usually uses Changzhong of rock breathing, because rock breathing is more effective in physical exercise, and flame breathing is strong in blessing fire escape in battle. He is making a breathing training plan for his disciples. When it is done, he will let the disciples practice breathing collectively, except for the new Nohara Rin. Because these 2 breathing methods are not suitable for Nohara Rin, there is a high probability that she will not be able to learn them. Please subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. In addition, everyone seems to be more worried that the plot will remain like this. Let me explain here that it is still in the development stage. Don't worry, I am also accelerating time with explosive updates. There will be conflicts and contradictions, but the protagonist is not strong enough now, and he has been avoiding conflicts. Chapter 100 New Understanding of Miyu, 15. After joining the South Forest training team for a few days, Nohara Rin had a lot of new understandings. For example, Miyu's strength. Although Miyu was a very good teacher in Nohara Rin's impression, Nohara Rin always thought that Miyu's teaching level was superb, and her own strength as a ninja was about the same as other Chunin teachers. Now Nohara Rin found that her idea was wrong. When Miyu taught Shisui's fire release, the terrifying power of the fire release made Nohara Rin feel that Miyu's strength was extraordinary. Although the ninjutsu class of the ninja school did not have ninjutsu other than the 3 body techniques, the students kept asking for it, and occasionally Chunin teachers would show off their skills and show other ninjutsu to the students. Nohara Rin had never seen a Jonin release ninjutsu or fight, but she felt that even if Miyu was not as good as those Jonin, he was still very strong among chunin. And Mu seemed to be very versatile. He knew a lot of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and even medical ninjutsu. In addition to Mu's strength, after careful observation, Nohara Lin found that Mu would be more relaxed when she was here than in the training ground. Then there was Obito's hard study last semester. Seeing Obito frowning and taking a bunch of questions after failing the running competition, Nohara Lin understood why she always saw Obito doing questions last semester. She thought it was strange before. If Obito suddenly loved learning, he would look bitter and reluctant when doing questions, but if he didn't want to study, Obito did study every day, which gave people a very contradictory feeling. In general, Nohara Lin was quite happy about becoming Mu's disciple. Damn, I'm a little short again. Obito sat on the ground and pounded the ground unwillingly. Just now, he almost ran past Might Guy and crossed the finish line first. It's okay, it's a little short this time, try harder, maybe you can succeed next time. Nohara Lin comforted softly. After receiving the comfort from Nohara Rin, Obito instantly regained full health, stood up, patted the dust on his body, and shouted with great momentum, Akai, wait, I will definitely surpass you tomorrow. Obito, your 35 questions. Mu smiled and handed the test paper to Obito. Seeing the questions on the test paper, Obito's blood, which was filled up by Nohara Rin, was deducted madly again. He took the test paper tremblingly, as if he had taken the poisoned wine of death. Obito, didn't you say you love learning? Nohara Rin saw Obito taking the test paper with a sad and tragic look, and couldn't help but smiled and said, Yes, I love learning too much. I feel uncomfortable if I don't do more than a dozen questions a day. Obito nodded and said, resisting the impulse of tears. Then do you want me to add a little more? Mu asked with a smile. Forget it, it's good to do questions, but you can't be greedy. Obito decisively refused. Doing dozens of questions every day was enough for him. Continue to practice. Mu tapped Obito, who was adding drama to himself, with her finger and said. In addition to teaching Nohara Rin medical ninjutsu knowledge, Mu was also teaching Nohara Rin physical skills. Medical ninjutsu can also be used in combat, and has a good lethality. If combined with excellent physical skills, the combat effectiveness will not be bad, just like Tsunade. Because it was Saturday, Mu went to Asuma, the resident area of Sarutobi clan, to practice in the afternoon. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to be busy today. When Mu arrived at Asuma's house, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in the living room looking at something. Sandame-sama. Mu greeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response, then put down the information in his hand and asked with a smile. Mu, how is your summer special training going? It has been 3 weeks, and most of the time has passed. The vacation of the ninja school is from mid-July to early September, which is about a little more than a month and a half. It is impossible to let students have no vacation at all, and seamlessly connect from school to summer training and then to school, so the scheduled time for summer training is only 5 weeks. The students are very diligent in their training and willing to learn. Basically, they have made progress. Mu thought for a while and answered. I arrange tests every week to record their growth. I will go and get those records now. Mu continued, and then turned around to get the records. Don't bother, Mu, just bring them when you come tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. But since you said that, Mu, it should be a big achievement. It seems that Konoha will have another special jonin in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to wait until the 5th week to see how the students are progressing. If it is really effective, he will promote the normalization of this special training. If Konoha is really affected by the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen may even cancel the normal courses of the 4th grade and let Mu help them with special training until graduation. Old man, I think you are really blind. Teacher Mu is so outstanding, why don't you arrange him to become a jonin directly? Asuma, who happened to pass by, couldn't help but speak up for the teacher. I feel that my Jonin instructor is not as good as teacher Miyu. Jonin is an important force in the village. It is not only necessary to be outstanding in one aspect, but also excellent in all aspects. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Let alone other things, Miyu's current mission quantity and quality are not up to standard, far from it. He was promoted to a special Jonin because he saw Miyu's super high teaching level, plus his strength is also good and he has a promising future, so he promoted him specially. I think teacher Miyu is good in all aspects. You are all excellent. Since you rarely go to the ninja school, you might as well let Miyu be the principal. Asuma felt that it would be better for Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate as soon as possible. Hearing Asuma's filial speech, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose blood pressure soared, rubbed his forehead and shook his palm to signal Miyu to take Asuma away quickly. Miyu understood, nodded, and took Asuma to training. When will this child grow up? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Although as the Hokage, he really doesn't have much time to take care of the affairs of the ninja school, and Miyu's teaching ability is indeed strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let Miyu be the principal, at least the current Miyu is not qualified. Since the establishment of the ninja school, there have been only two principals, one is Senju Tobirama, and the other is him, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The establishment of the ninja school is of great significance to Konoha. Even with the improvement of the system, the principal of the ninja school no longer has the same power as before, but it still has some special significance. Unless a teacher really makes a great contribution, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only choose the next Hokage as the next principal. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that when Asuma grows up, he will understand his series of practices. I got up late today, so I'll post one chapter first, and there are 4 more chapters later.